React India. React India.
Going back in time, no, I don't remember anything specific about that interview. Maybe one question that I remember is, what do you really want to do in life? And I was like, I don't know.
Everyone was trying to understand my thought process, which was very unique to Dishaw's interview process.
Kind of people that I interacted with and the questions that were asked got me really going and interested in the role.
The interviews are not looking for a perfect answer. It's more conversational, where they're trying to see what you bring to the table and also trying to explain what the role is all about and how can we find a fit.
I think one thing about DevTools is that they give ownership to new hires at a very early stage.
You can come in, you can try something new, you can contribute in your own way to a bigger picture.
If you're ready to learn, you're ready to adapt, there are plenty of opportunities.
The firm cares about the result, but the modus operandi of that result is up to you on how you best execute it.
The mentorship that I have received in the firm has been very dynamic.
The firm has allowed me to play to my strengths and also, created opportunities in a way that it inclines with my interests.
And I think that's what we've done a really good job at, which is setting our incentives and culture right, rewarding each person's strengths versus put everybody in the same square box and trying to see, okay, who does the best.
A lot of times you face challenges which are somewhat beyond your professional capabilities. Those are times when you kind of fall back onto your mentors, right? And these mentors, they can be your managers, or they can just be your peers. They can just be people outside of your own function. And there have been multiple instances where it has worked out really well for me by having mentors that I can talk to.
The firm gives you that space to be able to own your tasks. Along with, okay, we need this probably by this time, but you also have the flexibility to figure out how you want to do it.
When it comes to taking any decision,
and whether it's a strategic decision or a tactical decision,
we follow an extremely inclusive, fluid, democratic approach in the firm.
There's a lot of effort which goes in terms of taking the right decision.
Seeking help and taking inputs from multiple people is where collective intelligence comes into picture.
It is not about trying to get your ideas through versus someone else's ideas. It is about working together with someone else and a group of other people to make sure that you take into account all of the perspectives and come out with the best outcome for everyone.
We have great tools, we have great technology, we have great people that work with.
There is absolutely zero barriers in terms of the merit of ideas and how the firm encourages innovation and drive.
Respect to just kind of consider all thoughts, ideas before we go and move ahead. I think that has been extremely important in keeping people together.
We were one of the first firms in the technology and the finance space to be in Hyderabad. It's not easy to sustain the kind of culture, the growth, the name, the brand that we have for so many years.
Everyone has a unique journey of their own. Everyone works on diverse teams. The nature of their work is very different from each other. The kind of experiences that they've had are very different from each other. Yet there is this unique thread that connects them all.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are you going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India, and a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
Going back in time, no, I don't remember anything specific about that interview. Maybe one question that I remember is, what do you really want to do in life? And I was like, I don't know.
Everyone was trying to understand my thought process, which was very unique to Disho's interview process.
Kind of people that I interacted with and the questions that were asked got me really going and interested in the role.
The interviews are not looking for a perfect answer. It's more conversational, where they're trying to see what you bring to the table and also trying to explain what the role is all about and how can we find a fit.
I think one thing about Dessus is that they give ownership to new hires at a very early stage.
You can come in, you can try something new, you can contribute in your own way to a bigger picture.
If you're ready to learn, you're ready to adapt, there are plenty of opportunities.
The firm cares about the result, but the modus operandi of that result is up to you on how you best execute it.
The mentorship that I have received in the firm has been very dynamic.
The firm has allowed me to play to my strengths and also created opportunities in a way that it inclines with my interests.
And I think that's what we've done a really good job at, which is setting our incentives and culture right, rewarding each person's strengths versus put everybody in the same square box and trying to see, okay, who does the best.
A lot of times you face challenges which are somewhat beyond your professional capabilities. Those are times when you kind of fall back onto your mentors, right? And these mentors, they can be your managers, or they can just be your peers. They can just be people outside of your own function. And there have been multiple instances where it has worked out really well for me by having mentors that I can talk to.
The firm gives you that space to be able to own your tasks. Along with, okay, we need this probably by this time, but you also have the flexibility to figure out how you want to do it.
When it comes to taking any decision,
And whether it's a strategic decision or a tactical decision,
we follow an extremely inclusive, fluid, democratic approach in the firm.
there's a lot of effort which goes in terms of taking the right decision.
Seeking help and taking inputs from multiple people is where collective intelligence comes into picture.
It is not about trying to get your ideas through versus someone else's ideas. It is about working together with someone else and a group of other people to make sure that you take into account all of the perspectives and come out with the best outcome for everyone.
We have great tools, we have great technology, we have great people that work with.
There is absolutely zero barriers in terms of the merit of ideas and how the firm encourages innovation and drive.
Respect to just kind of consider all thoughts, ideas before we go and move ahead. I think that has been extremely important in keeping people together.
We were one of the first firms in the technology and the finance space to be in Hyderabad. It's not easy to sustain the kind of culture, the growth, the name, the brand that we have for so many years.
Everyone has a unique journey of their own. Everyone works on diverse teams. The nature of their work is very different from each other. The kind of experiences that they've had are very different from each other. Yet there is this unique thread that connects them all.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India, and a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
Going back in time, no, I don't remember anything specific about that interview. Maybe one question that I remember is, what do you really want to do in life? And I was like, I don't know.
Everyone was trying to understand my thought process, which was very unique to Disho's interview process.
Kind of people that I interacted with and the questions that were asked got me really going and interested in the role.
The interviews are not looking for a perfect answer. It's more conversational, where they're trying to see what you bring to the table, and also trying to explain what the role is all about and how can we find a fit.
I think one thing about DevTools is that they give ownership to new hires at a very early stage.
You can come in, you can try something new, you can contribute in your own way to a bigger picture.
If you're ready to learn, you're ready to adapt, there are plenty of opportunities.
The firm cares about the result, but the modus operandi of that result is up to you on how you best execute it.
The mentorship that I have received in the firm has been very dynamic.
The firm has allowed me to play to my strengths, and also created opportunities in a way that it inclines with my interests.
And I think that's what we've done a really good job at, which is setting our incentives and culture right, rewarding each person's strengths versus put everybody in the same square box and trying to see, okay, who does the best.
A lot of times you face challenges which are somewhat beyond your professional capabilities. Those are times when you kind of fall back onto your mentors, right? And these mentors, they can be your managers, or they can just be your peers. They can just be people outside of your own function. And there have been multiple instances where it has worked out really well for me by having mentors that I can talk to.
The firm gives you that space to be able to own your tasks. Along with, okay, we need this probably by this time, but you also have the flexibility to figure out how you want to do it.
When it comes to taking any decision,
And whether it's a strategic decision or a tactical decision,
we follow an extremely inclusive, fluid, democratic approach in the firm.
there's a lot of effort which goes in terms of taking the right decision.
Seeking help and taking inputs from multiple people is where collective intelligence comes into picture.
It is not about trying to get your ideas through versus someone else's ideas. It is about working together with someone else and a group of other people to make sure that you take into account all of the perspectives and come out with the best outcome for everyone.
We have great tools, we have great technology, we have great people that work with.
There is absolutely zero barriers in terms of the merit of ideas and how the firm encourages innovation and drive.
Respect to just kind of consider all thoughts, ideas before we go and move ahead. I think that has been extremely important in keeping people together.
We were one of the first firms in the technology and the finance space to be in Hyderabad. It's not easy to sustain the kind of culture, the growth, the name, the brand that we have for so many years.
Everyone has a unique journey of their own. Everyone works on diverse teams. The nature of their work is very different from each other. The kind of experiences that they've had are very different from each other. Yet there is this unique thread that connects them all.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, Was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
React India.
Hello?
Morning, everyone. Can we hear that loud? Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are, you had a great evening yesterday. How many of you went to the beach? Anyone? Okay, that's amazing. And for how many of you, it's first time to Goa? Oh, quite a few of you. That's great. And hope you get some more time, beach time today after an more networking, in the after party. So how many of you are looking to learn more and network more even today? Yeah, can we see show of hands? All right. And yesterday I asked one question: how many of you met at least one new individual who you didn't know from before? And many of you raised your hand. And how many of you are already close to your target of 3? At least 3 new individuals you've met. You've created new connections. All right. Hopefully no heavy questions, right? Someone, like just I got off the stage yesterday, someone asked me, what's your yearly CTC? I was like, no, please. Yeah, so yeah, all right, so that's fine. And hopefully you are looking forward to yet another exciting day. Yesterday we saw so many speakers coming on stage and sharing a lot of experience, and we ended with a very insightful panel from DE Shaw. That brings me to our sponsors. So thank you to our sponsors, Gold and Platinum and Silver sponsors for React India 2025, AWS, Brevo, Firebase, and RCCM and Talentship. So on that, we have another great panel and another great set of speakers who are going to come on stage. So I just wanted to help you energize, right? Help you move a bit, because that's, I think, one thing which developers lack is we make a lot of things, right? We move a lot of things. For example, I saw this quote. It's, I think, a good T-shirt quote that I'm a developer. I make GPUs go brrr, just like that. Can anyone relate? Like, right? In this world of AI and ML, a lot of GPUs, a lot of compute is being used, and yeah, in our parties, I think this is the audience, right? You can mostly relate with. And when we are out there in the world with a lot of non-developers in the room, and you feel standing in the corner, they have no idea. I can run like Kubernetes cluster in like 10 seconds, right? Or something like that, right? We have superpower, but yeah, this is the audience. These are your people. So please make sure you utilize this time. Don't go home having any questions unanswered. And there are no wrong questions. Please make sure we are all beginners here, right? So you don't have to feel anything. You don't have to hold yourself back. So on that, I wanted to play a very similar video than yesterday. How many of you were here in the second half yesterday? All right, many of you. How many of you were not here in the second half when we started the second half? Anyone who was not here? Everyone is here? Nobody wants to admit. Okay, that's okay. So a different set of videos you will see, but yeah, on that, I think you know the drill. So I would ask everyone to stand up. Can you all stand up, please, on your seats? Let's do some activity. And this might be the most activity you might do while sitting, right? So let's try that. All right, so on the queue, AV team, can we have the video? So we will have, you know the drill. I think yesterday who were here, there will be some prompts coming. So you have to mimic, right? And you have to, be energetic, right? So everyone should move. So nobody should be just standing still. All right. So on the count of 3, 2, 1, play. That's amazing. A round of applause for each one of you. Can we have a huge round of applause? Yes. That's some great show of energy. So can we have my screen on display now? I wanted you to just take out your phone, scan this QR code, and yeah, just share some thought. If you could hire one superhero in your dev team, who it would be? Let's see some nice responses from each one of you. Yeah. So yeah, please make it safe for work, right? And usually when we do quizzes, I ask, please enter your real name. Don't use Batman or Wonder Woman. And people do that, right? Like, we love your usernames. And yeah, here you're free to just be creative. If you could hire one superhero, the Flash, all right? Okay. Bruce Banner, Star-Lord, Ant-Man. That's nice. Yeah, we have one Batman. We have, okay, the Flash, I think more faster GPUs for that, right? Yeah. Iron Man, all right, that's understandable. Wonder Woman is coming up close. Someone said Jadoo, all right, that's nice. Yeah. Oh, Thanos, yeah. I don't know if it's a meme, but there is a JavaScript library, Thanos.js, which randomly deletes half of your files, which is amazing. Yeah. So one way to get rid of all the bugs is get rid of all the code, right? So that is also true. We have Thor. Okay, I think Iron Man and the two versions, Iron Man version 1.0 and 2.0, and my laptop. All right. So that's a good one. All right, let's go to the second question, which is, what snack best describes your latest React project? Is it classic, satisfying like masala dosa, or full of surprises like aloo chaat or vada pav? We're quite close to Mumbai. Or is it like papad, which is crunchy bug fixes everywhere? So I think this will be good for our upcoming speakers who are going to talk about DevTools. And yeah, how can you do better bug fixing? So it's like papad, okay, bug fixes everywhere. Crunchy bug fixes, all right. So 42% are saying it's like papad, all right. So let's go to the final question, what's your preferred debugging method? Is it adding more console log, or is it just talking to your code, talking to your laptop until it confesses, or asking ChatGPT, blaming CSS? Yeah, CSS, right? It's one of the hardest. I think we can put in your resume that one of the hardest things you have done is entering a div, or exiting Vim, right? That used to be thing, but yeah. Or console.log therapy. All right. Classic. 72% are saying that. But yeah, that's nice. So those are the things which I wanted to ask. But yeah, initially we thought we'll do a full-blown quiz, but we'll just keep it light because all of you are ready to learn new things. And let's see as the day goes. If you are in for some challenge, we can do some quizzes in the day. And we have my fellow MC Rambo, who is going to take over after break. He has some activities planned as well. So, but yeah, on that note, I would like you all to welcome on stage Aarti, who is going to talk about DevTools and how you can use the power of React DevTools and AI to do bug fixing even better. So can we have a huge round of applause for Aarti on stage? Everyone. This is Aarti's first conference talk, so we'll need a huge round of applause, everyone, around like a thunderous. Let's give her some cheer. And she comes from Chennai, and she works for Key Value Software Systems as an associate technical lead. And yeah, so she has given a lot of internal presentations, but for a conference, and definitely it's going to be a great experience, a good amount of learning. Hopefully, you will have some questions in your mind, so please make sure you take note of them, and you have when we have time after the break, you can discuss that. So over to you, Aarti.
Hello. Yeah. Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. So good morning, everyone. I hope you all had a great time yesterday. So my name is Aarti Muralidharan. At least some of you might feel a bit difficulty to pronounce my name. So let's keep it short. So it's Aarti. And I'm coming from Key Value Software Systems. So like most of you guys, I'm a software developer who's currently working as an associate technical lead. Oh God, associate technical lead. So in Key Value, we are basically a product engineering team who's helping startups and scale-ups to build their product from scratch with cutting-edge technologies and AI-first mindset. And till now, we have delivered more than 130 projects for over 90 customers, and more than 40 of them were able to secure Series A funding. So that's regarding me and my company. Yeah, thank you for that. So, okay. So let's just get to the topic of discussion. So today in this session, I would like to explore a space that we developers, or rather, we front-end developers spend a lot of time in, which is debugging React applications. So let's see, when we combine this React DevTools with AI, how can we create a fundamentally smarter debugging workflow? So how many of you guys, those who are here, works with React DevTools on a daily basis? Yeah. And it will be a stupid question to ask, but how many of you are working with AI on a daily basis? So what are the different things that you work with? I mean, what are the different scenarios in which you apply AI while you are developing your application? Some answers can I get? Okay, unit test, I'm hearing unit test. Then actually we use it for code suggestions or code refactoring. So yeah, documentation, actually that was a major headache. We use it for that. Actually, we can make use of AI in debugging as well. So how let's experiment when we combine this AI and DevTools. What powerful thing will emerge out of it? Let's see. You might feel like, why exactly do we need to merge it? Because the DevTools that we have right now is extremely powerful. They are giving us a lot of features. They are giving us tools to identify or get a better visibility of the bug, and also to do performance profiling of our application. We are having tools for that. But before jumping into any conclusion, let's just see some numbers, okay? Yeah. So an average developer week is, sorry. Let's go back. Yeah. So an average developer week is about 40 hours. We work for at least 5 days a week and at least 8 hours. It's more than that, obviously it's more than that at almost all the time. But average is about 40 hours. So I'm just going to keep about 15% of that total time for debugging. And anyone who spend more than 15%, 6 hours, more than 6 hours on a weekly basis just for debugging, just for tracking some production bugs that we got. Anyone? So what was the maximum time that you had to spend? 2 days, just for one bug, okay? So I'll just categorize what we use that time for. So initially, the first thing is to understand the bug. At times, we won't be able to identify what the bug is or where exactly we're getting the bug. So that eats most of the time out of that 6 hours, or whatever time that we are taking. The next is understanding the root cause. Just by getting a visibility, we won't be identifying where exactly that bug originates. And once we finalize on the fix, we have to make sure our app is working perfectly fine, or the performance is not at all affected because of our fix. So we do a performance profiling. So coming back to that time that we spent. So I'm still going to go with that 6 hours. But on a long run, if we consider over an year, it's actually 312 hours that we are spending just for interpreting this debugging data. So 312 hours. It's basically 8 weeks of our developer effort, or rather 2 months of our developer effort. It's a lost productivity just because we are not using the correct tools. Okay, and at least some of you might think, why exactly are we, checking these time management thing now? Before going into that, can anyone tell me when exactly React was first introduced to us, or what was the year? Bit close. Yes, so we got our initial version, which is 0.3 in 2013. At that time, it was typically class components. I believe at least some of you have worked in class components. even though the syntax in which we have to write these components is a bit tricky, or I would say a bit headache, still the component tree structure and all the rendering phases was pretty simple. So we started with simple components. Then 2018, we got suspense. So with the help of suspense, we were able to mark these asynchronous boundaries like loading phases or error scenarios. So whenever we want a fallback, we were able to achieve it quickly or very easily. And then came hooks. That was 2019, which was a major breakthrough. We were able to completely migrate from class components to functional components because of state management. Then in 2022, we got concurrent mode. So till then, the rendering phase was completely linear. But after concurrent mode, the React would start a render phase. It can pause in between. It can stop it, or it can replay the render. All those came into picture. So asynchronous rendering came into picture. And later, in 2024, server-side components came. So all these things, when we got all these features, it's true that now it's easy for us to create an application on a larger scale, or we can include more features into our application. But the complexities and challenges that we have to face while debugging such applications also increase. So let's see what are the complications that we are facing. To understand that, okay. Yeah, so basically, modern React is not simple React. Sorry, I missed that. Then to understand, what happened? Okay. So yeah, so to understand the complexity, I'm dissecting a simple component here. So this is a simple representation of a component. I'm saying I'm having a component with more than 10 hooks. 10 might feel like a large number, but think about it. I'm having 3 states, 2 use effects, some hooks like memos or context, or there might be custom hooks as well. And I'm having an asynchronous component. It's the concurrent mode that we are rendering this. Then I'm enclosing my whole component in error boundaries, suspense boundaries. So all these in picture, we have to deal with a lot of debugging challenges. As I mentioned, concurrent mode is one of them. Then with suspense in picture, we have to make sure that suspense that got marked is as expected. Then with hydration. So in server-side components, DevTools actually had to make sure that there is no mismatch between the server render and the client hydration. React DevTools actually helps us to identify all these things, but the problem is the time taken to do that is actually very big. So before going further, I would like to give a small update or small insight about what exactly we are looking at when we check React DevTools. So can someone tell me what exactly we are seeing here? What is this? Yeah, it's an array list, but in technical terms, what exactly are we seeing? It's a DOM. It's a component tree that we are seeing. So actually, in effect, we are not directly viewing the React component tree. It's the fiber nodes that we are seeing here. So basically, fiber nodes is an internal data structure that React keeps so that it can track all those props, states, context, hooks, and what else? Re-rendering priorities, and all those things can be tracked. So since we are getting a visibility of all those fiber nodes, we are also able to see these props, states, hooks, context, and all those values with the help of React DevTools. And then coming towards the features that they're providing. Yes. So the initial first feature is we can actually update a state value or a prop value inside DevTools itself. So it helps us to recreate a edge case without even touching the code base. The next one is we get a proper visibility of the hooks. So we can actually make use of the predefined hooks that React provides us, and also we can create custom hooks. But because of hooks misuse, actually we might be getting some re-rendering issues. So since we are getting a proper analysis or proper visibility of these hooks, it becomes easy for us to identify those re-rendering issues in advance, not in advance, at that point of time. The next is context. So as part of yesterday's session, actually, we got a quick review about what context is. So when exactly are we using context? Yeah, exactly. So to provide prop drilling. But the problem with context is context flooding can happen. So actually, React DevTools helps us to identify those scenarios as well. now going forward, actually, I want to talk about a tool that we uses to the least, or it is very underused tool, which is provided by React DevTools. Any guesses? Actually, it helps us to do performance analysis. Yeah, exactly. So how many of you are using Profiler? I would say 10%. Okay. So basically, we have to make use of profiling to make sure that the re-renders that happen in our application is as expected. So can you see on top, actually, we are seeing the 12 number, 4 out of 12. That's actually the number of re-render that happened because of one action that we carried out in our application. And we'll get what exactly caused that particular re-render, or the time taken for each re-render. Then the component by division, like what time exactly was taken by each component in a re-render. All those things we can identify. So make sure you check out all those features. And actually, after every fix, we have to make sure that the app is working as expected. We are not having any unwanted re-renders done. Okay. So given that we have all these tools and features given to us, the problem is React DevTool is actually just giving you a visualization, like a representation. It's us who have to identify what went wrong. So, okay. So basically, there are some gaps that DevTools leaves behind, which we can make use of AI to fill. First is context gap. As I mentioned with React DevTools, we are getting the current UI state, but not the trail of events that led to a bug, or not the session replays or the network payload trail or anything. We won't be able to get it with React DevTools. So there are tools which helps us to identify that. So with AI, we can actually do the context reconstruction. So we will be able to get the proper session replays or the events that led to that problem, and also the network payload and everything. There are tools for that. I'll introduce some of the tools to you later. The next one is root cause blindness. So once we identify the issue, like once we spot the issue, we have to find the root cause. And it takes a lot of time to pinpoint that particular cause that's causing the issue. Can I get some of the commonly found issues, the commonly found root causes that we face on a daily, not a daily basis, but mostly? I'll give you a start. As someone mentioned, prop drilling is one thing. Then something else. Okay. So context flooding, as I mentioned, also hooks misuse. All those things can be a reason why we are getting an issue. So the reason we are able to mention these parameters or these root causes may be because of our experience or the intensity in which we are getting these issues. But imagine we are getting a bug because of a rare scenario. So it eats most of our time from our work week. And with the help of AI, we can actually recognize the pattern. AI will help you find the root cause. And some AI tools actually give you patches which you can test it against your code base. But make sure you review the patch that you're getting. Never blindly go with the the solution that you're getting. Because the AI model that we have right now is not that advanced, which we can blindly trust in case of code. Next one is reactive debugging. So basically, the debugging workflow that we follow today is actually, we wait for something to break. And once something is broken, we'll go hunt to find out what exactly went wrong. So basically, I know it's a strong term, but it's like a postmortem. So with the help of DevTools, we are not able to identify any issues that might happen in future, or the future bottlenecks or performance issues. With the help of AI, we can move our reactive debugging to predictive debugging. There are tools which is learning upon millions of repositories, AI ML models, which helps us to identify these logical errors in advance. So it becomes easy for us to identify those issues and also reduce the number of bugs that is happening on our application in advance. Okay, that will help us to reduce the production bugs to a greater level. I know that's kind of a dream for at least 90% of us developers. So let's go with the options that are already available today. So now coming to context reconstruction. So I mentioned we'll be getting session replays and then event stack trace and everything. So it's not just these three tools. There are multiple other options too. I'm just giving you some examples. Now, Zippy AI, Highlight.io, LogRocket, all these platforms actually gives you proper session replays of the error, and also the user interaction, what all interaction the user made at that point. Then some insights can be obtained from the applications. The one thing I have to notice, all these platforms actually have free tier for them, but Zippy AI and LogRocket minimizes the features that we get in the free version is minimum. Whereas Highlight.io, it's a bit much, but I'll just give you a quick walkthrough through two of these applications. And Zippy AI and LogRocket we can integrate only if we have a proper domain, whereas Highlight.io we can do it in our local host as well. That's the major difference. Next is pattern recognition. So these are the Interfix, GetAfix, or RepairNator. These are the platforms that we can make use of to identify the root cause. And they will actually propose a solution to us, which we can test it against our code base. Next is, predictive debugging. So these were the AI ML platforms that I mentioned, which will actually give us predictive debugging, which will actually give us future bottlenecks in advance. They actually can identify these issues because they are learning upon millions of repositories. Now, going through only two of these platforms because of time delay, I will say time constraint. So I'll go with Highlight.io first. Basically, one second. So this platform actually, I have integrated this platform to one of our in-house product. It's Tribe. We basically use it for employee engagement programs. Like we can post contents to it, just like how we do it for Instagram, but internally. And there are options for us to create surveys. The admin can create surveys for the employees. So one of my colleagues actually got a bug in it. He was unable to generate content with AI, but I was not able to reproduce that. So since I got a proper recording from this application, and I'm repeating it, I'm not an advocate of this application, but any replay application, I'll be getting a proper session replay, and with that, actually, I was able to identify where exactly went wrong. So this, you can see, here, we'll get the past sessions as well as the current session. So this is the application that you're seeing here, and I'll get the proper session replay, and each timestamp will give you what all happened at that point, like user click, and you'll get a proper event list there. And you can create AI insight, like what exactly happened in the particular session. I can create an AI summary of it. So the major difference between this platform, Highlight.io and Zippy or LogRocket, is that we are getting the entire session. Like from the moment user logs in till the session is over, I'm getting the entire session in this platform. Whereas Zippy and LogRocket gives us the particular error session, like error snippet, just the error snippet. So it's easy for us to identify that particular position. So with this, actually, we have to watch the entire session to identify where exactly went wrong and all. Yeah, so we can actually integrate the same with our Slack, and also it's easy for us to get updates if something went wrong and all. And in this application, actually, we can integrate this with our backend too to identify bugs from backend. Now, the next one is Zippy AI. This one is somewhat similar. They'll give you dashboards regarding the intensity of bugs that's reported in your application, whether it is front-end or the network error. And as I mentioned, some of the features that they're providing is limited. I won't be able to show you all. So we get session replays too, and heat maps, which helps you identify where exactly the user is spending more time on. This actually comes in use if you're using an e-commerce platform, or which includes direct communication with the clients and all. And then about API performance, we will be able to identify if we are facing latency in API, or what's the percentage of errors that we're getting from API. All those values we'll be able to identify with this. So, the other platforms, make sure you explore it on your own. And now I'm moving on. Yeah. So, can someone identify these logos? Yeah, CodeRabbit is CodeRabbit, Cursor, Copilot. So these are mainly agents. Windsor. So these are mainly agents. I think these are some of the underused one, or it's not that common. Ask Cody, Kyoto and all. There are certain other agents too. So we make use of these agents basically for refactoring or for code suggestions, or to get suggestions about how we can implement a certain feature or something. But actually, since these agents have complete context of our whole repository, they are actually like a background validator. They will give us solutions for any bugs that we face. But always make sure, even though they have context, they never assume that they know your runtime conditions. Make sure you give them context regarding that too. Okay, so these are certain agents, and there are multiple other agents which are available today. Because of space constraint, I couldn't include more. So in the beginning of the session, what I mentioned to you was we can combine React DevTools with AI so that we can create a smarter debugging workflow. Let's see if we achieve that. So DevTool is capturing the fiber level truth. So that's the fiber level truth that we're using now. With the help of AI, we are able to interpret what that behavior meant, what we are seeing, what that meant. So before, developer was just getting a visibility. But with the help of AI, he's getting a proper diagnosis. Over time, we can, by combining this DevTools with AI, we can create a prediction and prevention model. So DevTools was basically reactive. We can convert it to proactive and latent predictive. And at some point, or we can make use of that right now also, it will be a self-healing platform. With the help of DevTools with AI, as they are giving us patches for our bug fixes and all, we can make it a self-healing platform. So before winding up my session, let's just analyze a simple scenario. So I'm having an e-commerce platform, which is a mid-sized e-commerce platform, and there is about 15 React developers, of which they're using React 18, the latest version of React, with a bit of Next.js and TypeScript. So the major problem that we're facing is they had to spend about 20 to 30 hours per week for debugging. So analyzing it further, let's say I'm not going with the maximum amount, like 6 hours is not I'm taking. Let's say their debugging time is 4.2 hours. Since there is about 15 developers, on total they were spending about 20 to 30 hours per week. So do we like to spend that much time just for debugging? Right? So dev satisfaction is very low. On adding AI, the debugging time will be reduced was reduced to 1.8 hours, which is a considerable reduction in the time. So because of that, the total hours spent weekly was reduced to below 10 or just 10 hours. And of course, self-explanatory, our dev satisfaction will increase because we get more time to develop more features. The production bugs that we are getting, there is a reduction in production bugs that we are getting. So basically, dev satisfaction increases very much, I would say. So I hope this session was useful to all you guys. Thank you for the patience, and yeah. So what? Yeah, so if you guys want to connect with me, you can use LinkedIn. And I'll be here in case of any discussion, or if you just want to connect, you can approach me. Thank you.
Round of applause for Aarti. Great work.
I'll keep it there.
Yeah. So I think the clicker is not powered by React, so that's why. Yeah. But yeah, I think that was a great session. I hope you all learned something new, and we'll carry on the conversation about DevTools in the next session as well. And we have an interesting speaker, also, of course, the interesting topic. But yeah, he's coming all the way from Silicon Valley, and he has worked at Amazon, starting from Prime Video to the AWS, and yeah, he has a lot of experience to share. Apart from that, yeah, just while he's setting up, there was one question I asked before, right? What breakfast snack your latest React project relates with, and there was no option of spaghetti or noodles, but someone said, yeah, I want that. Yeah. And yeah, so I think Naman, I think he's ready, and let's give a huge round of applause for Naman for sharing his experience. Go ahead.
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Hey. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the great introduction. Have you ever wondered what if you could use your app as someone with color blindness? Or what if you could test your fix in production without having to deploy? That would be amazing, right? Or what if we could tweak and author CSS, but do it visually. And what if debugging animations did not have to be a nightmare? Heck, what if we got assistance with all the heavy lifting? Sounds like a dream? Well, I'm here to tell you browser DevTools can do that. Hey everyone, my name's Naman. As of earlier this month, I was working as a senior front-end engineer at AWS in the San Francisco Bay Area. After 6 amazing years at Amazon, 4+ at AWS, decided to move back home, so great to be back. I also deeply care about accessibility, and I'm into a few things outside of work. So if any of that sounds interesting, would love to chat offline. So before we get started, to set the right expectations for the talk, it's not a comprehensive guide of all browser DevTools features, since quite simply there's a lot to cover and we have limited time. Analyzing performance traces has great guidance already, so we won't cover that. Lighthouse and audit reports are mostly self-explanatory. Extensions are not available out of the box. And finally, experimental features, which may or may not make it to the stable version, is something we wouldn't cover. So we'll focus on Chrome, though we will cover other browsers, and that mirrors the browser usage numbers. And we'll focus on the most useful yet lesser known features. So with that, let's get started with a generic set of capabilities, followed by accessibility, CSS, debugging, emulation, testing, AI, and more. So command palette, this is my personal favorite. I use it all the time. It's very similar to what you might have used in, say, VS Code or GitHub and Figma. It's this globally available bar, which you can bring up using Command-Shift-P on macOS. It lets us simply type the command we're looking for without having to locate it in DevTools, so it's great. And it can also help us discover commands and learn the keyboard shortcuts. In fact, it also helps navigate source code and open files. So here, we open the main.js file on the React India site. So as we all voted for right before, we love console logs, and yet it has some handy features which you might find useful. So say we wanted to time an operation. One imperative way of doing this is to create a date object, calculate the diff, and print that out. But what's nicer is to just use console.time, pass in a label, wrap it around the operation we want to time, and then at the end do a console.timeEnd, passing in the label, and boom, we get our time printed out. So that's nice. We often want to group our logs together, which can be useful to, say, look at the sequence in which things are getting printed. So console.group can help here, where we can similarly just pass in a label, wrap all of the logs with this, and just call console.groupN, passing in the same label. As we'll see in the next slide, it neatly groups together those logs. Another one is, say we want to print any object in a tabular form, which is nice since we can then just sort it and just have a closer look. So this is how it looks like with the grouped output, and then this is how it's with the tabular form. Say we wanted to use JavaScript to update an element, say add an attribute, remove a class. So one way of doing this is to use document.query selector, pass in the CSS selector, and get hold of the element. But an easier, nicer way is just use the DevTools selector, which is this pointer-based or mouse-based selector, and then just refer to it using $0 in the JavaScript console. And this even goes back to the last 5 elements, so you can go up to $4. Let's move to accessibility next. As developers, accessibility is not a favor. It's our duty. And to fulfill this duty, we need a way to validate that our app works for all users. So here, say we wanted to emulate vision deficiency, say blurred vision. So that's how the React India site looks like to someone with blurred vision. And that is how it looks like to someone with protanopia, which is, say, deficiency of the color red. So that's great. Color contrast is another important part of an accessible experience. So here we can just click the foreground color swatch and in the styles panel and see the contrast ratio and see whether it meets the AA and AAA standards. But what's nicer is, say we tweak this so that it no longer meets the requirements. DevTools even suggests a color which we can just click apply and that fixes the problem. Now, keyboard navigation is another important part of an accessible experience. But it's unfortunate that a lot of sites just have the default focus styling disabled or it's tweaked in some manner. So say we wanted to track the currently focused element on the site. So we can create a live expression on document.activeElement. And that way, as we navigate around the site, we would just get to see the currently focused element. Finally, ARIA attributes and properties is another important part of an accessible experience. So for this, we need to switch over to the accessibility tree view. For this, we just need to click the floating icon on the top right. And once we do that, we're able to, for example, validate here that the register now call to action on the conference site is having the role link and it's marked focusable. So let's move to CSS next. Now, let's be honest, most of us get into front-end/web development with some fancy JavaScript framework, and we conveniently don't spend enough time learning CSS and HTML properly, which inevitably leads to this one fine day, which was also one of the options on the poll right before. In fact, if you've ever had the chance to center a div vertically without using CSS grid and flexbox, you know what I mean. So it's great that grid and flexbox have simplified layout to a great extent, but say you're new to this and or you're coming at it after a while and you don't recall the right property or value to use. What's nice is we now have this visual experience for this. So all you need to do is click the badge on the display property and just do this visually. So we've all had our battles with CSS specificity where we spent a while trying to get our style to apply and just slapped the hashbang important at the end of it and called it a day. So thankfully, we got cascade layers a while back in CSS, which simplified this. So sure enough, Chrome DevTools has this dedicated layers view, and that's helpful in debugging specificity problems. If you ever worked with shadows, you probably had a hard time mapping what each value, which property each value maps to, and what effect that would have. So we now have this nice visual experience for this, and the same extends to angles as well. Okay, let's move to debugging next. Now, we've all run into some or the other bug at some point where we spent hours trying to debug, and just the fact that we could move to move past the previous error felt like a big win, right? In fact, debugging is a very important part of everyday programming. It usually goes with why does this work or why does this not work, and it ends with, oh, that's why. So what if debugging did not have to involve stepping through third-party code, right? So ignore list script can help here. So here we add the framework code on the conference site. So we can just say add it to the ignore list. And sure enough, it gets added as a custom exclusion rule. And from there, as we are debugging, it'll get skipped over by the debugger. What about animations? Remember we said, what if debugging animations did not have to be a nightmare? So what's great is Chrome DevTools can now it lets us record animations, and it gives us this timeline view where we can just slow it down and have a closer look. But what's awesome is we can even tweak the individual parts of this animation, and that way get the perfect timing we're looking for. And if you work with Bezier curves, we also have this visual experience for it. What about the case where some user is facing some issue on their machine, and we need to take a closer look to debug. So what's great is we can just export the network activity to what's called a HTTP archive file, or HAR, and then we can just import it back on our machine and then have a closer look. So one call out with this though is if you're asking the user to share this, do make sure they've sanitized it, since it can contain sensitive info at times. So our users have preferences, and it's really important to make sure our app respects those preferences. This is especially the case for, say, a preference for reduced motion, because it can have an impact on the health of the user, right? So we need a way to validate this, and emulation lets us do that. So in addition to this preference, for example, we can even emulate what's the preferred color scheme, right? So that's great. Not all of our users have the best network connectivity, and it can even be a transient issue because, say, they are traveling or just having a bad connection that day. So throttling helps us here, but what's awesome is we can even set a custom upload and download speed and validate. So that gives us even more confidence. The web today runs on devices of all shapes and sizes. I mean, we have everything from a gaming console to a foldable phone to a ultra-wide monitor, right? So it's crucial to ensure our app is responsive enough and works well. So we have this device emulation view, which can help here. Let's move to testing next. So remember, we were wondering, what if we could test our fix in production without having to deploy? Now, well, as we all know, it's not that simple, right? Or is it? Local overrides can help here. The way this works is we head to the sources panel, and we need to give Chrome DevTools access to a folder on our local disk. Once we do that, we can just, for example, here, we open the markup for the conference site, and then we change the year from 2025 to 2026, hit save, refresh, and there you go. We just updated the React India site. What's great, actually, quick thing on this. So this is very useful, say, if you want to change the locale on the page or tweak the content security policy of the page, and just quickly check how it would work. But what's even better is we can even override API endpoints and then just see quickly how our app would behave. So that's awesome. Firefox even has this fonts panel for all things typography. But the one I really like is it has this compatibility view where we can just set the target browsers, and then it flags any issues with the properties you're using across those target browsers. So that's awesome. And Safari even has this graphics panel. So this is useful for debugging and inspecting canvas elements. So here we're on the Excalibur side where we just drew a rectangle, and you can see it helps us take a closer look. Finally, well, we live in the age of AI, so as you can imagine, AI has made its way to Chrome DevTools as well, and that's exciting. So the way this works is we need to enable this from settings and AI innovations, and then the fun begins. So we can then start talking to a chat AI agent. This, as you can imagine, is Gemini-based. So here, say we ask it to help us truncate, rather remove truncation for this Learn More button, right? So notice here that on the bottom left, the button is set as the context for the chat. So just based off this simple prompt, the AI agent is able to analyze, and it comes up with a few approaches. So it asks us to pick one approach. So say here the approach we pick is to remove the overflow and text overflow attributes or properties. So once we choose that, it then generates the code. Now this is called an action with effect, and therefore it pauses, the agent pauses the execution, and it waits for our consent. So, so in this case, say we go ahead with this, this approach. If you notice closely, it tries to set the values to null, which ends up not working out. So what's great is it's robust enough that it doesn't just fail or crash. It actually then by itself falls back to a different approach, which is to set the default values for these properties. And sure enough, that does the job. So we can see we're able to get the desired outcome. And then from there, we can just persist these changes to our disk, for which there's this apply to workspace. And again, we need to grant DevTools permission to a folder on the disk for that. So that's nice. And yeah, beyond just starting a chat, we can even just click any element and from the context menu, just deep link to the chat, which will just set that element as the context for the chat. Apart from making changes and executing, we can even ask it to just simply explain things to us. For example, here we ask it, hey, why does a margin auto help with center aligning an element horizontally? And it's able to, I must say, it does a great job at explaining that. As it says here, beyond just CSS and DOM, we can even use it to analyze network requests. So here, say we select this log event request on the conference site. We can ask it, hey, why does this why does this request take so long? What's interesting is it's able to look at this request and its sub parts. So it's able to see that, okay, a majority of the part is spent in waiting for server response. And it sees what this request tries to do. On top of that, it looks at the fact that it takes 95 milliseconds. So it's able to tell us that, hey, based on my analysis, this is actually acceptable latency for this sort of a request. And it's not really that slow. So that's pretty cool. It can also help us with performance analysis. So here, for example, we ask it, we just have this LCP insight. So we click the debug with AI, and it's able to help us understand that better. In fact, even on network traces, we can click for example, here, this compile script task. Again, it's able to help us, dive deeper and understand that better. In fact, even with source code, it can help us analyze this. So, for example, here we have this base.js file on the conference side, and we ask it, hey, what does this script do? It's able to essentially tell us that this is a file needed for the embedded YouTube videos to work, right? So that's great. In fact, very quickly on the previous one, if you notice, for all of them, like on the bottom left, you'll see the context for the chat. So here we have that file as the context. In fact, it can even help us with JavaScript console warnings and errors. So say here we have this preload related warning on the React documentation side. So we can just say, hey, help me understand this warning. It's able to give us a nice summary, but what's nice is, say we're not happy with the summary, it even lets us deep link to a Google search with that warning or error populated. So that's great. And yes, beyond all this, just a month back, we got a MCP or Model Context Protocol server for Chrome DevTools. So this is really powerful. So it allows the agent to no longer simply suggest the code. So it can now launch an actual Chrome instance and then do any actions that a human can, say clicking and typing. But beyond that, it can even it can even run a performance analysis. It can debug, it can analyze network requests, right? So these capabilities are called tools in MCP lingo, and they are across input, navigation, and debugging and more. And what this enables is the AI agents are no longer limited to just suggesting the code and hoping for the best. It can actually validate that it solves a problem, say it improves performance, and also does not end up causing newer errors. So that's really powerful. Setting this up is really easy. You just need to add this config to the MCP client of your choice. In this case, I'm using VS Code with client. And once you add it, we can see the tools which are available. So let's put it to work. So say we ask it to analyze the performance of the conference site and suggest some improvements. So here it's able to figure out that, hey, it needs to use the Chrome DevTools MCP server. It is using the new page tool, and it waits for our consent. So once we approve this, it launches this new Chrome window where you can see on the top it has this banner which says Chrome is being used by automated or controlled by automated test software. And from there on, it asks to take a screenshot. It runs a performance trace. It lists network requests. It lists console messages. And it even keeps us informed throughout the process. And finally comes up with this performance report where you can see it recommends optimizing the LCP image by adding this fetch priority attribute. It recommends optimizing the image delivery by adding basically this pre-connect attribute for the CDN. It even splits the action items by priority. And it also tells us what is already working well and the performance improvements or gains we can expect after implementing these improvements. So all of that just from that one very simple prompt. And there's more that DevTools has to offer beyond this. So there's support for WebAssembly, which is this new format that browsers natively understand. There is remote debugging, which is for native mobile apps. There is application tab, which you've probably used. There is code snippets, which is we can reuse JavaScript across DevTools sessions. And then there's workspaces, which we saw before briefly, which is you can persist the changes made to a local disk. So as we've seen throughout the talk, we started with a set of wishes. And it's incredible that our wishes have come to life. So this helps us deliver a best-in-class customer experience. It helps improve our productivity. It even helps us improve our developer experience. And what's interesting is it's not the case that there are many features here which have actually been around for a while. So I urge you that the next time you come across a What's New page like this, do take a quick look because that feature you wished existed might just have come to life. And while you're at it, you might even run into one of the many Easter eggs. So you get to play this nice brick game right within the DevTools. And here are some references, which is essentially the official Chrome DevTools docs and this great blog by Adi Osmani, who's a Chrome veteran. I see some of you, or rather many of you clicking, so I'll wait for a few seconds here. And moving ahead, before we wrap, wanted to give a shout out to Shruti Kapoor. She was also, she spoke on this very stage in the last edition. So, she helped out with refining the CFP for the talk. So thank you, Shruti, you're awesome. And with that, it's been an honor, React India. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that great talk. Anyone has any question for our speaker? Anyone? Okay. So you can connect with him after the session. Okay. So in these first and second sessions about DevTools and a lot of knowledge nuggets about how to be a better developer, how to be better at bug fixing and tracking bugs, and love the things he mentioned about accessibility. And I don't know how many of you know, but yeah, there are a lot of people, right? Even if we consider, let's say, 1% or a tiny percentage of all users who require us to be more aware about accessibility, and we implement accessibility features, it still affects a lot of people, right? So even a tiny percentage is a large number of people. And thank you for listening, and everyone. I wanted to take this time to do a quick activity. So how many of you use GitHub app? You have a GitHub app in your phone? And okay, very few people. All right. So I think I'll have to go to the fallback, which is how many of you have Chrome in your phone? Google Chrome. All right. That's a good fallback. All right. So I think some of you might have guessed it. We are doing a quick Dino game because, right? So what happens when your internet goes down, which is the Dino appears, right? So please turn off your mobile data, and we are doing a Dino challenge right now. So you are going to play the Dino game, and let's see who gets the most. I'll have the timer. Until that timer runs, whoever gets the most score in their game. So you can do retry, right? If your Dino dies very quickly, so you can do a retry. So once I do the timer, time is up, and we'll do a quick show of hands who has the highest score, and that 2 people will get a special swag from AWS, our platinum sponsor for today. Everyone, so please do not use any automation scripts. Yeah, so let's see. You just have to turn off your mobile data or Wi-Fi, and yeah, click on the Dino, and it will reactivate. Do we have Dushyant and Siddhant from Google here? So please join us near the AV console. All right, do we have the high scorers? Anyone above 1,000? Oh, that's great. All right, anyone above 2,000? 1. Anyone above, anyone above 1,500? Okay, 2. All right. Anyone above, I think we have the winners, I guess, but yeah, just for fun. How many of you are between 1,000 to 1,500? Okay, that's great. That was close. And so can you all please stand up? Round of applause for both of these individuals for being great at Dino game. Yeah. And also being a great developer. So you please claim your goodies. So Rajat, are you in the room? So you can just connect with him during the break, during the lunch break, all right? And yeah, just wanted to share one. Yeah, that was good, right? Yeah, how many of you had never played that game before? Everyone played? Okay, that's good. Some of you didn't. Okay, so that's nice. Each of these browsers, which are the flavor of Chromium, have these versions, right? Anyone can guess which one is Microsoft Edge? Which game is inside Microsoft Edge for this, the same offline game? Anyone? It's Surf. So if you write edge : / surf, you have a surfing game. And in Comet, anyone? It's Black Hole. So yeah, there is a planet which you have to, interestingly, go inside. I think wormhole. I think so. Yeah, you have to go inside the wormhole. That's a fun. So you can try that. And yeah, I've seen some YouTuber automating it, right? Like using a Raspberry Pi sensor on the screen and then automating this shit. So that's crazy. So that's nice. One more hidden gem. If you had a GitHub app, so this is my GitHub app, for example. If you go to the profile page and if you go to the settings cog from there, and if you just scroll to the very bottom, you have this version, right? And if you just tap on that version, come on, yeah. If you just tap it like 10 times, a secret, hidden gem, like a not so secret anymore. So this is, so while I was at GitHub, this was something which I discovered. So yeah, you can try this inside while you are debugging on the go, right? Hopefully, you don't have to. I have had some friends who literally had their applications. We have developers, building these tools, but hopefully you never have to debug something while you're on the go, just getting on a flight and something. But yeah, these things happen, right? So we have our next speakers from Google, and yeah, it's going to be a great, insightful session. Anyone who is using the Firebase platform? Okay, so that's for most of you, it will be something new you will be learning. And okay, so far, anyone? Okay, until yesterday, right? So until the break, I would say until this session, anyone? You have something which you can implement in your projects. I asked this question yesterday. You learned something new which you can implement in your projects right after the conference. Can we see some show of hands now? Yesterday there were like, I think 20 people showed their hands. Now there are even less. Where are these people going? Okay. So, but yeah, this is, I think, a great thing which happens, that whatever you are learning, try that even if you don't have any actively running projects where you can implement them, but you try to do something, like try to document it, try to take up some notes, or even like do a simple search, like AI search, try to dig deeper on your notes, because sometimes later becomes never, right? If you put it on later, okay, I will use it sometime later, it sometimes becomes never. And a good way to do that, if you have learned something new and you don't have any actively running projects in your work where you can use them, just try to utilize them in your personal projects, like fun projects. So I have those tons of projects, and especially with this AI boom, where you can write a prompt and an complete app comes right into life. I have actually a lot of fun. I'm sure anyone wants to share any fun story of a fun app you have created using AI? Yeah, anyone? I created like a KBC emulation game. So I love doing quizzes on stage. So I thought, okay, it would be fun to have an app where you can, because I'm a developer, I love keeping things developer friendly. So there is an admin panel where you can import a JSON file with a lot of questions and answers. And yeah, so once that is loaded on the user side, a KBC-like game would play, right? And to avoid copyright, we would not, I would really wanted to add those music, but yeah, it's always available as an add-on. People can load a file and their favorite music would play. So that was fun. Anyone wants to share a story of a fun game app or game they created using AI? We have one. Do we have a microphone? Or you can just be loud, yeah.
That's all about it.
All right. Yeah. So when the mic came, all right. So that was good. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, someone I knew when I was at GitHub, so someone created a funny like a GitHub roast application where you just enter your username. It will scan your latest activity on GitHub and do a like a light-hearted roast, right? So for someone, it can say that someone has less projects on less repository or less projects on GitHub than number of followers, right? So someone really needs to, up their social, I would say, open source game, something like that. But yeah, that is also fun. So I think our speakers are ready. Both our speakers today, Dushyant and Siddhant, have more than a decade of experience each. And yeah, I think all of you will have great experience learning something new. So can we have a huge, huge round of applause for both our speakers today? Yeah. All right. Over to you. Thank you. I didn't realize I was already wearing a mic and I was
Is this working?
using yours.
So
All right.
Go ahead. No? So they'll give Now? this thing. Yeah. Sorry, I had a bad flight yesterday. My ears are not back. Cool. For those of you diligent souls who cared to look at the schedule today, you might have noticed this title is different from what's in there, right? This sort of stuff happens. And the product and the things that we are going to talk about today, it is designed to help you in these situations. Probably not the greatest flex to have the title of the talk wrong, but stuff happens. First things first. Nice. Okay. So let's dive in. Intros first. So I'm Siddhant. I'm a product manager with Firebase, probably the only product manager speaking today. So nice. What is Firebase? Firebase is Google's app development platform. What Firebase does is it helps users, it helps developers, it empowers developers to build and grow apps that users love. What Firebase does is it has a lot of services that you can use to create apps, build them, develop them, go through the entire cycle, and then you are also able to run them. So it's not just about you develop something, you host it, but then it's some other platform's job. All of the multitude of services necessary to maintain an app, to build it, completely own it basically, all of that is present with Firebase, and it just helps. It provides very simplified backend managed services that help you run your app. So what are we going to talk about today? We are going to talk about one of the Firebase products called Remote Config and how, in association with another of the Firebase products, so these products play together with each other, it helps you manage your AI stuff, right? There are too many AI things happening today, so I'm just using the generic word stuff here. But in summary, what Remote Config does is it helps you configure, experiment with, and optimize your apps, your AI apps, your non-AI apps, all kinds of apps, web apps, mobile apps, in real time using feature flags. So what does this really mean, right? What can Remote Config really do for your AI apps? So let's talk about that a little bit. Okay, this thing doesn't work anymore. Okay, it's working. Yes, so to summarize, Remote Config helps you manage your AI apps remotely without requiring any app updates or without needing any deployments. We'll come back to that portion, how that happens. Then in addition to that, you can do experimentation with your mobile app or web app. You can run all sorts of experimentation that help you measure impact and see what's working versus what's not working. And one of my favorite features is it can help you confidently, gradually roll out new features. If all of you are developers here, we know that you've created some crazy new feature, or it may be a minor thing. You don't roll it out to 100% of your audience at once. Maybe roll it out to 1% or 2% and see how things are going. Maybe people like it, don't like it. It's failing your build or stuff happens, right? So gradual rollouts is paramount to safety, especially in the AI world today, because AI does not give you deterministic solutions. It doesn't. You know what will happen in the general area of what will happen, but you don't know exactly what the thing will spit out. So it's generally good to have some safety built in. And this product is, and the way what we are going to talk about today is all about safety for AI apps. You can also personalize the app. So basically you can run an experiment in auto mode and say, let the thing figure out what variant or what schema or what template should be served to which user. So it's basically experimentation on autopilot. A lot of heavy words here, but we are saying that we are going to use feature flags to do it. Remote config is a product based on feature flags. But what are really feature flags? Let's dive in. Right? Feature flags, in essence, are switches. It could be on or off switch. It could be a Boolean switch. It could be something else. So feature flags generally help us. Could you help move the thing from there? Yeah. Yeah. Thing is a bit flaky. Yeah. Just keep moving. Yeah, so feature flags are like switches, right? You could turn it to true, you could turn it to false. It could be a Boolean switch. You could have your answer stored as a string. You could turn the light red, or you could turn it blue. You can make anything happen there. You can go even further. You can say that, I want to control this switch remotely from anywhere. So I don't want to mess with my code. That is the central feature, right? I have a feature flag. I have encoded this switch in my code. Now I can just sit on a console somewhere, flip the flag, and changes happen all over the world. Remotely, all of your customer instances, wherever the browser is being opened, you can change the CTA color from red to yellow. You can move the CTA from top to bottom. I'm sure these things have come your way when you have done everything and someone just comes along and says, what, we should change the color to blue. Or, the CTA doesn't really pop out. Maybe we should move it to some other place, right? You can hide and unhide these features using feature flags. You can build a very complex logic as well. So you can specify a very complex targeting logic. People based out of rural Karnataka or rural, or maybe people based out of Bangalore who have some sort of a browser, say it's Chrome, and they perpetually have low data connection or whatever. You can build a lot of complex logic, and you can use that to target your users. And this is one of the most powerful things that feature flags and remote config gives you. Why? Because targeting is always an issue. If you are building a new feature, you are building that feature for a particular set of customers. So it's always good to test that feature on those set of customers and not really bother all of your customers. So in summary, remote config toggles feature flags. They help you toggle feature flags remotely. To a specific value, you can even use a JSON file with bunch of logic coded in. You can target based on a condition or a trigger in real time without requiring any kind of deployments. So you can say that, hey, in the web world, I can do deployments really quickly. Why do I need to bother with a feature flag and say, use some console and integrate another JS SDK into my code? Why do I need to do that? Few reasons. Yes, you can do the deployments pretty regularly for web apps, but deployments are a hassle. You are running the entire code again, and there are things that need to change. You need to go through the approval workflow. All of those things need to happen. You can avoid all of that. Because if you're doing this thing multiple times a day or multiple times a week even, it's a lot of wasted time. Targeting is another thing that is not available when you're directly just deploying. You do not want to, ideally, you do not want to add some logic directly into your code that you take out every few days or every few weeks. And real time. So if you change something and you want your users to immediately refresh the browser, because your change is not going to take effect unless they refresh, right? What you can do is you can set up a real-time signal in remote config with feature flags, and it will you can set a pop-up to go along with it. It'll throw up a pop-up and say, please refresh your browser, right? And that's when all of the changes will take effect. So that real-time real-time signal is a very, it could be life-saving. A lot of, we initially did not have this for web, but a lot of customers came to us and said, we really need this thing. Our applications don't really work without a real-time signal, so it just provides every developer with a superpower. So all of this fun stuff, what does it really mean for you, right? How do you use it daily? Like, let's talk about use cases. Imagine you have a travel app. There are a lot of platforms today. You can vibe code an app. You can do a lot of stuff. Say you have an app and you're using Firebase AI logic in it, and Firebase AI logic basically helps you call Gemini from your client instance. That's it, right? There are a lot of benefits to doing that. So you have built an AI-powered app. It helps your customers figure out, okay, I have entered, hey, these are my details, figure out an itinerary for me. Pretty simple use case, right? Now, what happens is you build the app using Gemini 1.0 or some other, version, and then suddenly a new one comes along. You need to switch to it. But switching to it would again involve, you need to go through the entire deployment process. You need to go into your code, make changes. If all of these things are hard-coded, then that is what you have to do. But if you have saved that model name as a parameter, as a feature flag, you can simply go and update that, hey, just change that string from 1.0 to 2.5 Pro. That's it. That's all it takes, right? Your credentials and everything is already, stored in. You don't really need to change that. So you can do a lot of these changes very easily for your AI apps. And these sort of things come. I mean, there are new things coming every day. There are new models coming every day. Let's think about some other use case. The app is in the market. Now, you're receiving customer feedback. Families are saying that the itineraries that your app is suggesting, the itineraries your website is suggesting, it gives a lot of nightlife options, right? I have a kid. I can't go to a nightclub, right? I can't go to very dangerous, adventurous activities with. How do we, you're losing customers because of that, and that feedback comes in, and now you figure out that, okay, the prompt at the base of the app is that you are a very courteous travel planner. That's the simple prompt that you have given. Now you want to change that prompt. To change that prompt, you again have to go into your code base and change the entire text. But if you have that prompt saved as a feature flag, as a parameter, you can simply go and edit that prompt there. But things do not stop there. Prompts are iffy, right? You can phrase things multiple different ways, and that can have different kinds of outcomes. So how do you know which one to choose? This is where the second superpower of remote config comes in, where you can run experiments. You can say, I have 3 great ideas for the prompt. I'm going to run an experiment on all 3 of them. I'm going to roll out all 3, and 1% of the customers will use each of those prompts, and we'll see what the data says, right? Wherever I'm getting the most conversion, I'll use that prompt going forward, and I'll expand it to 100% of the audience. Maybe you keep 2 prompts, and based on whatever your targeting logic is, you roll out one prompt to one set of audience and the other one to other set of audience. So multiple things can work. Now, you are settled in the market, the app is doing well, your website and travel business is doing well. Now, you've got to make a living, right? As a developer, you come up with a new feature that, hey, I'm going to implement this. What I'm going to do is, as if someone is, traveling in Goa, we'll just see what their location is, and we'll just try to suggest them, you can take this kind of a detour while you're going. So you're going from North Goa to South Goa, maybe you can take a detour in Kolba, right? So, but this is a very tricky feature. Your testers, your product managers, your business people, marketing people, they'll come and tell you, dude, this could blow up in your face, right? You could send them, you want people to, they have travel plans and you want them to go somewhere, and you're suggesting a destination that they immediately, take a U-turn and go. And what if it doesn't work out? What if the suggestions that you're sending are annoying? What if the destinations are not good? What if there are a lot of things that can go wrong. And it is a very dynamic feature based on location. What if just it drains the battery of the phone. Like Chrome anyway sucks up a lot, right? So what of all of these things happen? That's where the gradual rollouts come in. It is my number one safety feature that I think it just should be a best practice as we launch any feature, especially true for AI features. You roll out the feature to 1% of your audience or 5%, whatever you are comfortable with, and see how it's performing, and then you roll back if there's an issue. There are a lot of metrics, there's a lot of observability that is available with, that comes with a rollout feature, and you just keep monitoring those metrics. If something goes south, turn it off. No harm done, only a small portion of the customer base was impacted, and you're okay. You got to test something out, and then you can iterate and make improvements on it. So like, there are a lot of such real-world scenarios in your day-to-day job that you face, and thinking about safety, thinking about convenience, thinking about productivity, that's where all of these things come in. Now, what do these parameters look like? So if you're working with Firebase AI logic, where you have all of these things that you can do, right? You can specify a model name, you can specify a prompt, you can specify, where the API would sit, you can specify where it is applicable. So you can save all of these things as parameters, all of these Firebase AI logic parameters as feature flags. And once you have that, it's just a matter of, logging in, changing stuff to whatever you want to, and then having fun with your job, really. It takes out all of the stress that comes with changing things. Remote config is available across client and server environments. We have a JS SDK that you can use for integrating with web apps. It's a pretty straightforward process. And then from then on, it's just about setting up feature flags. My colleague Dushyant will guide us through, what that looks like. We'll come back to this. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Am I audible? Perfect. So I'll give a quick demo of what Siddhant spoke about. But first, let me do one thing. Okay. So I have created, hold on. Yeah. So I don't know if people know about this. This is one of our product called Firebase Studio. This is a vibe coding platform where you can build apps using Gemini. You can just chat with Gemini and it will build whatever apps. It supports multiple languages, multiple platforms. So I've created a simple single page application on React, which is the travel planner. I'll show you one of the versions of this planner. So for example, it takes like a destination, let's say Goa, number of days you want to travel, and if you have any interest, let's say beaches, right? And it will generate an itinerary for you to travel. And all of these parameters are kind of controlled through remote config. So if you log into your Firebase console and go to remote config, this is how it's gonna look like. As you can see, there are multiple parameters here, right? So we have AI model name, the model that we are using. We have the prompt preamble, which is like a prefix for the prompt. And we have a feature called show hidden gems, which is set to false right now, and we have themes as well. So now going back to the application, right? So yeah, as you can see, it used Gemini Flash to kind of generate an itinerary for 2 days. It talks about places that you can go, creates a routine, great, right? Now let's say you want to make dynamic changes to your application, right? So all you need to do is go back to your application. Let's say I added a new feature called hidden gems that shows the hidden gems of a particular place. And that's behind the feature flag. This is the feature flag that Siddhant was talking about. And it's a simple toggle for you to kind of enable it for your customers. So if I set it to true, and let's say I change the theme, right? So I have multiple themes that are kind of pre-built in the application, but I want to enable a new one. So let's say I have a theme called Firebase, and I want to enable it for my customers, right? And one click, I click on publish changes, and your customers, let's say, go back to your application, and boom, you have a new theme, and you have a new feature. Now let's try the same thing again. So let's say Goa, 2 days, same interests, and let's see.
And while this loads, you saw that the feature was toggled off. You're going to see a new feature. I think this is a practice that a lot of the teams use today, and those features are usually hidden behind feature flags. So this is what we call is a dark launch. So you create a new feature, you turn it off, and you launch to all of the customers and see if anything is breaking or not before you switch on the feature, right? This is again another safety feature that is in large part driven by feature flags.
Right, so as you can see, it has the same itinerary for 2 days, but it also talks about some of the hidden gems in Goa. And since the interest was provided as beaches, it gives you the hidden beaches that you should try on. Now let's say your customers didn't like this, right? Or let's say something else is failing. You can go to remote config, go to change history, and roll back to a previous deployed version. So you can click on rollback, and with a single click, your feature is now disabled, and your customers are back to their original experience. Yeah, it's as simple as that. All right.
Right. Do you want to show the SDK code?
Oh, yeah. So remote config is available in multiple languages. We support client environments as well as server environments. And it has features like A/B testing, rollouts, real-time configurations. Yeah. Is this what we're talking about?
Firebase.
Oh, okay. The other thing that I wanted to kind of also showcase is the integration as well. So as you can see, this is a single page application. Yeah, and this is the integration, just 5 lines of code, and it gets all the parameters from remote config. You can see these are the default configs. In case your application is to fetch the configuration, you can have like a default configuration, and yeah. And this is the code to call the Vertex, like the Gemini LLM. Just 5 lines of code, and you're good to go. This is what Firebase AI Logic provides us.
It's super easy to set up, not a lot of code to include. And then once you have this, it just gives you a lot of, a lot of safety features, a lot of peace of mind. That's what feature flags are supposed to do. If you want to learn more, please go to firebase.google.com. There's a lot of good documentation use cases available. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, and there are a lot of there's a lot of good stuff. Please visit Firebase website for any more information. I'll also be around. We'll be around. So if you want to chat, we're happy to chat. Last thing, I'm a product manager, so it wouldn't be good if I don't leave you with a survey. We would like to hear from you. Please fill it out. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
A round of applause for our speakers. Great. Anyone has any question for our speakers? Anyone? One. All right. So I think afterwards, during the break, please make sure you connect with them. And yeah, hopefully loved the demo and all the things you shared, and especially feature flags. How many of you have used feature flags in your applications, right? That's great. Awesome. So the amount of freedom and amount of flexibility they give, it's really nice. And this is, I think, how many of you are feeling a little bit dizzy? Anyone who is feeling a little bit sleepy, dizzy? No one, hopefully, right? How many of you are feeling energetic, excited? Can you show of hands? Are you feeling excited, yes or no? Yes? How's the Josh? Can we hear that loud? How's the Josh? Yeah, so some people tell me, Yash, come on, stop with the how's the Josh? It's been so long, but I think it still works, right? How's the energy? Outside India, though, people don't get it, so I have to switch it to how's the energy. But yeah, let's keep the energy high. And this has been exciting. You have been a great audience so far, and please continue to be a great audience afterwards as well. So as you all know, we have 3 hosts, 3 MCs for the conference. So right after this, my co-host Rambo will be taking you forward, navigating you through the rest of the conference. And please, I just wanted to leave you with a few things from my side. As I already mentioned, please make sure you make the most out of this experience, meet new people, and please try these things which you're learning here, document them, or at least do something about that, right? Try to create some like silly applications, sample applications. If you don't do that, paint your GitHub profile green if you haven't done that yet. And also, it is the experience we get with the community. So I manage in the developer relations team at MongoDB, the MongoDB Users Groups program, which is the local communities in different cities across the world, and where we see new budding speakers. So people keep coming to us and telling us, not just me, but all DevRel folks across the industry, that how do I come here, right? How do I come on stage? And we always say that you don't have to always wait for big conferences. You can always start small. These local user groups and communities in your own cities are the best way. So if you haven't tried that, it's a great way to come out of the comfort zone and learn from others. Thank you everyone for being a great audience. It was a great experience being a host so far. And over to Rambo. Thank you everyone. Yeah.
Right, so this thing on? Can you guys hear me? So yeah, stuck with me for the next till 6 p.m. Happy with that? So the thing before I begin is, no, we have a no already. Huh? So the thing that I'm going to give you a heads up right now is I am not a tech person. So my role right now with Talentship is a Scrum Master. So how many developers here? Raise your hands, up. You like Scrum Masters, yes or no? Yeah, they're clearly, yeah. What? All right, so cool. So during this session, after this, we have a set of activities, fun activities I'll be doing. But at the same time, we need to do something called time boxing, because we're running on a tight timeline. So you're stuck with me till the end. So we'll do some fun stuff, but let's make this more interactive. So you guys sleepy, sad, happy? How's the energy right now? Party mode, Goa mode, yes, no? This reminds me of college when we actually have to call people and then ask them how are you doing, and then you then tell how you're doing. But the easiest way out of this is that you group together and give me an answer so that I don't call you out as an individual. So, how are you doing? Again, how are you doing? Do you still want to call names like from that last row there? Yes, no? No? And the no comes out very early, huh? All right. So without any further ado, Vishrut's here. He's going to be our next speaker from Microsoft. An interesting talk coming from Vishrut. We had some interesting conversation before this. I know we'll have that after this as well. Vishrut, we can have you on stage. You can take it over. And I will meet you guys in a bit.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for that warm welcome. Before I get started, I just really want to take an opportunity to say how incredible this conference has been so far. We have heard from some really amazing folks, and it's honestly very inspiring to see the kind of work and innovation that is happening in this community. It's really a pleasure for me to be here with all of you today, and I'm really grateful for that. So, yeah. So before we begin, how about we start with a quick little game? So since we are all here at React India Goa, I have specially picked 4 emojis for us, starting with, of course, our beach palm tree emoji. Then you have your microphone, Then you have backpack. Of course, you got to have your backpack. And then finally, a laptop. Probably all 4 things you have seen at the conference so far. So when I move to my next slide, you will see a bunch of emojis onto the screen. And these 4 will be in there somewhere. Your task, your really aim of the game is in your head, visually try to find all of these 4 emojis. And once you have done that, go ahead and raise your hand to indicate that you have completed the task. Now, I think this game is a little bit tricky. It's hard because it's time-bound. You only have 10 seconds to do it. So really, all the best. I hope somewhere out here in this audience today gets it. I know we just had our coffee break, so hopefully the caffeine is kicking in real good by now. So are you guys ready? Yes. Come on, react to me. I think we can do a little bit better than that. Are we ready? All the way at the back. Are we ready? Yes. Awesome, awesome. All right, we start in 3, 2, 1. All right, time is up, time is up. I see some hands. That's actually really impressive. This is really hard. So really, can we get a quick round of applause for the folks with who have their hands up? Okay, awesome, awesome. So I was not lying. These 4 emojis do exist in here. But let's do this one more time, one more round. If you didn't get a chance to find this in this round, hopefully this is your chance. Are we again ready for one more round? All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, okay. A lot more hands. By the way, I do apologize for misleading you a little bit. You probably don't need 10 seconds to find all 4 on here. But this really helps me bring up the point, right? Your brain works better when everything is organized. The 10 seconds versus the instant recognition you guys just experienced, that is the difference between chaos and clarity. And there's actually a reason for that. Your brain isn't lazy. It's actually efficient. When everything around you is scattered, your brain has to work overtime just to find what it needs. And that's cognitive load, that's mental exhaustion. Now, when everything is organized, when patterns are clear, and you know exactly where to look, at that point, your brain really stops searching and starts creating. And this, interestingly, same principle applies to your code, right? If you think of your code base like your brain, if every package, every module, every piece of code knew exactly where to find what it needs, then everything would be simple. So, no more digging through 15 repositories just to change a button color. No more, what repo has that type kind of detector work. No more really that context switching nightmare. And that really is the power of a monorepo. Monorepo, however, is not magic, right? They won't automatically fix your messy code base. Your team won't automatically become more productive. I really wish. But if you take a scattered, chaotic multi-repo setup, and you just throw it all in a one repo, then really all you have is a scattered, chaotic monorepo. It's the same mess with now just a much bigger blast radius. So it's not about really putting all your code in one place. It's more about organizing it in a way such that your team's brain starts working with the code and not really against it. So now let me take you on a journey from really that chaos to clarity. From that scattered emoji slide, which we all struggled with, to that organized one where everything just made sense. But first, let me go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Vishruth Reddy. I am a principal software engineer at Microsoft, and I have worked in the security and device management space with them for the last decade. I work for a product called Intune. However, I help build other products with Intune for Education and M365 Lighthouse. I also love live music a lot. I am a big metal head. I love metal music. So if after the talk, if not about monorepos, you want to talk about metal, I can do that anytime. All right, so with a quick show of hands, how many of you out here currently in your organization or individually are using a monorepo setup? Amazing, amazing. Wow, that's almost like more than 50% of the room. That's great.
Hype around this that AI is going to reach.
So let me put it this way. If you think of your code base as a large city with scattered houses everywhere, that's like a polyrepo setup. In that case, every team has its own repository. They have their own tooling, and they have different versions of the same shared libraries. If at that point you want to reshare a component, well, now you are looking at a publishing strategy. You're either looking at submodules, publishing it onto a feed, or even like copy-pasting it across repositories. But a monorepo is more like a planned community. In a monorepo, you have a shared infrastructure. That means no duplication. You have better navigation. That means you know exactly where to look for your projects. You have unified tooling, so that's less of those problems where you go, hey, it's working on my machine. I don't know why it's not working on yours. And dependency management, well, no more of those version hell, right? So no more of like, hey, we cannot upgrade because team B is still stuck on React 16. A monorepo is more like one big giant house. Now, you still have your own boundaries. You still have your own project, right? i.e., in this analogy, you have your own room. But the kitchen, that is shared. The tooling that's available to you, that is also shared. The living room, that is shared as well. So if you need a utility function, you can just walk down the hallway. Or if you need a new component, it's right there. Also, importantly, you all follow the same house rules. So the same linting standards, the same build pipelines, the same testing framework. It's not about losing autonomy. It's about gaining a connection. Now, in this case, when everything lives in the same place, the collaboration really becomes natural. And that's when teams stop working in silos and start building together. So, in a monorepo ecosystem, there's a lot of tools available for us. But today what I'm going to do is I'm going to deep dive into this tool called NX. How many of you here have heard of NX? Awesome. Pretty large number. A little bit less than the people who raised their hands who were using Monorepo. So really excited to see you're using more tools out there. So we're really going to see how NX enables that principle of organization at scale. So what exactly is NX? Well, at its core, NX is just a smart build system. But it's actually so much more than that. Well, think of it having like these three superpowers. Firstly, it's super fast, right? NX only builds what's affected. So it doesn't need to build your entire monorepo. If you change one project, it has the information about your dependency tree. It takes a look at what everything changed, and it only builds that. So this has the capacity, for instance, reducing your 30-minute CI down to, let's say, a 3-minute run. NX is also smart. So NX understands the relationship between your code. It knows that your button component is being used by your form library, and then that's being used by your admin app. So this kind of dependency awareness means that it can do intelligent caching, task orchestration, and it can also then even suggest architectural improvements. NX is also very extensible. It has a very rich plugin ecosystem. So it can work with a lot of libraries and frameworks out there with React, Angular, Nest, Node, and a dozen more. And it's not just restricted to front-end development. You can do even back-end development. You can have .NET or Rust projects in there as well. And if something doesn't exist, it's super easy to create a plugin or generator for it. So the key thing here is really to understand that NX isn't opinionated about your project structure. It adapts to your code base. When you're migrating an existing monorepo and starting fresh, NX meets you where you are. And this was perfect for us for our migration at Intune. So now let's say you're starting fresh, you have a new repository, and you want to create an NX workspace. It's super easy to do that. You run this command called create NX workspace, and it takes you through the CLI process. It'll firstly ask you the name of your workspace, and then your workspace at least needs to have one project. So in here, of course, we're going to choose React. And then it's going to ask you to choose a framework for it. Here we've picked Next.js, and based on that, it'll give you a list of options that you would want to select. So how you want to configure that Next.js app for your workspace. So do you want to use app router? What kind of style format are you using? What's your test runner? And just with that, very quickly, you have a functioning workspace. You have your dependencies installed, and you have a CI configured, and your NX Cloud is set up. NX Cloud, by the way, is a commercial service run by NX that helps you speed and improve your CI. So really, from zero to production-ready monorepo within seconds, and that's really the power of strong tooling. Now, in the case you have an existing repository, in that case, you just run this command called nxinit. And based on how your repository is set up, maybe you have one project or multiple projects within it, it will give you a prompt relevant to you. So in our case here, it'll ask you to first select if you want to set up AI agents. This really helps NX configure the AI-powered assistance for code generation and refactoring. So this is totally optional, but such a good productivity boost. And then it will talk about self-healing CI and remote caching. Now, this is NX Cloud, right? It provides distributed caching and computation. So if someone on your team ran a build or a test or some kind of cacheable task, NX will pull that result from the cache, and instead of rerunning it, it will just use that. So your CI will get faster, your local builds will get faster, everything will just speed up. So, and then with that, it's successful, right? It's fully integrated, it's totally non-invasive, your project structure remains the same, you just drop it in and you get all the benefits of this tool. So now, when you're working in this workspace and you're adding more projects slowly, you will start to notice that it's getting bigger. And there is this very interesting tool that NX gives you right out of the box. It's called NX Graph. It helps you visualize your entire code base at a single glance. So in this instance here, I have a workspace. I have 4 applications, a bunch of libraries. I can very easily see what libraries depend on which, and I can see what application is depending on which other application or the library. I can really see the entire dependency tree. This really helps the developers spot circular dependencies, but also, more importantly, if you're doing a bug fix or if you're making a feature update, you can very quickly, by just clicking a node, see the blast radius of your change. And as your workspace is growing, this is a really critical tool to have in your arsenal. All right. So now let's talk about generators, right? NX generators are really NX's superpower. So as the definition above there says, NX generators operate on your workspace files by creating, modifying, or deleting source and configuration files. So if you think about it, if you want to scaffold certain pieces of your project, if you want to really bring up a component really fast, or a library, or even a whole application, you can use NX generators to do that very quickly. Now, it's not just about creating new files. You can also obviously modify existing files or delete deprecated files. There's really a lot of possibilities of what you can use generators for. There's mainly 4 types of generators. There's the plugin generators. These are the official NX plugins or community contributed commands that help you do the scaffolding for you. Then you have migration generators. This is something you invoke when you run the command nx migrate. Now this is very useful. This helps you upgrade your tooling within the workspace very easily. This is something our team used to do when we were doing the ESLint flat config upgrade. Or also for Storybook when we were trying to upgrade it from version 7 to version 8. And it really took care of all the breaking changes for us, all the config file changes, and we didn't have to spend a lot of time just seeing how to fix Storybook breaking changes. Then you have your workspace generators. These are your generators personal to you. This is something that lives as part of your repository. So if your team has certain conventions on how it creates components, let's say you have a specific folder structure, specific naming convention, and specific things you want to extend, then you create a generator and you can standardize that process for your team. And then finally, you have sync generators. Now, when your workspace grows, your dependencies will change and your configs might go adrift. So sync generators really helps that keeping it all aligned. The key thing here really is that good organization isn't about structure, it's about having tools that maintain that structure for you. So really, why do you care about generators? What's really the big deal? So it makes repetitive tasks easy. If your team is spinning up components, new components every now and then, that's a repetitive task. If you have a very good architectural pattern with the scaffolding defined, you can plug it into a generator, and then the generator does all the work for you. It really has an improved developer experience. If you have a new developer onboarding onto your team, they don't really have to learn about individual file types and how to name things. If you have a list of generators available with proper documentation, you can then very quickly share that with them, and on day one, they're ready to go. And as we talked about, it really helps with standardization. And some of the common use cases, we talked about migration, but also large-scale refactoring. So if you have an API change and you have to really manipulate a lot of files, like 200 files, then you can just create a generator for that. If your props change in your component and you have a breaking change now, usually it will affect a lot of projects, and a generator can solve that in seconds. And then finally, the use cases of course, project scaffolding that we talked about earlier. So the good news is that you don't have to build a lot of generators yourself. The community and the core NX team provides a lot of generators for you. So the core team has a lot of generators for all of the popular frameworks. So if you want to start a React app, you can very quickly scaffold it. If you want to build a Next.js app, as we saw before, you can very quickly scaffold that as well. But if you do not find it in the core list of packages, there's a lot of community-generated ones as well. So if you want to integrate Tailwind, there's a generator for that. If you want to integrate Prisma or Drizzle, ORM, there's a generator for that as well. You can run the command nxlist to see what all generators are available to you, or just go on to the npm global feed and just search the namespace @nx, and you will see most of the packages there are just these plugins that are packages that hold the generators. All right, so let's see a common way of how do you use a generator. So in this case, we're going to use our CLI, one of the basic ways. There's a lot of ways to do this, but we use the nx-generate command. There's a shorthand for that, nxg. Next, you specify the name of the plugin. So here, we're trying to generate a Next.js app. So the plugin name is @nxnext. And then after that, you have to specify what generator you have to use. Usually, your package, your plugin, will have a lot of generators in it. In this case, we're trying to generate a brand new app, so we're going to use the application generator. Then you have to specify what directory this generator will drop your code in. And then based on that, you will have a lot of options where you can configure your project, as we saw before. All right, let's spend some time talking about architectural patterns, because this is really important. For a monorepo, or any repo actually, it's very important to define architectural patterns with well-defined conventions and organization, and this is super important to scale. It's about the folder structures, but it's also about the naming conventions, the module boundaries, and also making your team understand that what goes where and really why. You remember that emoji slide that we looked at initially where everything was organized? Like, someone had to make that decision for us, right? Like, where do all those travel emojis go? Where does tech and music emoji go? They're all categorized in a specific way. So these are the kind of design decisions you want to take very early on in a monorepo setup. Without a solid architectural pattern, it's really hard to scale a monorepo beyond a certain point. Right? At that point, your teams will diverge. They will start to invent their own patterns, do their own thing, and one part of your monorepo will look very different from the other. And at that point, if you bring a new developer on, they're like thoroughly confused as to how to contribute. Like, they're seeing everything. It's like chaos for them. Also, if you're using AI agents at that point, your AI agent doesn't really understand what's happening. It will try to make its best guess and maybe mediate between different patterns, and it will probably do whatever the best it can do. At that point, what really happens in practice is during code review time, you'll notice that your time of review increases. You're now talking more about style decisions in code reviews and not about the logic. And this is a very good indicator to know that you're now getting into a chaotic zone with monorepos, and you need to tighten your architectural patterns. So yeah, strong patterns are really not a restriction for a team. They're actually accelerators. OK, so let me tell you a little bit about my team, Microsoft Intune. We are a cloud-based service. We, for organizations, do device management, application management, and security. Think of it like a control center for IT admins, where they go in, they manage thousands of devices for the organization. So we build this UI in the Azure portal. We have a microfrontend architecture. We have heard a lot about that during this conference. Hopefully, you all have learned some of the benefits about that. So our micro frontends are called extensions, and these extensions themselves have components within it. So those components are called React views or blades. These are really visually on the UI pages. And these pages are really iframes. Of course, you get very good isolation, but you also can consistently inject security policies within them. And with that, what really you get, of course, with micro front-end architecture is if one extension goes down, it doesn't take down the entire Azure portal. Now, for Intune, we have a bunch of extensions, and each extensions have hundreds of blades. And developers are adding features, and they're adding more and more blades together. So that's, for example, one of our blades, home.react view. So this, you can see when they're adding more and more blades, it's a very good opportunity to create a generator at this point. So that's what we did. We created a React View plugin, which contains a lot of generators, but one of them being the ability to create this page, this blade for you, and scaffold that very nicely. So we developed an architectural pattern. Some of those file types are mandated by our Azure Portal framework, but a lot of it really is what we designed and what made sense for our team. So you have a queries file that'll do query registrations for you. Of course, you have a res.json for localization, utils for utilities, test for, of course, unit tests. And everything here is just one blade. And every blade looks like this. So now you have a very consistent structure. Any new developer can jump into your code base and look at any extension, and they're very familiar, right? If you get a bug to fix in an unfamiliar area, now you have some sort of familiarity from the start. All right, so we talked about plugin. Plugins are really those containers that contain your generators. But they also contain something else. And those are called executors. Executors are really just functions that take in an input and produce an output. But the input here that they're taking are your environment variables, your source files from your projects. And they're also taking in configurations, perhaps your TypeScript configuration or NX.json configuration. Now, in that case, what really happens is NX creates a hash out of that input. And it says, let me check. Have I seen this input before, this combination of it before? If I have, I really don't need to execute that task again. I can just produce that result from the cache. And that's where smart caching comes in. And this is really powerful with NX because, for example, if you build once and it does the full build for you, the next time you build the same inputs, you don't have to fully build your monorepo. You can just get it out of the cache. And this technique could be applied to any task that has input and output. You can do it for test, linting, but you can think about it more. You can be very creative. You know, in our system, we have a way of generating localized files after we do a build. So we don't have to generate that every time if the input has never changed. So some of the benefits, really, I want to put an emphasis on smart caching here. And it's super easy to create an executor. But the real value also here really extends when you think about remote cache. You can have remote cache for your organization, and NX Cloud is that service that provides that. And in that case, what really happens is with NX Cloud, your entire team just shares one single cache. One team member, one developer will do a build, and then your cloud will update that. And then when another developer is building that same project, it does not need to do a full build. It'll pull the cache from the cloud, and it will reuse that. So as you're onboarding in more and more team members, it's really not really, it's actually benefiting your entire workforce when you're using distributed caching. All right, so let's bring it all together. Our plugins really are the containers, and they contain generators and executors. And here are some of the examples of that. We have played around with that. We also looked at our React View plugin before. All right, so how do we really create our own plugin? So interestingly, to create the scaffolding for your plugin package, there is also a plugin, and it's called NX plugin. Hopefully you're with me on this one because it's super confusing. You use the @NX plugin to create your own plugin. Now, NX has this nice little VS Code extension that you can use in your code editors. It gives you a lot of graphical user interface for their CLI. Here I am now quickly searching through all the generators I have. We pick the @NX plugin. And then I would usually go look up the documentation, and I'll see, okay, this plugin has a bunch of generators in it, a bunch of executors in it. The generator that I am concerned with when I'm creating my own custom plugin is create package. So I can, again, use my VS Code UI instead of CLI to do that. I'll just fill in the fields, and I'll click generate, and it'll create a package for me. Within that package would be this interesting file called schema.json. Now, this is your contract with your consumer. So let's say here that we're creating a plugin that has a generator that generates a new component. Now, I would need inputs for that. I would definitely like to know the name of the component that we are generating. I would like to know which project that component is going to be a part of, which directory am I going to drop that scaffolding in, and I want to also associate ownership if I want to automatically assign bugs in the future. So going back to our example with React View, this is some of our template files that we generate for our component that describes that page. And you have to essentially describe it as these templates. And the way you express that is with the templating language. In this case, we use EJS. It's a super simple templating language, super easy to get familiar with. If you want to learn more about it, you can go on ejs.co. So this is what our boilerplate looks like for our component that describes our page. All right, that was a lot. But don't worry, there is help. NX also has an MCP server. That's another way of interacting with NX. So I have a workspace here, our familiar workspace. I want to add a new package. I want to add a telemetry package that will help the developers with some APIs to do telemetry tasks. So I ask the agent to do it, and it very quickly invokes the NX MCP. It then uses the NX workspace tool to analyze my workspace and understand how things are. Then it invokes the NX generator tool, and it figures out, hey, I want to generate a JavaScript package. So then it goes ahead and does that, and eventually it'll ask me for a confirmation. It has already pre-filled the stuff for me. So I'll go ahead and click generate, and that generates the telemetry package for me. All right. So there's one final thing I want to discuss, which is not really part of the plugin ecosystem, but a very good way to enforce architectural patterns. At Microsoft, we use something called Fluent Design System. Folks here heard of Fluent Design System? Good, awesome, awesome. So yeah, this is an open source library, Fluent. It has a bunch of primitive controls and complex and advanced controls as well. So we use that to build our UI experiences. But internally, we kind of enrich some of those controls and build on top of it and have other libraries. And there are many teams within Microsoft that do the same. So if you have a tab component in the base library, let's say in this case you pick library 1, we want to add certain new features and we want to create our own library with it. Then you have library 2 with that same tab control enriched with certain new features. And then some other team comes in and builds their own library. That also has a tab. But now we only want to use one tab control to be consistent across our UI. So developers coming in will be confused. I see 3 libraries that we have to use, but all of them have tabs, which one to use. They kind of even feel different functionality-wise. So in that case, we have developed something called workspace rules. These are basically lint rules that will check for you that you're importing the right control from the right library. In certain cases, for new developers, they will just look at the spec and they will be like, hey, I want to look online, what looks familiar, and I want to create a control by myself. That's something that will really not really be scalable and something that will make your UI not consistent. You want your UI to be using the same control with every experience. So you can really quickly build these workspace rules to check that for you. It's super easy. Usually when you're doing an ESLint rule, it's kind of hard. You have to build a package and publish it, and then you have to consume it in your ESLint config file. But with NX, you can create a workspace rule using the @NX ESLint plugin. And what will that do? That'll easily try to scaffold a project for you where you can define your ESLint rule, and that has this magic placeholder for you or namespace for you. And you can use @NX/workspace and then hyphen whatever your rule name is. And then you can plug that in directly in your ESLint config. And then you can directly use that with all your projects in the workspace. So this rule really lives local inside your workspace for you. All right. Thank you so much, folks. That's my time. Hopefully you enjoyed this talk and you'll give NX a try. If you have any questions, please reach out after or at the after party. If you want to connect with me, that's my LinkedIn right there. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishrit. Thank you so much for that amazing talk. Back to me again. So, TP, lunch, hungry? Yes. We can do one more talk and go lunch, or do you want to go lunch now? Go lunch now. One more talk. This guy said one more talk, so I'm going to put on this guy. All right. So we are going to be going for one more talk, but after that we're going to be breaking for. After that is when we're breaking for lunch. So one more talk, and after that lunch. But that talk is going to be an amazing talk by Kaiser. I had an amazing chat with Kaiser, and Kaiser just he just made one statement about this. AI is going to replace you. And I'm a Scrum Master, so I can see that happening. But Kaiser said that's something he's going to be talking about. Kaiser, if I could have you on stage with us, we can get things rolling. And a huge round of applause for Kaiser to be joining us on stage, chat.
Mic check. How do we pass this? One second. Hello everyone. Oh, looks like the caffeine effect has gone down. Let me try again. Hello everyone. Oh, that's nice energy. I kind of can say that the total guys I see here, plus some of us might be watching online, all of us might have committed more number of lines of code than the range I saw yesterday. Might be. I can just see the enthusiasm here. Okay, so what are we going to talk about? This one. Okay, so yeah. So tell me, this one. One second. Think. No. Okay. It again gone. What's happening? Okay, yeah. Yeah. So it's so amazing to see all of you away from your screen. I mean, this is also a big screen, but that's fine. Away from a big screen, those Git conflicts and those irritating bugs, it's so good to see you. Here we are going to discuss something that is shaking up as well as shaping up the way how we build softwares, that is AI. Okay, so anybody thinking that AI is going to replace us? Any hands? Nobody? Then we are all safe. There is no need for Skynet and Terminators. Right? Come again? You don't want AI to replace you, right? That's what this talk is all about. we are going to see how we can defend ourselves from those Skynet thing. Yes. So I'll go back a step and let me ask you this question, that have you worked on any project which is not getting released soon, or let's suppose it's ongoing for eternity, 6 months, a year, or have you faced a situation where you have raised a PR, somebody is giving you feedback, you are addressing it, it again goes back, comes back, that whole cycle is taking you, let's suppose, 1 week to get sorted? Or have you faced a scenario where you fixed some bugs in last sprint? This sprint, you again saw some similar bugs. Maybe last sprint you fixed something related to font size in login. This time you are receiving spelling mistakes in profile. Has anyone faced this? Yes. So we'll also discuss about that how do we avoid such scenarios. Okay. So looking back here, we have a usual software development workflow. This might be a bit different based upon different teams we work with, different companies we work with, different clients we work for. But overall, the story remains same. You always start with requirement gathering, where requirement starts flowing in through multiple stakeholders call, then multiple clarification chats, then clarification emails, all of these things happen. On top of this, you might get some reference documentation. You might get some screenshots of the competitors, which we usually lose. I mean, we don't keep track. We just remember it verbally and that's it. So requirement gathering has another set of challenges where everybody on the whole flow, stakeholders, everybody, they have different definitions of what a feature means. I'll come to that, but overall what I want to put a point is requirement gathering. This has a good amount of challenges, which takes a good amount of our time. Similar thing goes with prototyping, POCs, architectural decisions. Somebody made a wrong architecture decision, which is making us wake up at 2 a.m. and just fingers crossed and praying silently that, oh God, the build should pass. I want to sleep, like that. Okay. Then same goes for sprint planning, deployment, and FRs. So this is the place where once you deploy this and it goes to users, still you get some of the other feedbacks, some of the problems which you spend nights debugging, what happened in my backend, all of those things that happen. We'll discuss on that, but we'll start with, I mean, all of this we won't discuss. We'll see what we can. We have limited time. We'll start with requirement gathering. Yes. Requirement gathering we'll start with. We'll try to see how we can prepare this BRD. Sometimes this doesn't work. Yes. These are the overall steps that happen in the stage of requirement gathering phase, where there are multiple stakeholder meetings. There are like all of those key stakeholders and the project managers, then team leads. The requirement starts flowing in, where everybody has their own definition. Somebody can say the feature, the sorting should work like this. Some other guy is interpreting it like in some other manner. Okay, and by the time it goes to intern builds something. When it goes to production, it was like, no, this is not what we were expecting. Those things we don't want, and everybody is aware that this happens. And in whole of this flow, we need to make a sense of all of these confusions that happens. What solves that problem? BRD, business requirement document. This is not new. I think everybody in the software industry knows what BRD, so it's not new. We just want to see how we can reinvent that, or not reinventing actually. How do we improve it to make it faster? Then all eternity feedback cycle happens. Then we decide that this is what we want to release. This is what we want to push to next releases. Okay, that usually happens. So tell me, these questions are for you. To make sense of out of all of those chaos, lot of meetings, transcripts that happened, maybe first meeting, kickoff meeting happened in April, and the next meeting has happened in, let's suppose, September. Nobody remembers. Okay, it's all chaotic. So which of these do you think, I mean, either project manager or senior developers, they are doing all of this BRD, but which of these you think is most time taking, boring, and you would wish that there should be somebody who take this load off from me? I want to spend rest of my time doing some creativity, refactoring maybe, those kind of stuffs. The very first one is somebody wants to summarize all of those information into a sensible VRD. It should not clash. For example, stakeholder 1 said something, stakeholder 2 said something on the 5th call. It's clashing with the first call. It's very difficult to make sense of all of these ones. Then they might miss some of the edge cases scenarios, which leads to bugs. Then sleepless nights. So those things. I'll wait for your response. Which of these you think is very boring, time taking, and we don't want to do it? Somebody else should do it for us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anything you can say. 4, 1. All. Now, how would I continue if you say all? Okay. चारों तरफ से घेर लिया आप लोग. Okay. So let's see if okay, fortunately I have prepared for all of these. So we'll see how we can summarize everything. We'll see if it can detect some edge cases or gaps in our use cases. We'll see if the stakeholders, or at least our team leader, they are conflicting in their understanding. Okay? Or sometimes, this is the most important thing, it's not related to project owners, but it's mostly a developer-tester relationship where the developer built something else, testers had a different way of testing it, and we never came to the same page. This is where we will try all of us to come to the same page. Yeah, we'll call it AI-powered BRD, because here we'll use AI. Okay, one disclaimer I'm giving, AI is not going to replace us. We are going to utilize AI. AI has, okay, I'll come back to this. AI, it just has the potential to do stuffs. It will always remain below human. If we are not able to instruct it perfectly, it will not give output. That's the reason you might have seen guys saying, no, we are using AI, but it's not giving us results. That's not the problem of AI. AI has potential. We lag behind on the skill sets of prompt engineering, context engineering, okay, providing right inputs, expecting right outputs. All of these things are very much needed. Unless we are masters in that, it's very difficult to utilize this. Okay, let's assume some scenarios. We faced similar scenarios in our company where we were trying to build stuff quickly, but we were limited in terms of the number of hours every team member in our company wanted to put to it. Let's assume it's 8, but nobody knows in IT we work for 8 hours. It can go to 10 hours, 12 hours, but that was limited on our part. We wanted to solve that. First step, what we did is we dumped all of the information of a specific feature into single folder. You see the follow-up call is there, but I'll pick one file. I've summarized everything here. I'll show you. This is the initial call that happened. All of these chats are there, all of these transcriptions are there. Then a follow-up call happened after a few days back. After a few days, these were the discussions. And then we went to Slack, and on Slack, usually that happens with everybody of us. Once the calls are done, we go to group chats, and then on Slack or MS Teams, we try to discuss whatever our confusions were. Okay, this we are discussing. Then the last clarification email before finalizing anything, we did that. It's a copy. Okay, that's there. So what we did is we dumped everything here. If you look at this N8N flow, okay, N8N. Can you guys raise who all have used this? There's quite a few. Okay, I thought this is a very popular tool, but I recently this OpenAI also released a similar stuff. But I'm using N8N because most of our known colleagues, they are very comfortable with n8n. So what we do here is we pick an existing BRD. I mean, I can have 2-3 calls before. I had prepared a BRD, then few more calls happened. So I'll have to update that. So I'm trying to pick the latest version of this feature related BRD, sanitizing it, because you know Google Docs, they add a lot of formatting related information that is not needed for us. It's not valuable. Then we search for all transcripts from Google Drive, and you see we are fetching these transcripts. I'll show you these. You see here we have 3 items. 3 BRDs were pulled. If I go back, I see there are three BRD. BRD 0th version, 2nd version, 3rd version. Okay, it's counting in, but okay, I'll come to that. Why that's 3 items? Ideally there should be 2, but I'll come to that. Then it's searching for all the transcripts. I had 2 calls. That's there. I am pulling all of these chats from my Slack, company's Slack channel on that feature. I have 10 chats for that. Everything is sanitized, and we are here. If I go here, you'll see, I'll show you some of the results. On the right side, if you see, something is being discussed. You see? Similar thing goes here. If I go to chat and check, right side you see there are few messages. If API partially fails, whether retry is needed or not, those things are there. So yeah, all of these things are done, and at the end, once this agent is done, agent is nothing but a fancy word of automating. Earlier we used to automate hard-coded inputs, hard-coded output, everything was hard-coded. But now we don't do that. AI is there with natural language processing. It understands our inputs and outputs. It's able to do that. The agent is nothing but some prompts, some memory, some model, some extra tool. Combine everything, it becomes an agent. So it does and prepare our BRD, which is this one. Okay. This is the one I created before coming here. So you see, it actually covers literally everything. It covers all of the business requirement. It shows what exact scenarios are to be handled, all of these use cases, edge cases, test scenarios, non-functional requirement, which usually gets skipped during BRD. Okay, it will also point the limitations. Okay, in case there are some conflicts, it will also point it. The whole beauty of this is powered only by the prompt. The prompt I'll share you, but this is powered only by prompt. This you can utilize. Now my question is, what's the guarantee that the BRD AI has generated is actually correct? How do we know that? We can't. I think there's a trust between humans and AI that I asked AI to do something, AI will do it. It will always do it. It won't go off track. So there's a trust agreement between human and AI, right? Look, AI removed my slides. It's only trust me, bro. Making sense? No, that's wrong. AI, I would say we should never trust AI. AI is as good as our skill set. If we are not competent, it won't even work. Forget about the trust agreement. Okay, so how do we ensure that whatever output we have generated is not mediocre? It's top notch. We don't, okay, this step was actually dumping the file there. Okay, so we have a review item there. Once AI generates it, there should be a human in the loop at least 5%, 10% of the time, so that final output it reviews and then dumps it. Once this is done, it goes to stakeholder, the other flow. Once the stakeholder approves it, okay, instead of review, this should be human review. Wait for stakeholder. Once stakeholder approves it, we have another agent that breaks down all of these requirements into user stories and dumps it into Asana. Usually, how much time does it take for us? How much time will it take for us to complete this whole flow manually? Any guesses? Combining everything, BRD, then 4 days, 5 days, 2 days. More than, yeah, you are lazy as me. Even if I'm given a chance to do this, I would personally take around a week to complete all of this, because I want to ensure everything is fine and there are no feedbacks coming back. Okay, that cycles I hate. But how much time did it take for AI to complete? That's just 3 minutes or 5 minutes, right? So we saved let's be practical here. 3-5 minutes this will take, and we'll take some time reviewing this. Let's suppose 1 hour, 1.5 hours. Then breaking down user stories, it has done it. But still we'll have to go to Asana and verify whether that's correctly broken down or not. All of these things will take roughly 5-6 hours. So whatever was supposed to be done in 1 week, we are completing in half a day. That's a good achievement? Like that? Okay. So we should try. We should try. What do we do in rest of the time? We can go to sleep. Anyways, stats says that developers are that species who is sleep deprived since a decade. Okay. So we can do this, but I wanted to simplify. I came here to, I had this few discussion with few of our guys, and then we came here with an intention that I want to give you something which you can go home and try itself. I mean, today itself. I don't even want this NA10 to be a restriction. So what I'll do is, I'll show you how we can do this without. Okay. This one let's close. This one let's close. NA10 also we don't need. Let's even close it. AI prompts. So what we have done is we have compiled all of those important prompts and we have put it on our website. Okay, and this is the BRD prompts. What you can do is dump all of your information in ChatGPT maybe. I've tried it. So if you see here, I've dumped everything. Then I gave it group chats. I gave something, and then it's able to build all of these items. Okay, if you see, it's actually pointing out dependencies. Okay, conflicting requirements. That's a very important thing. I would bang my head figuring out if the requirements are clashing. So this it's able to do. You can use it. We have this prompt available. You can use it. Use a story prompt, have some prompt, and then allow it to improve your prompt. Identify if there are gaps. Those are things you can do. Okay, you can do it here. And this one also, yeah, just removing. So moving on to the next one. Okay. Tell me who all are willing to try this once they go home. We'll share that after the lunch. The links will share. Good hands. Thanks. So we'll go to our next topic, PR Analyzer. What it does is, I'll simply show you. This is one of the PR that's very badly written. You don't see any PR description. What it does, I don't know. So what we did, we built a PR review tool that goes through PR differences, patches, and figure out what's bad in all of these. See, PR description is bad, commit quality is somewhat good, okay, tests are good, other items are missing. Okay, these are again built using AI. Again, we'll share that prompt. These are the items which we have to do. This happens, like I said, PR review cycle take a lot of time. So this happens why? This you can run locally and then fix it, and then once you prepare whole of the PR, that's the chances of getting approved is very high because it's all following the best practices. There is one more PR that's good. Oh, 1 second. Okay. In essence of time, I'll just show this one. Here all are good. Okay, we can see what are the quick wins, what are the good things that's there in the PR. If you see here, I'll scroll down 1 sec. Yeah. So this tool is also showing that this code block is bad, that code block is good, you should improve it, why is this better, what is the best practice. This will help you make your code quality top notch, and who knows, the PR might get approved in just one shot. It's again saving your time. Okay, so I wanted to share one more thing. How did we build these kind of tools? It's all because of this. What I wanted to say here is, it had a lot of concepts which we wanted to do, and it was very difficult to summarize and explain all of these. So we compiled a book for that, using which you can build this NA10 related stuffs, PR tool. If you want, if you journal regularly, you can dump everything on that tool, and then you ask it questions, RAG tool. All of these things you can build just using this book. It's a small book. But we are officially launching it today in React India 2025. And the good thing is, thank you. And the good thing is we are distributing this for free. Whoever wants, let's connect after the lunch there, and you can have your copy. And the Code Walnut guys, yeah. Oh, before lunch, sorry. Yeah, before lunch. So, and Code Walnut guys are there. So the books will be there with him, or you can also collect it from me. It's for you. Okay. There's one more thing. Sorry. Okay. There's one more thing. Okay. These are the PR tool prompts, but like I said, it's all available in our prompt in our website. You can have a look there. And the last one which I wanted to show, this is 3 minutes left, so I'll cover very quickly. So this is the last thing. PR analyzer we did, and then let's see, bug pattern analyzer. So remember, I told you in the beginning that a last sprint we fixed some bugs. This sprint it again came up. So what happened with us is last to last sprint we had 143 bugs. It was all UI related. Then it came to next sprint where it had 250 bugs around. We try to analyze it. Why is this happening? Because if this goes on, we might reach 1,000 bugs per sprint. That's very bad. We wanted to certainly avoid it. So we again try to leverage AI to do this, because if I start reading through all of those issues, I'll remember up to 50 lines. Once I go to 200th line, I'll follow what was there at the top. So it's very difficult to make context of these. But AI is able to do it. So we built another tool there. Okay. I'll show you that small glimpse that's happening. So this is the list of bugs. This is the list of bugs that was there. Okay. It's not the specific nitty-gritties, but it's genuine bugs. But we wanted to make sense. That's why we created some prompt. Prompt is again, it's there. We did not want AI to N8N to do this because it was not automated. It's a simple thing. So you can utilize this. If you go at the top, I've given it some prompt, and look what it did. It actually was able to identify that specific area where my bugs are happening. Look at the frequency. 8. There are 8 number of bugs. That's only because of state management. What do I utilize? I mean, what do I get from this? It means our team, hypothetical team, our team is not competent enough, or they don't have that needed skill set of state management. What will I do? I, as a tech lead, will conduct some sessions internally so that they will upskill. And next time, the number of bugs that's generated will at least not be because of state management. So if we do this consistently, sprint by sprint, month by month, year on year, I'm sure by end of the year or in 1 year, nobody will be able to stand at par to that team. So all of these things are here. And we have been following this since, let's suppose, 1 year or more. And most of our PRs usually gets approved in 1 or 2 shots. Okay, these are the things. If I'm just scrolling down for you to have a look. See, it's also giving you root cause analysis of why that went wrong. Okay, it's recommending you the skills that you should be imparting to your team members. It's also preventing you, suggesting you some of the AI automations related items which you should do. And these are the tools. And once these are done, the next area, the action plans, it's giving you high priority improvement items that's going to reduce the count of bugs. Okay. All okay? You guys getting bored? Okay. So this is the analyzer, and then that's it. Looks like we have covered. One second, I'll go back. Oh, one second, I'll go back. So these were the tools. Requirement gathering we covered, which happens before development. Development test PR requests, that happens with development, and this was post-development. Going forward, we might have more webinars. We usually conduct webinars and meetups. There we might discuss on prototyping architectures. Okay, but that's all. Thanks everyone for listening. and hope you guys try all of these, because I said we had 0 tool dependencies here. You guys can try, literally try, and DM me or put on LinkedIn and mention me. Let's see. I would want to see how many benefited, how many got benefits out of all of these workflows, because nobody wants terminators. That's all. Thank you. Okay, this copy, yeah, outside, let's meet. Thank you.
Thank you for your talk. All right, ready for lunch? No? I heard a no. I definitely heard a no. No, I definitely heard a no. I think it was a no. All right, I'm not going to bore you guys too much, but right now we're going to be breaking for lunch. But before I let you guys go, not too much, I'm going to give you a small heads up. We're going to make a deal, all right? Yes? No? I'll make a simple deal. The lunch is going to schedule to end at about 2 p.m. IST today, and the talk start at 2:15 is what we're scheduled. So if you guys come back on time, which I'm hoping for you would, we'll have some fun games and then begin the session. And it's going to be a really fun game and a really fun session, because that game is going to prolong till the end of today, the last speaker. Plus, how many of you guys are here because it is Goa and you guys are in the party mode? Yes? No? You're just here for the tech sessions? Yeah. No, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Did you just do double hands, my guy? That's the energy I know from you. Double hands, yes. So how many of you guys are for the after party? Yes, hi, yes, hi, yes, hi. Yeah, so it all depends if you come a little earlier. So we get you guys here by 2:15. We have fun. We finish the talks, we finish the speakers, and we have some interesting talks coming up as well. So once that is done, then we jump into the after party as well. So shall I see you guys here back at 2:15? Yes, no? Why did this guy say no here? Somebody said no. Wow. All right, see you guys back here at 2:15. I will catch you guys here. Bye-bye.
React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React. 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 React. React India. 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 React. React, React, React. React India. 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 React, React, React. 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 React India. React.
Going back in time, no, I don't remember anything specific about that interview. Maybe one question that I remember is, what do you really want to do in life? And I was like, I don't know.
Everyone was trying to understand my thought process, which was very unique to Dishaw's interview process.
Kind of people that I interacted with and the questions that were asked got me really going and interested in the role.
The interviews are not looking for a perfect answer. It's more conversational, where they're trying to see what you bring to the table and also trying to explain what the role is all about and how can we find a fit.
So the one thing about DevTools is that they give ownership to new hires at a very early stage.
You can come in, you can try something new, you can contribute in your own way to a bigger picture.
If you're ready to learn, you're ready to adapt, there are plenty of opportunities.
The firm cares about the result, but the modus operandi of that result is up to you on how you best execute it.
The mentorship that I have received in the firm has been very dynamic.
The firm has allowed me to play to my strengths and also, created opportunities in a way that it inclines with my interests.
And I think that's what we've done a really good job at, which is setting our incentives and culture right, rewarding each person's strengths versus put everybody in the same square box and trying to see, okay, who does the best.
A lot of times you face challenges which are somewhat beyond your professional capabilities. Those are times when you kind of fall back onto your mentors, right? And these mentors, they can be your managers, or they can just be your peers. They can just be people outside of your own function. And there have been multiple instances where it has worked out really well for me by having mentors that I can talk to.
The firm gives you that space to be able to own your tasks. Along with, okay, we need this probably by this time, but you also have the flexibility to figure out how you want to do it.
When it comes to taking any decision,
And whether it's a strategic decision or a tactical decision,
we follow an extremely inclusive, fluid, democratic approach in the firm.
there's a lot of effort which goes in terms of taking the right decision.
Seeking help and taking inputs from multiple people is where collective intelligence comes into picture.
It is not about trying to get your ideas through versus someone else's ideas. It is about working together with someone else and a group of other people to make sure that you take into account all of the perspectives and come out with the best outcome for everyone.
We have great tools, we have great technology, we have great people that work with.
There is absolutely zero barriers in terms of the merit of ideas and how the firm encourages innovation and drive.
Respect to just kind of consider all thoughts, ideas before we go and move ahead. I think that has been extremely important in keeping people together.
We were one of the first firms in the technology and the finance space to be in Hyderabad. It's not easy to sustain the kind of culture, the growth, the name, the brand that we have for so many years.
Everyone has a unique journey of their own. Everyone works on diverse teams. The nature of their work is very different from each other. The kind of experiences that they've had are very different from each other. Yet there is this unique thread that connects them all.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are you going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India, and a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions, and that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Urum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
Going back in time, no, I don't remember anything specific about that interview. maybe one question that I remember is, what do you really want to do in life? And I was like, I don't know.
Everyone was trying to understand my thought process, which was very unique to Disho's interview process.
Kind of people that I interacted with and the questions that were asked got me really going and interested in the role.
The interviews are not looking for a perfect answer. It's more conversational, where they're trying to see what you bring to the table and also trying to explain what the role is all about and how can we find a fit.
I think one thing about DevTools is that they give ownership to new hires at a very early stage.
You can come in, you can try something new, you can contribute in your own way to a bigger picture.
If you're ready to learn, you're ready to adapt, there are plenty of opportunities.
The firm cares about the result, but the modus operandi of that result is up to you on how you best execute it.
The mentorship that I have received in the firm has been very dynamic.
The firm has allowed me to play to my strengths and also, created opportunities in a way that it inclines with my interests.
And I think that's what we've done a really good job at, which is setting our incentives and culture right, rewarding each person's strengths versus put everybody in the same square box and trying to see, okay, who does the best.
A lot of times you face challenges which are somewhat beyond your professional capabilities. Those are times when you kind of fall back onto your mentors, right? And these mentors, they can be your managers, or they can just be your peers. They can just be people outside of your own function. And there have been multiple instances where it has worked out really well for me by having mentors that I can talk to.
The firm gives you that space to be able to own your tasks. Along with, okay, we need this probably by this time, but you also have the flexibility to figure out how you want to do it.
When it comes to taking any decision,
and whether it's a strategic decision or a tactical decision,
we follow an extremely inclusive, fluid, democratic approach in the firm.
There's a lot of effort which goes in terms of taking the right decision.
Seeking help and taking inputs from multiple people is where collective intelligence comes into picture.
It is not about trying to get your ideas through versus someone else's ideas. It is about working together with someone else and a group of other people to make sure that you take into account all of the perspectives and come out with the best outcome for everyone.
We have great tools, we have great technology, we have great people that work with.
There is absolutely zero barriers in terms of the merit of ideas and how the firm encourages innovation and drive.
Respect to just kind of consider all thoughts, ideas before we go and move ahead. I think that has been extremely important in keeping people together.
We were one of the first firms in the technology and the finance space to be in Hyderabad. It's not easy to sustain the kind of culture, the growth, the name, the brand that we have for so many years.
Everyone has a unique journey of their own. Everyone works on diverse teams. The nature of their work is very different from each other. The kind of experiences that they've had are very different from each other. Yet there is this unique thread that connects them all.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India, and a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Uurum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now the final question, obviously we're here to find new talents as well, but why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them, and I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
Going back in time, no, I don't remember anything specific about that interview. Maybe one question that I remember is, what do you really want to do in life? And I was like, I don't know.
Everyone was trying to understand my thought process, which was very unique to Disho's interview process.
Kind of people that I interacted with, and the questions that were asked got me really going and interested in the role.
The interviews are not looking for a perfect answer. It's more conversational, where they're trying to see what you bring to the table, and also trying to explain what the role is all about and how can we find a fit.
I think one thing about Dessus is that they give ownership to new hires at a very early stage.
You can come in, you can try something new, you can contribute in your own way to a bigger picture.
If you're ready to learn, you're ready to adapt, there are plenty of opportunities.
The firm cares about the result, but the modus operandi of that result is up to you on how you best execute it.
The mentorship that I have received in the firm has been very dynamic.
The firm has allowed me to play to my strengths and also created opportunities in a way that it inclines with my interests.
And I think that's what we've done a really good job at, which is setting our incentives and culture right, rewarding each person's strengths versus put everybody in the same square box and trying to see, okay, who does the best.
A lot of times you face challenges which are somewhat beyond your professional capabilities. Those are times when you kind of fall back onto your mentors, right? And these mentors, they can be your managers, or they can just be your peers. They can just be people outside of your own function. And there have been multiple instances where it has worked out really well for me by having mentors that I can talk to.
The firm gives you that space to be able to own your tasks. Along with, okay, we need this probably by this time, but you also have the flexibility to figure out how you want to do it.
When it comes to taking any decision,
And whether it's a strategic decision or a tactical decision,
we follow an extremely inclusive, fluid, democratic approach in the firm.
there's a lot of effort which goes in terms of taking the right decision.
Seeking help and taking inputs from multiple people is where collective intelligence comes into picture.
It is not about trying to get your ideas through versus someone else's ideas. It is about working together with someone else and a group of other people to make sure that you take into account all of the perspectives and come out with the best outcome for everyone.
We have great tools, we have great technology, we have great people that work with.
There is absolutely zero barriers in terms of the merit of ideas and how the firm encourages innovation and drive.
Respect to just kind of consider all thoughts, ideas before we go and move ahead. I think that has been extremely important in keeping people together.
We were one of the first firms in the technology and the finance space to be in Hyderabad. It's not easy to sustain the kind of culture, the growth, the name, the brand that we have for so many years.
Everyone has a unique journey of their own. Everyone works on diverse teams. The nature of their work is very different from each other. The kind of experiences that they've had are very different from each other. Yet there is this unique thread that connects them all.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India? And a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions, and that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, Was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Uurum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why Talentship question.
Going back in time, no, I don't remember anything specific about that interview. Maybe one question that I remember is, what do you really want to do in life? And I was like, I don't know.
Everyone was trying to understand my thought process, which was very unique to Disho's interview process.
Kind of people that I interacted with and the questions that were asked got me really going and interested in the role.
The interviews are not looking for a perfect answer. It's more conversational, where they're trying to see what you bring to the table and also trying to explain what the role is all about and how can we find a fit.
I think one thing about Dessus is that they give ownership to new hires at a very early stage.
You can come in, you can try something new, you can contribute in your own way to a bigger picture.
If you're ready to learn, you're ready to adapt, there are plenty of opportunities.
The firm cares about the result, but the modus operandi of that result is up to you on how you best execute it.
The mentorship that I have received in the firm has been very dynamic.
The firm has allowed me to play to my strengths and also created opportunities in a way that it inclines with my interests.
And I think that's what we've done a really good job at, which is setting our incentives and culture right, rewarding each person's strengths versus put everybody in the same square box and trying to see, okay, who does the best.
A lot of times you face challenges which are somewhat beyond your professional capabilities. Those are times when you kind of fall back onto your mentors. Right? And these mentors, they can be your managers, or they can just be your peers. They can just be people outside of your own function. And there have been multiple instances where it has worked out really well for me by having mentors that I can talk to.
The firm gives you that space to be able to own your tasks. along with, okay, we need this probably by this time, but you also have the flexibility to figure out how you want to do it.
When it comes to taking any decision,
And whether it's a strategic decision or a tactical decision,
we follow an extremely inclusive, fluid, democratic approach in the firm.
there's a lot of effort which goes in terms of taking the right decision.
Seeking help and taking inputs from multiple people is where collective intelligence comes into picture.
It is not about trying to get your ideas through versus someone else's ideas. It is about working together with someone else and a group of other people to make sure that you take into account all of the perspectives and come out with the best outcome for everyone.
We have great tools, we have great technology, we have great people that work with.
There is absolutely zero barriers in terms of the merit of ideas and how the firm encourages innovation and drive.
Respect to just kind of consider all thoughts, ideas before we go and move ahead. I think that has been extremely important in keeping people together.
We were one of the first firms in the technology and the finance space to be in Hyderabad. It's not easy to sustain the kind of culture, the growth, the name, the brand that we have for so many years.
Everyone has a unique journey of their own. Everyone works on diverse teams. The nature of their work is very different from each other. The kind of experiences that they've had are very different from each other. Yet there is this unique thread that connects them all.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
What's up, man? Are we going to shoot React video? Let's shoot.
Hey Balu, we obviously know who you are, but the bigger question is, how would you say what Talentship is to our friends here in React India, and a huge hello from us at Talentship.
Vanakkam Makkale, this is Balu, founder of Talentship. Talentship is basically a technology service company. We cater very unique clients from Germany and Switzerland. Most of our clients are product-based clients. That means this is a product-based company, and we believe in that, where we don't just do sweatshop kind of work, but all our clients have very unique challenge to solve, and all our teams are working on a product-based solutions. And that's why we call ourselves as a technology-based service company.
Awesome. And we're here the second time in React India,
Yes.
and it's Goa. Knowing you, the question is, was it because it's Goa or is it because it's React India?
Why can't it be both? Of course, we strongly believe that work hard, but even more party hard. And partying is in our blood, Uurum Ratham. And this is a great opportunity for any technology company. React is one of the largest conference, and being part of, we are very proud about it. It's not a general conference. We see all these minds here together, and brainstorming with them is a great opportunity, and we don't want to lose that.
Now, the final question. Obviously, we're here to find new talents as well. But why do you think Talentship is the best place to work at?
Great question. More than me, you should talk to people who are here already. You can find them. And I think you should ask our people. They are the best person to answer you this why talentship question.
React India. React India. React India. React India. React India. React India. React. React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React India. React India. React. 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 React India. React. React India. React. React India. React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React India.
Guys, all ready? Yes? No? Sleepy? In Tamil we have this word called tukama. Means, are you sleepy? Sleepy? No? I definitely heard a yes. This time I was not hallucinating at all. Not because of the fact that I was an AI before this, but I definitely heard a yes. Did someone say an yes? Yeah, now we have like 4 or 5 yeses. Oh, wow. All right. So before we go to the session, I think somebody's planning a heist or something. I literally found this in the first few rows. If you guys online can see this thing. It's literally, I'm going to read out what's there in this paper. MasterCard, UPI, card, Stripe, all of these are there. And then there's a detailed map about the venue, about how you go where and where you exit. It didn't make much sense, but when I saw it, somebody's planning a heist. That's what I assumed. So keep your cards safe, guys. All right? How is your energy today? Now, at this point, high, low, medium. High, medium, I'm getting multiple reactions. Let's take, we're all engineers. Is everyone here an engineer? Yes, louder. Any non-engineers here? Yes, I heard a yes. Be louder. Any non-engineers here? And now that yes also has died. Wow. All right, so cool. So we'll stick to binary answers. We'll stick to binary answers. Yes or no. Okay? Yes or no. Okay? What? Somebody said one. Who? You guys enjoy this, don't you? All right. So we'll crack this environment a bit. All right. So we have one small activity. The problem here is I need more people for this activity because it'll be more fun engaging with all of you guys. And we'll do that activity in a bit. But at the same time, we need to time box this. Scrum 101, time boxing. So we got to time box this. We already have our next speaker lined up and ready. So we'll go for the speaker and then do the activity. Okay by you guys? Stuck to binary answers. No, I mean, like, I'm saying that you did stick to the correct answer. I was happy, but then immediately reverted back. So wow. Yeah, yes, exactly, yes. All right. So energy is high. A louder yes. Yes. Wow, the first few rows are alive. Let's now mute the first 6 rows. That is 3 here and 3 here. Yes. 5 rows mute. Last 3 rows. Yes, no. This side now, the first time I'm hearing a yes from this side. Till now I never heard a yes from that side. So that last row which is there, stuck to my production deck. Yes, no, last, what? This is different. Yes, no? Oh, now that's a Goa mood, that's a Goa mood. Everyone together, welcome on Vishnu, who's going to be the next speaker. A round of applause and a big yes. There we go, that's the energy we want. Let's go.
Hello guys, how are you all doing? Good. How's React India? Awesome, cool. So I know this is a post-lunch session, and don't worry, I have enough caffeine packed up for you too. Cool. I would like to kick this off with a real story. Back when I was working for a startup, we were tasked to build a virtual try-on tool for makeup. So that time was like we had to demo it to one of our clients. And my CEO comes up and says, hey, for the demo, we need to get this real quick, and we need to make sure it is super private, it is super secure, and it's super fast, and make sure we are not burning AWS credits for this. And I thought, okay, how can we do this? You want me to run landmark detection and rendering in real time without a server? I was like, okay, let's try to figure it out. Just like any engineer out there, we had 2 obvious solutions. Either we had to write a service in TensorFlow or PyTorch, or we had to go with third-party APIs or a cloud service. If you go for PyTorch or TensorFlow backend, I obviously had a trade-off. Obviously, because we can't just, at that time, we were not in a position to burn money just for a major demo. So yeah, about the third-party APIs, who wants their face data to be sent off just to see how lipstick looks on their face? Nobody, right? So yeah, that's when I figured out something amazing in browser ML. And yeah, it worked really way better. This demo was smoother than we expected. And that's when I discovered this is something not only for the one demo. This could completely change the way we think about UIs and how we personalize it. And yeah, this is what my reaction was. All right. So quickly about me, I'm Vishnu. I'm a product engineer at CareStack. I work with a front-end team that builds VoiceStack. So VoiceStack is basically an AI phone system that is tailored for healthcare. We believe healthcare talks about the most everywhere, except the place where the patient talks the most, the phone. And yeah, we are doing that. Cool. When I'm not coding, I'm allowed to explore a lot of places. I love to travel a lot, just like I'm here at Goa now. And I write about blogs, text, articles, and all. I love to mentor my juniors. And yeah, I enjoy volunteering to tech conferences like this. Yeah, that's OK. This is pretty much what we're going to cover today. We'll start from why hyperpersonalization matters. We'll go from how to achieve that, how we can bring machine learning magic to React. And we'll wind it off with some performance optimization statics and some limitations. Shall we kick off? Cool. OK, let's be honest. Nowadays, users no more want generic UIs. They want all new Netflix-level personalized websites in their day-to-day sites. Like, they're not the same anymore. And also, we've come through a long way. We started with static UIs, then we built responsive UIs, then came personalized UIs. And now, we are entering into a new era, adaptive UIs. Or we can call that hyper-personalization. Cool. What does the word hyper-personalization even mean? Well, hyper-personalization means it's a mix of real-time data-driven components getting adapted to the layout based on how the user reacts in real time, how the user works, the real data, and the context. So this is what hyper-personalization stands for. So there are various ways with which we can achieve hyper-personalization. The first one, the obvious thing, rule-based personalization. This is something everyone would have done. Like, we can show the dashboards or something based on the rule, based on feature toggles. Everyone would have done that. But the thing is, we cannot call that adaptive UI. That's not adaptive at all. It's just simple, easy to implement. And there is server-side ML. What is server-side ML? And that's how most of the websites, most of the web apps, ML-based apps run today on the internet. They are using servers. Servers are great until the privacy and the trade-offs comes in. OK, what can we do for that? There comes in-browser ML. We can run literally a machine learning model inside the browser. The UI can adapt instantly based on how the user reacts. We can create predictive search, adaptive layouts. We can theme the user's experience based on the mood. If you are on a separate website, the UI won't be same for you. It's going to be different to you, different to you. So there's something cool that we can do. Before that, we get this question. Why run an ML model in a browser? Is that going to be so heavy? How are you going to do that? Is it going to crash my browser, crash my phone? Yeah, that's a good question. Well, there are a lot of benefits for that. No API calls. There is no server round trips. We have the solutions the things feature working in less than 10 milliseconds. Just think, everything adapting just like Thanos Snap. So it's so cool. And your data never leaves the browser. It always stays in, and it is super private. It can be used in places where the privacy is respected the most. And the best part, your feature works even without the internet. If someone lost the internet, if there is some issues with the connections, no worries. The feature still works. That's so cool. And obviously, it's going to cut down the cost. So I would like to ask a question. Anyone has actually tried compiling something in WebAssembly before this? I can see a few hands over there. Cool. For the rest of you, WebAssembly, you can think of it you can run literally any language inside the browser. You can write anything in a low level, it runs in a low level code, low level byte ordering. So it is so fast, it's super fast. Let's see the demo so that you'll understand better. So how this works? This works by WebAssembly. Most of the in-browser ML libraries today that is built using this WebAssembly, or we can simply call it WASM. So what WASM does? WASM takes all the input. It basically runs and gets the output in byte level so that it is not taking so much time. It's going to we can think of it like React plus C level speed in a browser. So cool, right? Yeah. You can see the benchmark of how WASM performs compared to a native speed. It is so near. It's performing really good. So this is why WASM is being used for these kind of ML computations. And this is a boon for us. OK, now we have seen what is personalization, what these things do, how these things do. Now let's see how we can bring this magic to React, our actual topic of concern. Cool. First, we have to start with choosing the right library. There are lots of libraries. These are the most common things. There is TensorFlow.js. TensorFlow, everyone has, everyone knows TensorFlow, right? This is TensorFlow.js. TensorFlow right in the browser. So TensorFlow is best for like when you have complex ML features, or even better, like you have your own ML models that you have to bring in the browser. You can use this one. But it has a trade-off. Like the bundle size is too high. It's so complex. But the best thing is like it has a very good community. So that like we get help everywhere. Then there is OnyxJS. OnyxJS suits best when we have like cross-platform compatibility. We have lots of ML models that has to run differently in different browsers. Then OnyxJS works. And like this is like a very like thing that many people don't use. So it has like less community presence. And it's like that's one of the things. But it still does great. ML5JS. It's a library that is like beginner friendly, which is great for demos, MVPs, prototypes, and all, but doesn't work that good for like production when we scale. And yeah, this is how a machine learning model runs in the browser. What do we do first? First, we load the model. Then we pre-process the input. What do I mean by that? We have to make the data ready. Like we have to abstract the data. We have to get the things ready for the browser. And we are feeding that to the machine learning model. We are running the inference. This is where the magic happens. And it gives us the data back. And then we post-process it. We do some styling, some tinkering stuffs, and we show that in the UI. So this is how a machine learning model runs in the browser. We'll see like how we can integrate it in step by step. Cool. How many of you directly used ML model in the browser? Wow. Few hands. How many of you have used API or any cloud services for that? Most of you. OK, now let's see how to bring that in React. Cool. This is how we do. First, we start importing some libraries. I think I can better show it with a demo. We can start, like we're starting with importing some libraries and bird tokenizer. What is bird tokenizer? Well, bird tokenizer is basically, oh wow, TypeScript error. Oh, cool. If at some point anyone says nothing is going to stay forever, just say TypeScript error is going to stay. Cool. So bird tokenizer is nothing but it is a model that Google developed that we can use to predict like a lot of things, and we can get some stuffs out of the text. It's kind of like text predator. And I'm using a small modification of that to predict like how the user is behaving via the text they are giving. This is what the demo is going to do. Cool. This is what bird tokenizer does. Yeah. Then we are initializing the model. We are running the model, like we are loading the model in every component mount. Then we pre-process the input data. We initialize the tokenizer that I told you earlier. And then we encode it. Why do we encode it? Because machine learning models don't understand text. They understand numbers. So first, we encode it. Then we have to convert it into tensors in the language where these ML models understand. So we are doing that. And we are getting the input. Like we are using the encode input function that we wrote just now. And from the results, we are getting something called as logits. What is logits? Logits is basically like a confidence score that this thing gives us that we can use to map with the emotions, the data, whatever we want. Yeah, obviously. Next, we're setting the predictions. And this is our input box. We are showing the prediction in the UI. Trust me, the UI is going to be looking much better. OK, let's see how that looks. I just want to walk you through the code a little bit before I show you the code. Okay. Is it visible? Like, should I zoom in a little bit? Zoom. Fine? All right? OK. There are a few hooks over here. What this does, this is taking the content recommendation. This is the thing that we discussed over there. Like, what is the best emotion? It's going to take that. We are setting the mood context based on some data. And yeah, we are setting some themes. We have some components over here. We have the main component. We're passing the props. And yeah, we have this recommendation item. Though the recommendation item here is just static, we can scale them to be much dynamic in the future. It's just for this demo. Cool. This is what pretty much this demo does. Like, I think I'll go with the UI. But yeah, this is how it works. So I'm gonna say, I'm so excited about React India 2025. The mood has changed. Like it says, I'm in joy mode. Okay. I'm gonna say, I wanna learn about AI advancements. Oh. It still doesn't do a great job because I trained this data with this Google's Go Emotion data set. This is a good data set, but still, AI doesn't work always. Don't worry, guys, our job is safe. I'm gonna say, I got a TypeScript error. And what? And it sucks. And it's properly figured out. You're frustrated, you're alerted. And I hate my life. Okay. Now if you see in the network, I want to show this to you. Like, for every prediction that comes, there is no network calls being done. Even the reloads are faster. It's just the bird that is being initialized. Maybe what else emotion we have? We have a lot of emotion over here. Can you guys give me some example things that I can put over here? Give me something. Okay. The crowd has no energy. Has to be more energetic. I'm not balanced and calm. I'm so frustrated. Maybe I'll add a word. I'm so frustrated. Yeah, it says I'm in a sad mood. Okay, yeah, I'm in a sad mood. See, it even recommends some things like copy strategies for difficult times. Oh wow, this can work really great. Like when it is scaled in a really better level. Well, we can come back to this part. Cool. We saw how the performance worked, but like the very next question that everyone would have got is, okay, let's answer this. What do you think that matters most in while building a UI? Model's accuracy or load time? A? Who say A? Accuracy. Who say load time? What about the rest of the hands? Maybe both. Cool. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure the first thought that everyone would have got in your mind that when I told about I'm going to load an ML model in the browser, that why would you do that? What will happen to the browser? Like, it will die. This is how our reaction would be. But yeah, it is not always great. But with the right optimization strategy, and if we apply some few tricks over there, we can get really better output from this. What we can do? Like, how many of you face this situation? Like, when we had some bug in our work, we think all about in the night, all about when we are in the bathroom, and we suddenly realize, I just missed a semicolon. Okay. Yeah. This is how, like, we used to think, right? There are some model optimization technique and quantization. Compression, like, you can think of it like we are compressing a video. If you're compressing a 1 GB video to some 200 or 300, it's going to be a bit bad. But like, in case of machine learning, yeah, the accuracy is not going to fall mostly apart. But a super fast output a wrong output that is better than little bit late right output, right? So yeah, these are some benchmarks that have been done. If we run a small CNN model, which is originally of 5 MB, and it is quantized, it can help us reduce from 200 to 400 millisecond, which is great for these kind of UIs. Well, just imagine how long it would have took. Like, I got a TypeScript error, and it takes loading. Oh, bye-bye, I'm done. I'll be like that. So no one wants to do that. And if it's a medium MLP, it's going to reduce 500 to 800 millisecond. And for large transformers, it's going to do much better. Cool. And we have some best practices over there, like we can lazy load the model. Like that can significantly reduce the better the performance. Like we all know, we all used to do lazy load stuffs. Yep. And we can memoize some expensive computations. We can memoize some, like the things that have been done by some web workers, some wasm things and all, we can memoize, and we can use it better. And we can use, obviously, web workers. Web workers actually does magic, like it's kind of boon for us in this particular thing, ML computation. For those who don't know web workers is like, it doesn't disturb the main thread of JavaScript. It runs parallelly in a multi-thread so that our main UI won't be affected, but still, the job is getting done. Cool. And something that we all hate. But in this thing, this is works really good. We have to A/B test the ML features that we are building. So yeah, we need to get user feedback. We need to work on optimizing it. We need to work on bettering it. Because, how was ChatGPT when it was launched and how it is today? It's all because of that. And we can also consider adding ML-enhanced accessibility things. So accessibility is something that really helps in this particular thing. So yeah, every technology, everything comes up with a limitation. And similar to that, there are limitations for this as well. The first thing, cool. OK, before going that, I need some interactions from you. Like, where do you think this in-browser machine learning can be used better, where it can be leveraged? Any creativity? E-commerce. Yeah, we can do that. That's a good thing. Anything else? Translation. Yeah, translation, it works. Accessibility. Image processing. We can do a lot of stuff. Like, I just classified my mood based on text some times ago. We can do that with help of camera. We can just see how the user is reacting and change the layout based on that. If they're like, oh, when we can change something, yeah, that would work really amazing. So yeah, coming back to the limitations, we have heavy computations on weaker devices. Like, this is a i7 machine, and it's working really good. Think the same thing running on a Pentium machine. Like, we're not sure. Like, it might still take some time to load the model. But like, applying some optimization technique will help us resolve this. Then the model size limit, as we talked about, we surely need optimization. There are lots of optimization techniques that we can apply. We can make it better. Yeah. The major issue over here, even when we talk about e-commerce, this data is not persistent. As we are not storing it anywhere in the server, it's just going to be for some times, like how the user works, how the user reacts. We work the things, we show the future, and we forget. It's not going to be persistent. So we have to do something about this. When the context is lost, everything's lost. It is use case sensitive. This is an important thing. If we use this for a right use case, for the perfect appropriate use case, as we did for our virtual try-on demo, it would create wonders. We impressed the client. We literally impressed the client, and that went really well. Yeah, privacy and transparency. Sometimes AI, AI is not great at privacy all the times. Sometimes it just shows its face. So we need to take care of that as well. Okay, what all we saw just now? We have to start with clear use cases again, where we have to use it, where we can properly use it, where we can get the most out of this machine learning in browser. We have to choose the right approach, like whether I'm going to use a pre-trained model like this, or I'm going to train a model myself. That's kind of there. And again, optimization is there. Privacy. We need to take care of this. Yep, accessibility. Someone spoke about accessibility. Good. We have to make sure it is accessible. And validate impact. Don't forget to do A/B test. I know it is boring, but still. Cool. When it is leveraged with a lot of things like edge computing, if we leverage the power of WASM and web GPUs and all, sorry, web GPUs and WASM and all, that would work really awesome. Like, it can create wonders. Then we can create emotion-aware and adaptive UIs. Like, it reads our face, it's gonna switch the UI, it's gonna like theme based on a mood. This is going to be a future of React devs. Yeah, obviously it will be sometimes. Cool. I think it's done. This is not a UPI QR, so you can happily scan and follow me anywhere. And yeah, if you see me anywhere around beach, pool, somewhere, come say hi. I would like to connect with every one of you here. Just my name, Vishnu Dasan. Thank you.
So, as I promised, we have a small game right now. How excited are you for a game? Are you not? Because I only feel like 3 people here are saying yes. Yes, no? Yes, now energy is coming. All right. So, same drill. That last one row next to the production deck, that last one row. Yes or no? I'm actually going to catch you guys there. Don't worry. This game was a really fun one. So, yes or no? Are you guys ready? We'll take a 5. Somebody's saying sir for some reason. I feel old. No. Last row. Yes or no? Last row alone. Yeah, somebody here is like supporting that last row, but I like the vibe, man. But all right, cool. How many of you guys here like cats? Woo, woof. We had a few woo now. Yeah, all right, nice. Not that I hate dogs. I love dogs as well. But how many of you like cat memes? Have you seen those cat memes? You know, the fun ones on Instagram. You've seen. I mean, the dog meme is trending right now. But have you seen those cat memes? Yes. How many of you seen those cat memes? Feel like, dude, I actually know all these cat memes, and I think I could win some swag by answering to cat memes. Hands up. I see 3, 4, 5. Lovely. I see a lot of hands. All right, perfect. So we are going to go for a quick guess the meme game. All right, so this is Power. So first off, volunteers, somebody who is going to be coming up. The challenge is pretty simple. It's a pretty simple, straightforward challenge, right? So you would primarily be guessing a meme, which will be on screen. And you basically will also need to enact that memes. It's very simple, very fun, quite interesting to be of sorts. It's going to be fun, trust me. And if you're not able to find the meme, I'm going to be here with you, helping you do this meme. But now again, I have to go back to my Scrum Master mode. Time boxing is key, guys. So we got to do this quickly, okay? Thank you. Thank you, the first. Yes, thank you. That's all. Right. So volunteers, who's up first for the first one? Raise your hands. I actually have a name. Neha. Let's go, Neha, on stage. And from the control, do we have a mic handheld here, please? Perfect. So Neha is going to be joining us on stage. She already previously asked us what the challenge is, and she was like, I know my cat memes very particularly. Can we have a handle here? Yeah, we got the handle there. Let's get that to you. There you go. So you're going to see a meme next on screen, and let's see if you know what this meme sounds like. But here's the catch. If she does not get the sound correct, or if you feel like the sound that she does is not accurate as the meme, and you could do one better, you could also win a swag. Okay? We're not stopping with one. We're going to go with multiple, all right? So first up. Is that mic working? Are you hearing this?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Does anybody else think that you could do the same thing that she does better? Anybody here? Let's go one more time. One more time. All right. Anybody else who thinks they can do better? Raise your hands. That also gets you a swag. I mean, I'm just telling you. No one? Wow, you think. Yeah. But yeah, that is, we're going to be playing that meme. That is the meme. So there you go. A round of applause for Neha. Rupali, if you could help me out with the swag. Thank you. You have a swag from us at Talentship. And there you go.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. So can I have the mic back? Or is that going to be Horn too? All right, cool. Next up, who's coming up on stage? Oh, this one's easy. I kind of leaked that one, didn't I? All right, we'll switch it. But anybody else? Who's up next? Cat meme experts. This is a very easy one. I see a half hand up. Oh, you went to scratch here. My dude went all the way here, and I was like, you want to try? You want to give it a try? I'm going to force you. You're going to give it a try. Let's go. Round of applause for my guy.
Half gestures was because you want to exactly enact, right?
Yeah, and you have to do you know what you have to do. You know what you have to do. With the sound, obviously. With the sound. Exactly. The sound counts as well.
Okay, the meme is actually happy, happy, happy.
There we go.
That I know.
But the enactment is where. I can make it easy. I mean, like.
Ajay, you'll join me. You'll join me then. Let's get embarrassed together. Come, master. Time boxing. Let's go. Quick. Join me.
Teach me how to do it and I'll do it with you. There we go. That makes the two of us. Teach me how to do it. We gotta do this. Enough flies, yeah? Happy. You're not doing it. Happy. There we go. Use round of applause. Let's get you a goodie there. So we have a couple more. Thank you so much for participating, my guy. We have one more. I mean, like, we have two more, but time's always against me. Somebody from the last few rows, please. I literally saw two people raise their hands when they say they know the cat memes. The next one's very easy. It's very easy. Trust me. Are you coming to the stage? Oh, let's go. Let's go. We have one. You can set your name, sir.
Jairam.
Jairam. All right, Jairam. This one's for you. All right, this is it's a banana crying cat is all I can tell you.
Crying.
Yeah, but I'll make it easy for you. This is the way it sounds. Okay, now the crew, they're the ones who are going to be doing it. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Wonderfully done, my sir. You get the goodie as well. Thank you so much. Shall we do one more? Now everyone will say yes, now because you're having fun. When we're not having fun, when you're having speakers, so you do one more. I actually forgot if I had put one more in the slide because it was very urgent. So I think there is one more, but if it's not, we'll just see. Anybody else on stage? Now 3 or 4 people. Yeah, yes, let's go. The fact that this entire row said yes, and not one of you guys raised your hand if I asked for a yes is concerning on how much I'm going to be trolled today, but it's fine. Your name, ma'am. Are you guys hearing the audio? Because from my POV, it's all good.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Hello,
yes,
everyone.
Yes, yes.
My name is Saloni.
Ah, there we go. Do I have another meme here? Oh my God, yeah, I do. There we go.
Okay, so it's pop, pop.
Nah, you gotta be accurate with the meme.
Uh,
You're right. It is the pop, but the pop needs to be accurate. Pop. I'm making it for you. That's legit the sound. I'm gonna play it for you guys, all right? You have a chance. Anybody else? Want to give it a try? Yes, sir. Let's go. We'll have you on stage. Don't worry. We have goodies for both of you guys. Let's go. Round of applause, my guy. Join us on stage. Let's share the mic. Come on stage. Don't be shy. Let's go. Oh, no. We're not jumping there. Who are you first? Love to know you.
I'm Samarth.
Savant. Hi. Oh, he jumps into it again. Wow. Oh, yeah. He's doing it. But both of you guys did amazing. A round of applause. Thank you so much, guys, for participating. We do have some prizes for you guys.
Actually, I was hoping it was the that cat meme.
Let's just say we're not done with the... I'm here till 6, dude. I'm here till the end. Let's see, all right? So, energy. How's energy? All good, happy, sad, crying? I want to go home. I want to party. Your favorite meme was not here. What was your favorite meme? Chippy, chippy, chapa, chapa. Okay, I'm telling you, we're not at the end of the show yet. We still have time. Wow. We have cat experts here. All right. So, before I jump to the next speaker, I want to give a huge shout out to you guys. Thank you for being an energetic audience right now. We can see the energy coming back. We see the room being packed. But here is the thing. We have some more game shows like this. We have some more fun shows also. And we are going to be doing it as we progress with this, all right? So we need the same energy, same power. You think you can give me that? Again. No, yeah, I mean, I'll be happy if you guys say no also, but even like, sometimes it's yes and sometimes like, yeah. All right, yes? Yes, and we also have a special show at the end also, which I will tell you later, but right now, what is the thing? I use a word. What's the word? Time box. Who said time box? You get a cookie mentally, because I'm out of cookies right now, all right? All right, cool. So let's welcome the next speaker, Sahil. He's from Bravo. Sahil, let's have you on stage. A huge round of applause, guys.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. As we are concluding to the end of the event, So I hope you must be excited about the after party and cocktails. Everyone? Okay. So I'm going to present on a topic which I want to synonymous with the how we make cocktails. So while making a cocktail, ingredients play a major role, right? If you mess up with the ingredients, then your experience with the cocktail can differ based on the experience mix. Same is with the architecture in front-end technologies. If you put the right tooling, configuration, templates together in right proportion, then it could scale very well. But if you mix up with the ingredients, so it could differ in taste. It could differ in the scalability. Maybe you might not get as fruitful results as you can. So okay, I'm going to present on a topic how we can scale enterprise applications using Microfrontend and Monorepos. So how many of you are familiar with Microfrontends? Okay, how many of you have implemented Microfrontend in your product solutions? Okay, how many of you are familiar with Monorepos? And how many of you have used Monorepos? And both of them together? Okay, cool. So as you all might be knowing the main challenges and what all benefits we get out of those. But okay, the first thing that I want to present on is this is the agenda which we will be talking about. First is the architectural choices that we have while building front-end solutions. Second, I'll be touching on what micro-frontends are, and then a short discussion on monorepos and how micro-frontend and monorepos complement each other. And at last, what do we infer from this? Okay, so I will try to explain my journey at Brevo. Back in 2019 when I joined, we were comparatively small, and we were using monolithic architecture where front-end and back-end was in a single repository, okay? So our team was small, we didn't face any challenge, it was going good, it was scaling well, everything at one place, and we were happy. But as our product need grows in size, we face major challenges with monolithic architecture. The main challenge which we face is the development time slows down over the period of time. Because everything at one place, you are changing something, and your whole application needs to be redeployed, the waiting time increases. So your development time is slowed down. Second major challenge is if some error occurred, then the whole system can break if you haven't handled that properly. And thirdly is the scalability. In front-end technologies, we often use utilities, common components, functions, so everything is at one place. So if you want to scale an individual piece standalone, you can do that, but it's a lot of effort because everything is tightly coupled. Okay. Then what we did is we bring out the front end out of that monolithic architecture. We build a separate repo for that, where from development till building and testing and then deployment is separated out. So what we did, we were able to loosely couple these two things, front end and back end. Okay. But the major challenge, one major challenge we were facing at that point is the business comes up with the problem, like when a user is navigating from one application to another, there is a whole reload on the website because the assets were getting downloaded from the scratch, even though most of them are reused. So we looked into the community what we can do about this. So here we comes with we came across Microfrontend back in 2019, I'm talking about. At that time, Microfrontend was released with Webpack 5, Module Federation plugin, all those things were coming in. So we gave it a shot, we explored that, and the result is, so in Microfrontend, those can be, I'll talk about Microfrontends in my further slides, but I'll give you an idea. It's basically breaking down your large front-end application into smaller chunks, which you can independently deploy. Okay, so one part of the problem was solved. So we were able to have separate smaller front ends. But the main challenges which this particular architecture brought is, so you have multiple repos now, repos which are using the shared tooling, as well as the configuration and the common, how I can manage those. So to manage it, basically, then we move to how we can share the common components. We again look into the industry. Okay, we came across this Monorepo concept. So so Monorepo is basically nothing but it's a single repo with independent. You can have separate workspaces for your applications, and you can reuse the shared tooling. Then comes in Bravo, we have marketing applications also, which are in front of the login. Okay, so those applications, their business need is very good if you solve those with Jamstack architecture, because SEO and performance is very critical over there. So we have used Jamstack, and if you visit bravo.com, so we have built bravo.com using this architecture. Then this is the future thing we are currently exploring on, how we can render child application inside the container using server-side rendering. Meaning at the server only we do the computation which child needs to be rendered. So we are currently exploring that. Okay, so the key before that, so what micro front ends are? Okay, so micro front end, before going to micro front end, we were talking about cocktails, right? So everybody here, how many of you love cocktails? Okay, so you might have your own choices while you are consuming the cocktail. So same is with the micro front end. So a certain team is very good with certain tech stack, okay, their own tooling. So we don't want to restrict them. So maybe some of you like Mojito, and some of you like old fashioned, and some of you like, which is the strongest one? Which is the strongest one? Anybody? Alright. Okay. So same is with the micro front-end architecture. Micro front-end architecture enables you can have separate repos where you can choose your own tech stack, you can build your own pipeline, you can build your own tooling, and you can deploy them separately to a specific domain. So first thing is, it does not restrict you on the technology. So here, but making sure you are able to consistently render all this application together in a container. Okay. Then we'll talk about now what micro frontend enables. The first thing it enables is team autonomy, meaning it is not dependent on each other. Second is team agnostic, meaning you can use your own tech stack, whether it's React, Vue, Angular. Thirdly, it is able to scale very well, because every application is not dependent upon one another. So you are very easily able to scale them independently. Okay. So now I would like to discuss with you the architecture that we follow while implementing the monorepos. So here we have the end user. End user is coming to the main application. Main application is deployed on like app.bravo.com. So this main application is responsible for rendering the container. Inside the container, we have a layout where we are rendering the header and the navigation and the body of the application. Okay? This navigation and header, they are also independently deployed, which are consumed at the runtime through federated modules. So it is a separate team which is looking into this. Then comes the body of the application, meaning a user has navigated to app.bravo.com on a specific route. In the specific route, we are going to load the configuration, and this configuration is responsible for calling the remote entry container, which knows how to load this particular child application. And this child application gets initialized and rendered inside the body of the application. So the beauty of this architecture is the end user who is coming to your website doesn't feel a thing, even though your application is divided into separate, independent, deployable websites, which are integrated in a main container. So this thing we want to solve. So here, when a user now navigates from app 1 to app 2, he does not see a whole reloading of the application. So, and this single, like for example, child app A, B, C container, this whole application is built using this architecture where we have the application and this is the building and testing tools. And one thing which I want to point out here is this shared deployment workflow. So our websites are deployed on Cloudflare pages, which scales very well. And for that, we have written a shareable workflow which is reused across the organization front-end repositories. So the beauty of this is if you want to add something, you need to just add it one place, and you are able to control your deployment. So this is the emojis where how it interacts with the individual pieces. Okay. Now comes the trade-off part. Okay. So with this architecture, everything was good, but the main what challenges we faced, because earlier, like for example, we are having 5 to 6 applications which scale very well, like till the time we reached 10, and then when we further grew in number, the main challenge that we faced is related to the tooling. So whenever we create a new Microfrontend application, the tooling was getting repeated in each and every application. We were not able to control the tooling part. How we are going to control the configuration which needs to be consistent across all the application, because now the tooling is getting duplicated. And second part is whenever we onboard a new resource on this architecture, he needs to individually get each and every repo's context before contributing. So the onboarding time increased for us. And thirdly, the third challenge we faced is the cross-app dependencies. If one application needs to communicate with another application, so how we are going to do that? There are certain solutions in market. We can use Git submodules, we can use NPM, but those also comes with their own challenge, because you need to build your library, and you need to register it on NPM, and then you are going to track all the dependencies in each and every repo. So that also is I feel it is not that scalable, because there is a manual effort involved in this. So what are the solutions? So I want to control my front-end organization repos from one place. How we can do is we look into the community now, and we came across monorepos. So monorepos, it's a single repository first of all. It's a single repository which contains multiple distinct applications with well-defined relationships. You consider Monorepo, you have a tower where you have certain apartments, right? And you imagine a tower where there's only one apartment. So sometimes people get confused with monorepos with monolithic. Monorepo is way different because their relationship is a key factor that derives it. Okay? So yeah, we'll talk about now how monorepo relationships are defined. If you follow monorepo architecture, you need to define each and every application in its own workspace where you have the full visibility of your product. Second is the accelerated tooling. So you can define a separate workspace in Monorepo for this configuration, which you can reuse across your applications which you have defined in the same. Third is cross-project changes. Every time now in a new place, it actually makes it easier for everyone to work with the changes which are reused across different applications, which you can control, and you can make use of some features of Monorepo to integrate it well with your certain set of applications which are defined over there. So what Monorepo enables us? So we were facing a challenge with tooling. So it solves that. So you have smarter tooling in place. It brings in a better developer experience. How? Because at the end of the day, developer has the full view of what he is working on. Even if he is onboarded to a single repo, but he has the full view of the product, what all things are there. If he has worked with one of the repo, right, then he has the full view of the configuration that we are going to use, what's the build process, how this repo works, and if the same resource you want to use for some other part of the application, you don't need to give him the whole context. And thirdly is the faster releases. So with faster releases, it depends how you are building your solution. Because in our case, we have written a shared workflow which is responsible for deploying the front-end application onto the Cloudflare pages. And we have written some CI/CDs around that, which actually predicts the changes in a certain application, which are then built and deployed separately. But it always depends. So in the starting, I said the ingredients are very important. So if you mess with them, you will get not as fruitful results as you expect. So this is the Monorepo architecture we are following as of today, where the main application is divided into three things. First is the app workspace, where all the applications are defined for that particular product. Second is the packages. The packages is just the common components or libraries that you are going to reuse across those applications. And thirdly, we have the separate space for tooling. So this tooling is separately maintaining its own packages, where you can define your linting, tech testing library, and then webpack configuration. And at last, we are using this shared deployment workflow. So this tooling section is reused across libraries as well as applications. In the libraries, we are also publishing this through chain set. It's a topic for another day, like how chain sets scale very well, the publishing and the configuration that are required to do so with NPM or GitHub packages, wherever you are deploying this. If you look at the application, this application is having its own build process timing, which is reused, and you are reusing the shared workflow. It is able to deploy to the Cloudflare pages. Okay. Now, next is the folder structure that we use. I think most of you are aware of this if you are working with the Monorepo. So it's a pretty basic folder structure that we are following. There's app1, which is having its own source and component pages, and the config part. Then we have the packages section, which defines certain packages. And then we have the config. With the configuration, we have separate just configurations, TypeScript, Webpack. And at last, we have the Monorepo's configuration. Okay, so now we are going to mix these two, Microfrontend and Monorepos. It unlocks a, I would say, whole new way, new level of productivity and scalability by combining these two powerful tools. So Monorepo solves us a use case where we are able to render all the independently deployed application to a single container, but making sure how we are going to manage those individual applications is a key where the Monorepo plays a role. In Monorepo, we defined separate workspaces for those applications, and then we have the configuration which actually empowers those applications. And with the smarter deployment, you are able to control if a certain change is being done at one of the application, then your CI/CD is going to detect it and is going to build that respective application, and it's going to deploy it using shared workflow onto the Cloudflare pages. And the moment it does it, in the runtime, it is going to reflect onto the main container where your product is deployed. The best part is the team who is responsible for this particular feature, bug, or whatever you are developing on is not dependent on the another team. So the operating model, okay, of Microfrontend, first is the shared tooling. I explained you can have a separate workspace and you can control. The beauty of this is if you are adopting, like, let's say TypeScript in all your front-end application, you are able to control all the dependencies around the TypeScript from one place. You just need to do changes in there and it will reflect onto all the applications. Second is the consistent build process. This is, again, it depends how you are building your solution for the build process. If you are going to define the configuration properly, and if you are going to reuse it across the applications, then it would scale well. Third is the synchronized changes, where all the applications are at one place, so you have only one repository. It's one umbrella under which all the applications are defined, where you can synchronize those changes seamlessly. Fourth is scalability. Monorepos are very scalable because each and every piece is together, plus it has its own workspace. So you can scale, if you want to scale individual piece, you can scale it separately without affecting the other parts of the application. We are not able to do that in monolithic because everything is very tightly coupled. You are not able to scale individual piece. Here we are able to. Then last is unified pipeline. So unified pipeline is same how you are going to structure your CI/CDs. Okay. So if you are able to define very well CI/CD around this solution for based on your application and packages, so it scales very well. Then comes this is the Microfrontend architecture. This is a Microfrontend architecture and a Monorepo architecture. How we transition from Microfrontend to Monorepo architecture. So in this, I would like to focus mainly on this individual application A. For example, this application A is having its separate process from building, making use of common tooling plus the shared workflow, and it is deployed on a separate preview URL. And you are able to use the shared tooling in a very best manner, I would say. Now I would like to conclude my talk. So these are the challenges that we faced. But based on your challenges, I would say there is no one size that fits all the front-end problems. So when you are choosing a front-end architecture, it depends upon your business needs, okay, and at what stage you are currently. So based on your team size, your business needs, plus what is your product. So each and every architecture pattern has its own pros and cons. So at the end of the day, you as a smart developer need to make correct choices when you are developing solutions around front-end problems. Okay, thank you all. This was all about me. So if you want to connect with me, feel free to say hi. I would love to discuss more in detail with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahil. That was an amazing talk. Up next, we have Kritika, who's going to be joining us shortly. But at the same time, we're going to make some changes to the flow of order of how we're going to be having next sessions. It's just that we're going to be giving some time for you guys to have fun as well. So there's some changes here. So Kritika is going to be coming up to talk right now. And following that, we'll have a couple of speakers. And then we'd directly be going on to the closing segment. But here's the thing. We have a special announcement, a special activity also towards the end of the session. So make sure that you guys are here. Kritika, if I could have you on stage, and a huge round of applause for Kritika.
Hey, hi everyone. I'm Kritika, and I'm a senior engineer at Atlassian, and I work with the Jira issue view team there. And on a personal note, like every other software engineer, I also love to travel, want to build a tech product of my own, and eventually settle down in the mountains. So it gets as cliche as it can. Okay, so I'll be talking about mastering web performance at scale today, and I'll be particularly sharing some insights from how we do it at Atlassian. Now let's be real. When all we devs here optimize the performance, all of us can feel a bit overwhelmed. Now we can picture ourselves doing those endless debugging sessions and being stuck in those mysterious bottlenecks and the pressure of shaving off those extra milliseconds from our page load time. But why do we keep coming back to web performance? Why is it really important? So the answer is fairly simple. Because web performance is also user experience. With every extra second that your page takes to load, with every laggy interaction, you tend to lose on users' attention, their trust, and even their business. So, we should not consider performance as just a technical metric. We should try to see it as how users perceive our products. So today, let's look at how we can optimize web performance and how we can make our products more lovable. Okay, so let's start by looking at the problem statement that we had in hand. So at Atlassian, we wanted to build a web performance measurement and optimization framework that would scale across all our products like Jira, JSM, Confluence, Bitbucket, and just to put things into perspective, like these products are used by more than 37 million users, unique users monthly, and around 400 plus engineering teams work on these products on day-to-day basis. So this framework had to, while it had to scale across all our products, it also had to be simplistic enough to have that horizontal deployment across all our engineering teams. So this is how, this is a high-level overview of what I'm going to talk about today. So we'll first talk about how we establish the core metrics, how we measure them, improve them, and then sustain them. Let's start with the first section, which is how we establish our core metrics. So going back to the basics, let's see what does Core Web Vitals mean. So Core Web Vitals is a framework, is basically a performance measurement framework that Google has defined, which has 3 principles. The first one being how fast your app loads, and the primary metrics for that is LCP, which is the largest contentful paint, which signifies that when is that largest piece of content loading on your page. And the next one is interactivity, let's say if I click on a page, I click on a button, how soon your app responds to it. For that, we measure INP, which is when the user interacts with your screen to the time when the next pane starts. And what Google does is it looks at all the interactions that are happening across the lifespan when that page is open or the user is interacting with your page, and comes up with that worst timing of the interaction and logs it as INP. Then the third one is visual stability, which is a metric which shows you how things are moving around when the page is loading. So no one likes that content is jumping around. You click on a button and after 2 seconds it's at the bottom of the page. So that's what CLS is all about. Now, when we were implementing these core web vital metrics at Atlassian, we saw that there were some gaps. The first one being that it doesn't scale very well with SPA. And for us, SPA was a major use case which we couldn't disregard. To give you some idea on the scale, 80% of the page views for Confluence are from SPA transition. So that is something that we couldn't ignore. Then for LCP also, we saw some false positives. So if you look at the screenshot, this is when we were using Core Web Vitals, and LCP for issue view was firing when nothing was loading. This was happening because the skeleton itself was heavier than the actual content that we wanted to load. So a lot of false positives. The third one was that we had very limited performance insights from Google Web Vitals. It would just tell you that P99 number, when is your, what your worst interaction looks like. But what if you want to study things at detail? What if you want to look at all the interactions that are happening on the screen? So we saw this as an opportunity and took Web Vitals as a base and tried to build on top of it and came up with some new metrics of our own. So the first one being, so now I'll talk about all the 3 pillars and what are the core metrics that we look at for each of these pillars. So the first one being loading. So while Google looks at LCP, we look at a wide variety of metrics which actually points to different milestones that user has in their page load journey. So it starts with FMP, which is the first meaningful paint, which is fired as soon as you get your SSR content, because once you get your SSR content, something meaningful is rendered on your page. The second being time to interactive, which is TTI, which happens when you click on a button and you start getting some response. Now this is fired when I think the critical content of the page is fired and the main actions are unblocked. The third one, and a really interesting one, is TTVC, which is time to visually complete, which we fire when the page has loaded, all the components that had to be loaded on that page have loaded, the pixels have settled down, and there is no movement. Sorry? No. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, so we look at TTVC, which is the time when the page has completely loaded, what we wanted to load has completely loaded, and things are visually complete, basically. Then we also look at time to app idle, which is when the main thread as well as the network activity has ended and things are stable for, let's say, 2 seconds. Now I'll take a moment here to talk about the primary metrics that we see here. The first one being TTVC. So for a long time at Atlassian, we were trying to optimize for TTI, for LCP, but then we saw that we were not optimizing for page load. We were essentially just moving things around an arbitrary mark, and we were just trying to move things here and there, whereas the page load remained the same, and actually we were not doing any optimizations. So that is when we moved to TTVC. So now let's talk about the second pillar that we have for interactivity metrics, which is, so for Google it is INP, but for Atlassian we look at input delay, which is like when you do an interaction, how soon your callback handler is evaluated on the main thread. So that's input delay. INP is pretty similar to what we have on the Core Web Vitals. The third one is input to complete result, which is like, let's say you click on a button and a modal shows up, how much time it took for the entire interaction to be complete. And the third and the fourth one, which is again a very interesting one, is total blocking time, which is how long was your main thread blocked while processing your interaction callback handler, because it also gives you an idea on how heavy UI processing you are doing that your main thread was blocked for a very long time. The interesting part here is, instead of looking for the best or the worst interaction metric, we look for all these metrics across all our interactions. So it's actually possible for our devs to drill down on each of these interactions. This is not good. Okay, so the last pillar is visual stability metric. For this, we also look at CLS, just like Google. Okay, so that was how we established our core metrics. Now let's move on to the second section, which is how do we measure these metrics? So as it's said, what gets measured also gets managed. But how do we measure things? So for this, we have our very own UFO. Yeah, we have very fancy names at Atlassian. So it's our unified front-end observability framework. It's basically a platform and a set of library that gives our front-end engineers a unified way to instrument and monitor reliability and performance for the views that they are working on. Now UFO, it has 3 building blocks. The first one being holds, which is like if you have to let UFO know that something on the page is loading. So like whenever the loading indicator is visible, or let's say whenever that suspense cycle is going on, you're fetching some data or you're lazy loading some component, holds is the way you let UFO know. So we've created some components and have added them to our common components for like spinners, for loading indicators, for skeletons, and that's how UFO comes to know about it. Then for segments, segments is nothing but think of it like a web page to be built of various segments which will be eventually arranged in a tree form. And so like I'll give you an example of issue view. So there would be one segment on the top for issue view, but then comments, attachment, they can have their own segment. But all of this will eventually roll up to issue view page segment. Now the third one is triggers, which is the one that we need to let UFO know that, okay, now you can start your measurement. So these are the 3 building blocks, but how do we actually measure page load performance and TTAI metric? So let's start with this screenshot, the first screenshot first. So this is how the page looks like when you, let's say, hit a issue view URL. So at this time, the app skeleton starts to render. When it starts to render, it fires a trace page load trigger, which lets UFO know that, okay, now you have to start your interaction. Once that happens, a UFO segment is also initialized for issue view. Now, since we are rendering a skeleton, a UFO load hold is also added to the DOM so that UFO knows that, okay, something on the screen is loading. Now, as you can see in the second screenshot, while we had one skeleton for issue view, we have another one for the sidebar component. So the sidebar component, maybe it's using suspense, it's fetching some data, it's lazy loading stuff. So a second hold, which is UFO suspense, is also initialized. Now what happens is, let's say the app skeleton is removed from DOM. So issue view sort of loads. Then what happens? We remove the first hold, but the interaction is not complete because the sidebar component is still not loaded. So now what we'll do is we'll wait for the sidebar component also to load, and once it loads, like as you can see in the green marker here, we will remove the second UFO suspense hold as well, and that is when the complete callback of the UFO interaction will be fired. And that's when we will assume that issue view has completely loaded and our app is now idle. So that's how basically holds, segments, and triggers come together for performance measurement. Now let's also talk about how do we measure the TTVC metric. So for measuring TTVC metric, we leverage this library, Dropbox/TTVC. But I'll also talk about the details of how TTVC is actually calculated. So it's a combination of mutation observer, interaction observer, and tracing and tracking how the image load is happening. So mutation observer, it will basically tell you that if any DOM nodes are being mutated on. Intersection observer will tell you if something is moving in and out of the viewport. So as a combination of these two, you can actually check if any DOM nodes are changing in the viewport. So we keep getting these callbacks, like wherever you see this mutation written, we keep getting these callbacks that, okay, something has changed on the DOM, something has changed on the viewport. And eventually we keep processing that. Let's say we got a callback from the mutation observer. we'll check if this node is in the viewport or not, and we keep a tab on what is that latest DOM mutation that has happened. And then we'll wait for the app to get idle. So we'll wait for the request app idle callback to come in. We'll also join it with the idle network activity. So basically there should not be any network activity. And it is very close to that timestamp that, okay, now everything on the page is stable, nothing is moving. And that is when we retroactively track it back to when the page was visually complete. So, but the good part is that you can use this library, and you can also start tracking it for your apps. Cool. So this was how we measured the core metrics. Now let's look at the most important part, like how do we improve these metrics. And if you do some of this stuff at your organizations, it might actually fetch you some kudos at work. Okay, cool. So let's do some magic here. Okay, so the first thing that we did was SSR improvements. Now, all of you will say like, okay, we have to optimize web performance, and you are saying like SSR your apps, that's the most like obvious thing to do. But what did we do differently here? So issue view was also like, most of our Jira Confluence pages were also already server-side rendered. But recently we did a lot of improvements where traditionally what we used to do was we had a JavaScript runtime where we would, if we want to process a SSR bundle, we would spin up a new JavaScript process every time. So when you have to process something, or when you have to initialize things on the node side and you have to process these SSR bundles, you have to spin up a new JavaScript process. And this context creation, this process setup is also a time-taking step. Now what we did was we started leveraging V8 snapshots in the new JavaScript runtime that we created. So V8 snapshots are like it's like that frozen pizza that you can heat up and for a quick dinner. So what these V8 snapshots do is, like let's say there is request number 1 that came in. It would start a new JavaScript process, initialize a few libraries, do that bootstrapping step, but then would also take a screenshot at that moment of time and would save it in the memory. But then what will happen is when the request number 2 comes in, it would actually deserialize the snapshot that it had earlier, and it would start its job from that point of time. So it saves you that bootstrapping time. And that is what moves the needle. So just to like share some quick insights on how much it can help you. So for a desktop device, it can fasten up the bootstrapping process from 40 milliseconds to 10 milliseconds. And for mobile devices, from 200 milliseconds to, I guess, 10 milliseconds. So, so that's what V8 Snapshot did for us. On top of this, we also had some caching. So at Atlassian, like all of our experiences are also very user specific, and like a lot of personalization or customization is also there. But we always try to look for those opportunities where there is static data that we are rendering, or let's say we are rendering things for anonymous users. So those things we'll cache. Then the new runtime that we created, it was hosted on Kubernetes, which helps us scale things as we like. Now, moving on, the second thing that we did was moving to the React 18 concurrent mode. So earlier we were using the traditional way of rendering React components, but then we moved to the concurrent mode, which sort of pauses the render if it has to respond to some interaction. And this actually helped us. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, so this actually helped us get some improvement in the VC90, TTAI, TBT, and INP across all our major views. These are some of the metrics, some of the improvement metrics. Now I'll talk about like moving to the React concurrent mode if any one of you also wants to move to it. It's not a very like straightforward road. Like technically it would look like it's just one line change, but you might be stuck with page crashes, extra API calls. So there was this one thing that we faced where we were moving issue view to concurrent mode, and there was one API call which was getting triggered like 10, 15 times because it was in use effect, and there's no guarantee how many times use effect would be triggered, and you have to like very closely monitor what are the dependencies that you have. Okay, so while React 18 concurrent mode itself brought in some improvements, it also unlocked a lot of things for us. So we can now do HTML hydration and SSR streaming. So what does hydration mean? So what happens is when you get your SSR response, React would start binding those event handlers to your DOM, and it would do it in top to bottom fashion. But with concurrent mode, you can also do it selectively. So let's say on your screen, there's a search bar which you want to be interactive first. You can just go and hydrate that on priority. For SSR streaming as well, you can basically, you don't have to wait for the entire response to be ready for it to be sent to the client. You can just stream that data, whatever part of the page is ready, you can just stream that. Okay, so the third one is data query consolidation and relay migration. This is not on Jira level, this is very specific to what we did for issue view. So so on issue view, it's a very customizable, very data heavy sort of view where we have to make multiple API calls to actually fetch data which is relevant for rendering of issue view. Now what we saw is if we want to optimize for VC90, we have to load things faster and also have to render them faster. For that to happen, we have to left shift all the data fetches that we have. So what was happening is there were some choke points where, let's say we started rendering a component, but then we were waiting for some data to come in and then continue rendering. So now what we're doing is we want to consolidate everything that issue view needs into one single query, and we will fetch it during SSR. Now what happens is, so while we can do this, this can also bloat up our network request a lot. So to prevent that, once we have this one single consolidated data query, we'll mark fields as visual versus non-visual. And the non-visual parts, there we will leverage the defer directive from relay, where at least the critical part would be loaded first, and the non-critical one would be streamed later in the second request. To make all this possible, we also have to make sure, and we also want to do this aggregation, that what is the data that each component needs. So this sort of necessitates that we also move to GraphQL and relay. So relay migration is also one thing that we are doing as part of this initiative. And we are also doing like regular stuff like making sure that we shrink the data as much as possible. We do a lot of computation on backend, and front end is as light as possible. Okay, so that was how we improved Atlassian products. Now let's talk about how we can sustain these performance metrics. So as in the starting of the talk, I said that we had 400 plus engineering teams, and to be very honest, it's very difficult to have that performance regression not happen because of the new rollouts that we are doing. So how do you scale these things on medium to large engineering teams? So you have to basically ingrain all these things in your dev loop. So we have done quite a few things to actually make this religion and ingrain it in our dev loop so that we don't let performance regression reach customers, and even if they do, we have tools to debug it and mitigate it faster. So let's look at what all things we do. So the first in line is we have a Chrome extension which is powered by UFO. So like we saw, we load UFO segments. So here in the first screenshot, you can see that this is how it shows a status that UFO segment has loaded, what's the TTI, what's the TTAI. And then in the second screenshot, it also shows that what is that trend graph for VC90. So here you can actually, people can actually see that, okay, when was my page 50% complete, 70% complete, 90% complete. And we also list down a lot of mutations that happen on the DOM. So you can go back and check what is that one mutation that is taking a lot of time for you. Now, this is the second tool that we have, and this is one-stop solution when we have any performance regression or any production issue, we go here. So what this helps us do is, this helps us plot all the performance metrics that we have against some other critical metrics. Like this one, it shows we're plotting VC90 against volume. So let's say, and this is just one chart, but you can also plot it against cache hit ratio, bundle size increment, new builds being deployed. So let's say you see a regression happening, you can always go and tie it back to, okay, there was a bundle size increase also, and there was a new build that was being deployed. So that helps you narrow down the RCA that, okay, maybe this new build is getting deployed, which is increasing the bundle size, and hence, we should basically drill down what has gone in this build. So those are some use cases that this tool helps us with. It also gives you a lot of backend insights and bird eye view of what is happening on any of the experiences for which you are seeing this. The next one is synthetic performance monitoring tool. So when it comes to performance regressions, right, it's very important for us to have both lab data as well as field data. So tools like Lighthouse, they will help you create lab data where they would create, you have to give them some configurations and they'll try to load your page in that configuration and come up with some metrics. So with this tool, we have also done something very similar where we are coming up with this performance monitoring tool where you can configure some experiments, where you spin up some synthetic traffic, try to, whatever new change that you want to roll out, just check it on the synthetic tenant and see how your performance metrics are looking like. And if you see and then you can compare it with the baselines that we have at the places where your changes were disabled. And if there's a regression, it's suggested that you don't roll out this change and go back to the whiteboard and debug what might be causing these performance regressions. So these tools, they give us the UFO metrics that we discussed earlier, the web vitals, and also share the HAR files of what was happening during that experiment. Now, the next in line is the guardrail metrics that we have built. So at Atlassian, we also have a very strong culture of feature gating. So for those of you who are not very aware of what feature gating is, so feature gating is basically you add a kill switch, which means once your changes are deployed to the production, it would not be enabled for everyone on the prod, and you can choose to slowly roll it out. So we use this tool called StatSig for managing this feature gate bagged rollouts. In this, we add a lot of monitoring metrics. So here you can see we've added VC90 for Jira issue view, server time, FMP, and we've added it for Jira software, Jira service management, and everything. Now, once these changes start rolling out, what happens is StatSig helps us do that cohort analysis where, okay, this is how the VC90 looks like when your changes are enabled versus this is how it looks like when they are disabled. And if there is, so this is how it looks, all these metrics are listed, and as you can see, some of them are trending positive, some of them are trending negative. Now, if we see some regressions on these guardrail metrics, an alert is triggered to the team who's owning that metrics and the person who's basically rolling out those changes. And then it's on their discretion. Do they want to roll out those changes further, or do they want to pause it and basically fix the regression? So this is how like the preventive measures and that we take, that performance regressions are not shipped to the production. So yeah, that's what I had. Thanks everyone for being a wonderful audience. And before I close this, I also want to give a huge shout out to all the amazing teams at Atlassian who have been working across for many years now to help us reach where we are today. So yeah, that's what I had. Thank you.
Kritika, for that amazing talk. So right up next, we have Grisha who's going to be joining us for the next talk. A huge round of applause for Grisha to be joining us on stage. Before we go to the talk, how is the energy with you guys right now? I feel like a wave going up and down, up and down. High or low? High. I mean, you're saying hi, but I'm just hearing very low voices, feeble voices, not eaten for 7 days. So yeah, high or low? Hi, and the first row only responds, the last row. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Now it's all coming out. So we'll continue with the session with Girisha, and we also have the special planned activity as promised after this. So, excited? Binary answers. Yes. Now we have yes in the first few rows. Okay, let's do the same thing again. That last row which is next to the production line. Yes or no? No. This is going to be that last row alone, which I'm observing it. Yes or no? Yeah, there we go. Now everyone together. Yes or no? Lovely, lovely. Grisha, this is over to you. Please take on stage.
Hi, everyone. I hope all of you can hear me. So can we get a quick cheer for React India Conference? Hip, hip! Hooray! Hip, hip! Hooray! Hip, hip! All right. So I see that we still have energy. I know the day is closing, but we need the energy for this session. So let's get started. This is the title of my talk, How I Agenticize My Productivity. Yeah. All right. So let me start by who I am. I am Gaurisha Srivastav, a software engineer at Microsoft. I am a part of the Core AI platform at Microsoft. I love to talk about tech. I love to talk about traveling, and I am a crafty person. So if you want to hit me up for any of these, feel free to reach out to me. All right. So I want to start this talk with this image. Now imagine it's 4 a.m. in the morning, and out of nowhere, you receive a call on your phone for a severity 2 incident. A quick show of hands, how many of you have experienced this before? I see quite a few people. Okay. So we have people with severity 1 experience as well. All right, this is the next scenario. Imagine you're finding the issue in the logs that are so long that the actual issue gets lost. How many of you resonate to this one? Okay, we have quite a few people. All right. How about this one? Well, this is about spending hours and hours on unit tests that are failing. I do see a lot of people here with their hands raised. All right, coming on to the last image, triaging customer feedback. Well, this is another scenario of similar issue, which is that we know that all of our products receive thousands and thousands of feedbacks every day, and every month actually, and just imagine the manual overhead to triage them to the right team. That's another scenario. Well, that's the life of every software engineer or every data engineer or application engineer. But what do we have common in all of these 4 scenarios? What we see here are actually not the real issues. These are the distractions around the real issue. And by the time we find the actual issue, like for example in your incident or actually writing the unit test, we've lost a lot of precious time that could have gone to fixing the issue. And most of the time we also lose our energy and coffee. Well, that led me to thinking, what if I had a buddy, a companion that could do all sorts of difficult chores or tasks that are tedious? Well, I can focus on what really matters. That is building, creating, and innovating. So essentially, can all of these scenarios be agentified? And that brought up a bigger question. Can productivity be agentified? But before we take a jab at this particular issue, let's take a step back. I want to take a second and talk about the buzzword, productivity. Let's open up the floor for everyone and understand, what does productivity mean to you? Can we have some mics here? Okay, so what does productivity look like to you? When you say that you had a productive day, what made you feel? So I see Varsha here. Varsha, what does productivity mean to you?
Thank you for putting me on spot.
If I'm able to focus on the main, fixing of issues and like these daily things that keep coming up again and again to me, like surge of incidents, let's say, or the surge of feedback, let's say, right? Then I would say yes, somebody else handles it for me. That's productivity for me. Also, I'm an engineering manager, so I want to be lazy. So for me, that is productivity. If I can focus on my team, strategize, and not have to worry about the smaller issues.
Absolutely. Who else would like to go? Yeah.
And she missed an important point. For in real, her productivity is like if she can do the shopping for an entire year in one day, then she feels that she's super productive.
All right. Do we have more folks? What does productivity look to you? Yeah.
For me, productivity is like if I'm working without knowing how much time has passed for the day, that's productivity.
Okay. Who else? Can we have somebody from the back? Let's make it more interactive, guys. All right.
I think it's something like producing meaningful output in a reasonable amount of time, or maybe taking lesser and lesser time.
So less with efforts and more in speed?
Yeah.
All right. Let's take one more.
When I have no meetings to attend.
No meetings to attend. I think that would be resonated by all of us. Okay. So that's the beauty of the term productivity. Everybody has their own perception about productivity, and it depends on a lot of factors. It depends on what role are you at, what is your goal, what is the pain point in your journey. All right. So now we know what productivity looks like for us. But in order to actually agenticizing your productivity, it's important for us to understand what's blocking it in the first place. Because obviously, we can't optimize things we don't understand. So bottlenecks in your productivity could be anything. Whatever be your scenario, it depends on your own personal experience. It could be maybe writing unit tests for a feature that is failing for hours. Or maybe it's about writing documentations that takes a lot of time. Or maybe the bug reports that we write. Okay, so now we know the bottlenecks in our productivity. But at this stage, what I'm seeing is that we do have a lot of productivity hacks today as well, without agents. But there is some issues with those productivity hacks. Let's take a look at what those issues could be. So I want to give a peek preview of the productivity tools that I usually use. So like a lot of you, I use GitHub Copilot on a daily basis to write the code, to debug my code, or maybe to write documentations. Whereas I also have a setup with Playwright and MCP server to write my end-to-end tests. But, and along with that, for collaborations and ideas and note-taking, I use Microsoft Copilot and Microsoft Loop components on a daily basis. But Do you see that these are tools that are helping me a lot, but there is an issue with them. The issue is, at the end of the day, it is me who is driving these tools. I have to write the prompt for the GitHub Copilot. I have to take a check on the Microsoft Loop component. It's me who has to drive everything for that. And that's why I want to bring my productivity tools to the OG supreme next level, using agents. And that's where the real magic of agents comes into the scene. Well, we all know agents are not here to replace us, rather free up our mind. So what if I have an agent that could work on the groundwork, the time-consuming part of my day, so that I can work on what matters, that is strategy and creativity. Well, to agenticize your productivity, it's important to know the productivity scenario. What does success scenario look for you? So let's open up the stage one more time for the audience and see what's the productivity scenario for you. Can we have the mics? Let's go back this time. Let's engage with that audience. Anybody from the back? What does productivity scenario or the success scenario for your productivity look like? No one? Okay, we have a hand there.
Side of me, if everything on the left side of my Jira board goes to the right, I'm happy.
That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. So your productivity scenario could be anything. It could be the last-minute design changes, or it could be the converting your ADO work items into full-fledged PRs. It could be anything. Your productivity scenario, as I said, belongs to you. It's your own perception, your own understanding. Well, don't take just my word for that. Last year at Microsoft AI Tour in Bangalore, Satya said this: humans and swarms of AI agents will be the next frontier, and that's where a lot of productivity will come from agents. And that's not science fiction anymore. Well, that's the direction Microsoft is headed to. From Copilot to Azure AI agents, in the age of AI, productivity does not mean automating the tasks. It means to augment human potentials with super intelligent machines that can collaborate with us. But now we know what are the bottlenecks in our productivity and what does the productivity scenario look for us. And we want to agenticize them. But how do we make agents, and more importantly, how do we make trustable agents? Like any strong foundation, a trustable agent also has building blocks to it. One of the important building blocks is consistent behavior. Now, I want you guys to imagine this scenario. You create an agent that helps you summarize your team's meetings, but the responses are flaky. Today, the responses are as crisp and bullet-pointed as you want, but tomorrow the agent goes all poetic. Or maybe on the third day, it goes on to say that everybody in the meeting was aligned for the agenda, when in reality, it was not. And that's the rogue behavior. So what we want for our agent to be trustable is to have consistent behavior. The next building block that we have is grounded rationale. So here we want our agent to have responses that has some context to it. It is based on some relevant context. And lastly, we want our agent to have explanation-first response. That is, so that if somebody else apart from you who created the agent uses the agent, is able to understand what the agent is referring to. Now let's come to actually building the agent. We have any agent that exists today has 5 core components: perception, reasoning, memory, actions, and feedbacks. Let's talk about them one by one. The first component is perception. This is the input understanding layer of your agent. It is essentially the rule book of your agent of what to do and what not to do. And we provide perception to our agent with the help of system prompts. You want your system prompt to be clear, have some reference material for anchoring its knowledge, and have some few short examples in order to provide the format of the response that you want. But this talk is all about productivity. So in the times when we have tools like GitHub Copilot, why do we even want to write the system prompt manually? So here I have asked GitHub Copilot to create a system prompt that helps me triage customer feedback. And you can see that the GitHub Copilot has given me a detailed system prompt. It has sections like instructions and output format and etc. Well, next, now we have the system prompt. But how do we exactly build the agent with the system prompt? That's when you head to the product called Azure AI Foundry, where we have a feature called Agent Builder. So in Agent Builder, all you have to do is just copy paste your system prompt with the help of that you created with the help of GitHub Copilot, and come to the Agent Builder and paste it in the section called Instruction. That's how easy it is. And feel free to scan the QR code if you want to read more about it. The next layer in your agent is memory. This is the context awareness layer of your agent. What this means is we want to So we provide memory to our agent with the help of knowledge bases. Now for your productivity scenario, knowledge bases could be anything. So let's say if you are making an agent for your productivity that helps you write documentation, then past or previously written documentation can become your knowledge base. But how do we create the knowledge base? That's where Azure AI Search comes into the scene. It helps you create search indexes. Search indexes can be created with various techniques using Azure AI Search, be it keyword search, vector search, agentic search, and whatnot. And if you want to learn more, again, there is a QR code. Feel free to read more. But you want your knowledge base to be up to date. You don't want your knowledge base to have data that's not relevant anymore. And that's where Azure Function comes into the scene. Azure Function helps you rejuvenate your knowledge base on a daily basis, or whatever frequency you want. Now, once we have the knowledge base, what do we do next? We again head back to the Agent Builder UI, and we go back to, it's not running. Yeah, we go back to the knowledge section of our Agent Builder UI. There are several options for adding your knowledge base, but for the demo, let's go with Azure AI Search, and that's how easy it is to connect your agent with your knowledge base. The next core component for your model, for your agent, is reasoning. We have given instructions to provide perception to our agent. We have given memory to our agent via the knowledge base. What we have not given so far is the ability to reason. And that's where large language model comes into the scene. With partnership with different various platforms like X, Meta, Mistral, Azure AI Foundry Portal provides more than 10,000 models for you to find the best model that fits your productivity scenario. So once you have selected your perfect model, all you need to do is just deploy the model and head to the Agent Builder UI and use them as the deployments. Let's take a quick recap what we've learned so far. So the user input about your productivity scenario and the system prompt becomes the input of our agent. Then we have the Azure AI Search Index as the knowledge base of our agent. And the LLMs becomes the reasoning part of your agent. And with the help of this, we are in a position to get responses that could help our productivity. But let's take a step back and understand, is this all we need to do? Or are we missing something? Well, this is where so far, what we've created is a chatbot assistant that could help us in queries. What we have not given to our agent is the ability to act on our behavior. And when you provide anonymous yet rational actions to your agent, that's when your agent becomes from a chatbot assistant to a true teammate. You want your actions to be autonomous, yet have some rationality. Okay, so how do we provide actions to our agent? So we head back to the Azure AI Foundry UI for Agent Builder, and we see a lot of actions that you want to add. Depends on your productivity scenario, you can add as many actions as you want. But if in case you feel that those scenarios are not fulfilling your scenario, you can also connect it to third-party applications. Like for example, for my productivity scenario, I wanted to triage the on-call incidents that we receive on a daily basis. And for that, all I did was created an agent on Azure AI platform and then connected or integrated it with Power Automate Flow. That's how I could also get the actions to actually transfer the incidents to the right owning team and add comments for reference to it. Well, this talk is not complete without talking about the impact that we've created so far. In Microsoft, in my team, we've created 3 agents so far. Let's talk about the impact. We created an agent to simplify customer feedback triaging. And for Azure AI Foundry portal, we receive more than 2,000 feedbacks on monthly basis. And before the agent, it used to take around 4 to 5 days to manually triage these feedback capsules. And with the agent, we reduced the number from 4 to 5 days to 3 to 5 hours. 3 to 4 hours. We created another agent to help us write the unit tests. Now, before the agent, it used to take around 5 hours to 1 day to actually write just unit end-to-end tests, end-to-end tests for our features. But with the agent, we reduced it to almost 2 to 3 hours. We created another agent to convert Figma to code. Now, this is a big one for us. We had an outdated repo that was very important for us. But that's when, and the estimated delivery time for revamping this outdated repo was more than 2 weeks if we had to do it manually. But with the help of our agent, we were able to do it in less than 1 week. And that's how the big impact agents can have on your productivity. With this, I come to the last section of my presentation, or the talk, which is uncomfortable but real learnings. After building the 3 agents in my team, in my own team, I was able to gather these 3 learnings. Let's talk about them. The first one is prompt fragility. Well, prompts are sort of like your interns. So they'll follow the instructions that you give to them, but not the intent that you had for them. And the prompt fragility usually happens because the LLMs are dependent on the patterns. So even in the smallest difference in the input query or the knowledge base, we can have very large difference in the response. The solution, how did I try to fix this? One of the solutions that I tried was to provide few short examples in my prompt. With that, I was able to define what's the right thing and what's the wrong thing. The next learning that I had was hallucination. Why do we still have hallucinations? Well, the best agents out there also, with the best models also have hallucination. And hallucinations usually happen when the model tries to generalize the responses, and especially when there is no close match in the knowledge base. And these are the scenarios when the model tries to fill in the gaps in order to provide responses. And that's what we call hallucination. So in order to reduce hallucination, my attempt was to provide a confidence score, a threshold for the confidence score, so that I can identify if this is a right response or if this is a hallucination. And another thing that I tried was to fine-tune my model. Out there are several techniques to fine-tune your deployment model that you are using. You can use supervised fine-tuning, reinforcement fine-tuning, and whatnot. And once you're able to fine-tune a model to your own requirement, hallucinations can go down by a huge amount. And lastly, this is a deliberate slide that I added to the end of the slide. Humans are still needed in the loop. Well, in the last 2 days, in most of the AI-related talks, we did talk about AI and agents are not here to replace us. So we are always needed, hopefully. So humans are usually needed when the agent so far has the ability to reason, but it does not have the full context. Let's say it does not have the context to the organization's structure. It does not have the context of the practices that you have for your unit test or documentation. And that's when humans are needed. What can you do to empower this? You can have human in the loop checkpoints. We can talk more about it offline, but I see the timer going on. So I'll move on to the last thing, that is me again. So with this, I come to the end of this talk. If you ever want to talk about agents or React or any text of related stuff, feel free to connect to me on all of these platforms, and feel free to scan the QR code to reach out. And obviously, if you have any questions, do reach out to me. We can definitely connect over this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesha, for this amazing talk. But now we have an interesting activity. I feel like you're all sleeping at the last row, man. I mean, like, give me that vibe, you know? How's your energy now? High, low, sad? All right. So without any further ado, we're going to go to another game show. But this time, we're going to be joining us is the Brevo team. They have a fun game that we're going to be playing, for which, first, I think it's best if we explain it. Let's have the hand mics on stage, please. We'll go with two for the speaker. So, we're joined by two individuals from Brevo.
Hello, everyone.
Yep.
How are you feeling today? Good. I see why you were complaining about the energy.
Yeah, you know, yeah. But at the same time, they are really active. It's just the fact that.
How are you doing today?
Oh. All right, so now let's come back to you guys. How are you guys feeling? Sleepy, happy, sad? Happy. Yeah, we have Varsha. Have happy. That's is that?
I guess people are burned out.
Oh my God. Like,
people are
awesome. So, how many? We're not going to like tell them what the game is particularly. Instead, let's give them bits and pieces. Yeah. How many people do you think we should call up on stage for the volunteers?
Let's start with 4.
4. I need 4 brave individuals who want to have fun. Varsha, 1. Yeah, there we go.
Who are ready to put their careers online.
Yep, that's the one. Class monitor will be called first. Varsha,
4 guys, come on.
4 guys, let's have 4 people. Let's go.
People.
I was hoping somebody from that last row would join. Yeah, I mean, we're going to go back to our college days.
He said he will do that.
Yeah, I'm going to choose. I'm just going to give him a chance.
The MC is
I don't want
lacking now.
to pull them outside all of a sudden. Are we going back to our college days? Do you want me to pull random people from the crowd? Yes? No?
Ooh, that would be fun.
Yes? Oh, somebody here saying yes. I want to find the yes guy here. Somebody here. Yes, there we have 1. We have 1. We need 3 more. Now the next, there's 2. We have 2. Yes. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more. There's 3. 1 more.
Anyone from
now?
last row?
Yep. 1 more. So are you raising your hand or are you? All right, we're not raising it. 1 more participant. 1 more. Come on, we got 3 here. Don't worry, pull out 1 more person. 1 more. Yeah, we'll focus on this row.
Yeah.
1 more. Yes, exactly. The 3 people there and 3 people here. 1 person from here. Who's going to come out? 1 person from there. Let's go. If somebody looks back, they're going to be called up on stage.
Throw those social anxiety.
Oh yeah,
outside
she
the
looked back.
window.
Let's go. A round of applause,
Let's go.
guys. Let's go. I'm going to have the mic to you. Do we have another handheld? Yes, I think we do. Awesome. So now it's your show. You're going to be telling them the rules. I will help you out with the memos. So you're going to tell the rules, all right?
So basically, we devised a game at Brevo named Commit the Joke, right? You will be having 2 stacks. One will have the scenarios, and the other one will have funny response comebacks to it. The funnier developer wins. And you will be able to win a goodie if you tell a real story according to your response.
So I'm going to like make it more easier, all right?
Yeah.
So you have 2 sets of cards here. So this is called response card, and this is called a commit the joke, right? So first things first, they're going to be pulling out a response card. Yes, who's going to do the honors of pulling it out?
Leave.
No, me, no?
Leave.
No?
I'll help you out.
You'll help me out? Okay.
So, the Scrum Master,
oh my God,
he'll pull out the scenario card at random, or like his choice, and you guys will pick out a response card at random. All right? Are we ready?
You will have a scenario here, and you'll have a response here, and I'll have a scenario here. It's about how you make use of this scenario to this response. You'll understand when we go for the game, right?
And like I code, there will be some edge cases if the scenario doesn't match.
We can go again,
Yeah.
I guess. So, should I just pull out one from this?
You're done, huh?
You do that, I do this.
Yeah, Scrum Master.
You can shuffle, no?
Okay, okay.
We'll go for a mock round. We'll go for a mock round. Don't worry. We're going to go for a mock round. Don't worry, guys. We're going to go for a mock round. So we're going to put it down in there. All right, let's go. All right, so first we'll pull out the scenario, which says a production issue was traced back to dash. So that was
Pick out the random cards.
that was a scenario. So now you're going to be pulling out 4 individual responses out of random. And
And which one's the funniest?
Okay.
Win.
so what was your response note?
Uh, 1,000+ lines in app.js.
So, how do you make that resonate with this? Do you have a scenario in mind? All right, we'll go to the next person.
So my response is, hit this behind the feature flag forever. So
All right, so now you know this situation is our production issue was traced back to
feature enhancement. So basically, because a feature flag was on, so it's a feature enhancement now.
yeah, but then do you have an experience in this situation? Any real-time situations as this?
Maybe I can pass on the mic and can think of a real scenario.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, mine is push to prod on Friday.
Yeah, this
Push to
one's
pro.
good.
Okay, this one is. You can definitely resonate with this.
Yeah.
This is gonna be. This is a free pass. There you go. So do you have you ever done something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's so casual.
She's so casual. Yeah.
Yeah, Friday
Every
is like a weekend mode.
So weekend mode equals push to prod. We're doing that. Oh, yeah, do you work on Saturday and Sunday?
No.
But then we push to prod on.
Suppose if there will be any issue.
Okay. The thing is.
On-call guy will handle.
Yeah. Okay, they're going to let that. All right, so production issue was traced back to something. Do you have a scenario in mind that you can resonate this with? Which is, again, a production issue was traced back to, like, for example, you had a production downtime issue, which was traced back to something you did on a Friday. So have you ever faced any scenarios where this has happened?
Yeah.
I
it
see a
was
yes coming. Yes, I saw a
yeah,
yes
it
coming
was
from it.
happened.
What was it? Do you want to share it?
Yeah, means we have really we have done one release, so we got some issues, so it was traced back to us.
Did you get any backlash from the manager?
No, my manager is so good. We don't get any
All right, so
backlash.
okay.
But we identified and we deployed immediately.
Okay, then it was an easy fix, I believe.
Okay, I have a scenario for the feature flag, but I'll go with mine. Updated package lock JSON, chaos ensued.
Okay, so how do you link that with our production issues?
Very recently, I switched onto a project where we were doing this architecture,
Okay.
where we had forked a project 9 years back and put the package.log JSON in not in gitignore. It was being committed, and the thing
Okay.
was that it was supposed to be that way, that you don't touch it. You let it be. It's archaic. You don't update the package because it's gone out of support. But someone did an npm install there and committed their package onto production, and it broke a bunch of things. And then
Did
you had
you
to sit and
find the someone?
That's a breach of contract.
There's someone
Can't-
there with you here?
Cannot go into those details. No.
That's the biggest loophole we'll have. Okay, we're not going to jump into that. Don't worry, we're going to keep it safe. But yeah, so now this was a mock round. So you guys did understand how this works, right? So we'll go for one full round, right? So let's get a round of. Well, we can give that to them as well. You can do that. If you guys do not have a resonating scenario which you have, you can just tell me which scenario comes up to your mind. Works? Yes? We can go for one round? All right, so we'll take back those cards and we'll shuffle it. And I'm going to pull out another. Before that, how are you guys? I feel like we're all, again, going back to the wave. This does not resonate with the yes or a no. Let's go with yes? All good? Like the first 5 rows, man. The first 5 rows, the energy just dies off after the 6th row and below. Like, I'm going to mute the first 5 rows again. Last 5 rows. Let's go. Yes? Happy? Yes? You see what I'm telling you? Like there's a delay, latency here itself. The human latency is transferred there to there. All right. So quick. I'm pulling out another. All right. Oh my God. Oh. The sprint failed because of what?
That's a good one.
This is as a Scrum Master, yeah. Nothing new. Wow.
Wrote a script to delete the script. It never happened before, but there was a case when I was an intern, so there the lead took a leave that day.
So? You went crazy?
The way he paused that so was concerning for me.
So it was very stressful that day. Yeah.
Please don't tell me he's here.
The way you paused, it was like, there's no one watching me. I can do anything I want today, my guy. This is my... Let's go to the next.
So actually, the response is not matching with the scenario. So
Alright.
my response is a 3-line rejects, no one understands.
Right, so we'll skip that
So,
response, but
yeah.
do you have anything that resonates with the sprint
Yes.
failed because?
Yes. So basically, I was the only front-end developer in the team, and I was on PTO. And somehow back-end developers were so sure, like AI can replace me, and they they picked up few stories, and they pushed the code to production. So yeah.
I see where this is going. Yeah. Did you have a Scrum Master?
Yeah.
What did he do? No, I'm just asking for my own. What did
Actually,
he do?
this was my first question when I joined the firm. Like, what's the role of Scrum Master?
No, that's not the question. No. We don't ask that question. No. We don't ask that question. We come back to no. Like, what does the Scrum Master do in this? That's the question. We don't go to the role of Scrum Master. We go, what does the Scrum Master do?
I'm not sure what happened at the back end, but we roll back the change.
Okay, so that was... Okay, I feel like she has one in the shotgun right now, and she's going to fire a big shot, and I'm probably going to regret this. So the question again, the sprint failed because of something, and your response?
Mine is ran tests in production.
She always gets, best card. So
go on. So do you have a scenario which matches this, or do you have any situation which matches this?
I don't have any scenario matches with this, but
with this?
we can say like the sprint is failed because
I know, this everyone matches.
Suppose if the people are in vacation mode, so definitely what are all the stories we took in the current sprint, it will move to the next sprint, that's it.
But do you tell them it's because of the
Hence,
vacation?
sprint failed.
Means failed means there is no productivity in the current sprint, means we can consider it as a fail, right?
We have to have the speaker. Girisha, where's Girisha? She's going to help us on this one, not me, all right? But, okay, that is one. Yeah. Final.
This one's a classic, the PM's midnight request.
Yeah.
They've all been there.
Why are you resonating more?
No, I'm with him on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so funny thing was when the MLN browser session was happening, it reminded me of something that we did 6 years back, 2019. We introduced, on a PM's midnight request, we had to introduce a facial recognition software on the front end because backend did not have enough time to do it. And we did it in 6 hours, and that created a can of worms. And like, okay, we had to roll it back.
Was the someone who accepted this the same someone who did the NPM, or was it?
Different firms.
Different firms, okay. Presumably, somebody who do that would do something like that. But
I had to comply.
I had to clear that out.
I had to comply. But it was on his request, come on.
If it goes kaput, it goes kaput. Yes. Oh, can we have a mic as well? We have an online audience as well, so I do apologize, my guy. If you could join us on stage, it would be much better. It is easy for the camera crew also to focus on you. Anybody else? You know what? I'm actually going to open the stage for this question. The sprint failed because?
Because it had a Scrum Master in it.
Oh, shit. As the mom will leave, I will leave. I get the point. But why, though? I have a question. Why?
Why?
Why did it fail because of Scrum Master?
Fortunately, we don't have Scrum Masters in our company.
Was it because the sprint failed?
Our sprints never fail.
My Scrum Master.
Okay. Okay. Oh my God, I'm gonna get killed
I
today,
will
guys.
tell one.
So
one
he's not
answer.
telling the right answer. The right answer is the sprint failed because the Scrum Master Rambo was busy playing games.
Oh.
And now he's looking for a job.
Actually, the game part was true, but I don't let the sprint fail.
I think we should move on.
All right. So, do you think we should go for another round? Everyone, we are exactly on dot for time. We have 5 more minutes. Can we go for one more round? A huge round of applause for our participants, but you guys need to choose a winner.
So I believe you two guys can take your goodies from here. Thank you so much, guys.
Awesome. So, do we go for one more round? Yes? No? Do you have energy? But when I look at the time, I feel like we will bleed over a little too much onto this one. We can do for one more quick. Let's call 2 people on stage, 2 volunteers. 2 volunteers. Oh, let's go. One more person. Let's go. Oh, we call people, dude. Come on, there's one more person. Oh, we have Bravo themselves. That's allowed? That's allowed? Huh?
He won't be getting a goodie
Huh?
anyways.
Huh?
No, just kidding.
That's a mic for you guys. Let's go with the question. And I'm going to go to a different one.
We need one more.
You think you knew?
So many people.
Oh,
one more, come on,
One
guys.
more new person. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go.
Maybe our manager wants to join us.
Arshid? No?
We're kidding.
All right, so we're going to time box this now, all right? So the question is, are QA leads worst nightmare? I got this one yesterday.
Yes, you did.
Are QA leads worst nightmare? That is the scenario we are in right now. So what is your prompt? Let's go first with, right? We're going first with you. What's your prompt?
Okay, so mine is like hot fixed in live demo. Yeah, I have done it. It's
done?
very exciting.
It's very exciting.
Yeah.
Have you seen a series called Dexter, no?
No.
Yeah,
I've
because
seen
now
the
I'm
meme.
having, you're
I've
like the
seen
Scrum
meme.
Master's Dexter. I'm talking to him right now.
No, because it's a thrill, right? Because you will believe that you cannot take failure. Your hotfix has to work. It's a live demo.
Oh, just to feel
you
the kick.
Work.
Feel like I'm
Who's
walking
the-
into
where's the
some very
NPM guy?
dangerous waters here, huh?
So what's the situation? Like
Are QA leads worst nightmare?
QA, yeah, hot fixing in live demo. I got a good card.
QA only will not that me. Direct. No.
I am the QA actually. I don't have.
That's exactly. No, why will a QA be there? Okay. Next up.
Approved PR without reading it.
A QA leads worst nightmare.
I have done it.
Nothing to be proud of.
I know. Virat, don't fire me, please.
So you don't know that this is a live stream also, right? So people will see this from the company's perspective as well.
Yeah, but you know, when non-tech managers promise the client that we would deploy a 1-month feature into 2 days, what can we do?
Why are you looking at Scrum?
Ask us.
It all waters down to you.
Oh, everything bottled down to me. Why is the energy low? Scrum Master. Last up.
Okay. 1,000 lines in apps.js. It does not resonate with this scenario.
This scenario.
But you can give a real example.
I feel like he knows an example that you want to give. That's why he's telling you give a real example.
Yeah.
No. Not like that. But QA lead's worst nightmare is he has tested the changes in the production, and after that, developer make changes and push it to production again. And something he figures out, and he did the fix and push it to production without informing the QA lead. So again, the product will come to the QA and ask, okay, this thing is broken, and he has no idea why it's broken because the developer has messed up.
But did he ask the developer again why it's messed up?
No, actually,
You are not informing the QA.
QA leads worst nightmare is this guy actually.
I feel like I gave the Dexter a little too early, dude. I feel like there was another person evil enough right there. Awesome. A huge round of applause to our participants. You can collect your goodies down on stage. A huge round of applause from our representatives from Bravo. Thank you guys for joining us on stage. All right, now we're going to be hopping on to they'll collect the mics from you. That's it. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. So now before we go to the last session, we also have some fun activities on after the last session as well. I have one small request, same college request. The last 2 rows, can we have you guys in the front? Can we do that? College typical. Somebody's laughing, man. It's turning into a college lecture at this point. So the last couple of rows, can we come forward? No. I'll be like, no, we're not. Staying there. Now they're moving. You know this concept of, bro, my guy literally was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 rows. He was in the 11th row. He literally came to the 10th row. Front row meaning these 3 rows. But it's fine. Thank you guys for entertaining that. Nice. Now that we are jumping into the last and final speaker for the day, before I hand it over, there is an important thing that we have a special closing ceremony. We have a special announcement as well. And there's some special activities as well that's going to happen in this closing ceremony. So if your friends are out there, tell them to join us back as soon as possible. We'll have some fun. We'll see what the closing announcement is, because even I am kind of excited to know what it was. And now I am going to be calling on to Ben to join us on stage. A huge round of applause from Ben. Ben, this is over to you.
Thank you.
How's the energy, guys? Low, high? Now I'm getting the energy like the first few rows again. The last few rows. Yes, no? Yes, no?
Allow.
Last few rows. Yes, no? Latency.
Do I want this?
Latency while traveling. All right, so it's over to you, Ben.
Not sure how to do it. Why is it not working? It might be easier if I
That is being fixed. I still have few rows in the front that is empty. Are you guys going to take it? Yes, no? Are we going to leave that as is? So that last row, do you guys feel comfortable joining us here? Yes, no? You already moved 2 rows, so it's all right, fine. We still have few rows there, so you guys want to fill up there. Really helpful. It'll be fun. So, all right, I think we should be back. Yes, there we go, Ben.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Huge round of applause to Ben, and here we go.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. I'm Ben. I'm leading architecture and engineering excellence at Co-Walnut, and this is 10x Workflows. So unfortunately, this is going to be about AI agents. I'm sure you've all seen amazing things already. And I'm going to start by talking about the inspiration. So one of my first engineering managers was a guy called Alex McGovern. He doesn't know I'm talking about him, so please don't sue me, Alex. So Alex was hands down one of the most prolific engineers I ever met. He cranked out features, refactored code bases, and improved every aspect of our code base and architecture on a weekly basis. He seemed to code every single day, and he's probably one of the only people that I've ever met that truly met the mark of a 10x developer. Before AI, he would have his split mechanical keyboards that he'd have his hands over with hotkeys mapped to everything you can imagine. From his email would be a couple of clicks, to entire React components being able to be built just off of hotkeys. So what was special about Alex is he really zeroed in on systems design, smooth data flows, and testing what really counted. He would toil over a weekend over what was wrong with our data flow, where something wasn't efficient, where we would be fetching data that we didn't need, and he was ruthless about just getting what we needed and displaying the minimal amount to the front end. Oh, can we go forward? Wonderful. So today we have AI-assisted development. People are probably very familiar with this. We have Cursor, and they're developing new features all the time. For me, my ideal workflow is to talk to Grok and ideate a feature. So I would take my templates, I would give it to Grok, I would talk through features, and I would never believe what it said. So everything that it said, I would check the sources, and I would verify, is it telling me the truth? Oftentimes, sometimes it is, but I have a healthy distrust for everything AI. The great thing about development is it's obviously improving so quickly. We have a browser automation. With MCP tools, you're able to connect to the browser, see the browser, dev console, and debug extremely quickly. We have access to our favorite tools. You'll see Figma, you'll see GitHub, you'll see N8N, which I know you've seen some of today. And the last one is something I'm going to be talking about, which is called Linear. So when I started preparing for this talk, what I really wanted was to build an AI Kanban board that would allow me to simply create a task, be the product owner, and then assign to an agent and effectively go from meeting to meeting, which I seem to be in more and more of. And this is sort of a thing that I'm sure many of you, as you go up your career, your calendars get bigger, you have less time to build, which as an engineer hurts my soul. Oh, we're going forward? Nice. Come on, let's go. So, let's talk about our first 10x workflow, rapid context building. So what I'm going to show you today is how we're going to take agent skills and our knowledge base and build context extremely quickly. I don't want to spend time writing context that I absolutely don't have to. The context that doesn't really matter are your team's best practices that you should have already defined, the conventions of your code base, and any template files that you may have created already. I don't want to have to give that to the agent every single time I want to get a simple thing done. The context that I should be giving it is the context that I uniquely know and I probably should be writing documentation for. And also, when you're actually building with agents, you really should have done your research before you even type into this box. You should already have a plan about how you want to build, the technologies you want to use, and the quirks that potentially AI is going to run into that you don't want it to run into. So what is an agent skill? So if you look at this file, this is a cursor rule. Claude has just released skills, but I just call them the same thing. A skill is a way of giving a step-by-step instruction to an agent to perform a task. You'll see here is some TypeScript best practices. It's going to get a lot more exciting, I promise you. And you have a few options of how you apply these rules. You can always apply a rule, which means anytime cursor or the agent decides to do a task, it will always apply a set of rules. You can apply it intelligently, so you see the description there. This file, by the way, is just an enhanced Markdown file. So it's called the MDC file. And what it means is you can have some YAML type config that allows you to configure for cursor's rules. I'm sure this will be on every agent before long. So if you want to apply a rule intelligently, you need a description. And when cursor kind of believes that I need to use this, if you give it a bit of context, it will probably start to use it. For example, if you wanted to open a PR, you could create an intelligent rule that says, when you go to open a PR, use our PR template, or use an agent template. We also have a knowledge base. Well, everyone should. I've seen a few talks where we've talked about this. And it's a way of effectively giving the agent the context you need. And ideally, it would be some type of version-controlled file. I personally prefer to have a .agents folder. And you can see here that I've already started to create roles for my agents. You can see here the builder file with some example components, example component and best practices, testing example file and best practices, and some best practices in general, conventions of your code base, think the way you name files and folders. Definition of done. The verification steps that your agent goes through like you would. And there's a role file as well. So this is the builder agent. It has a description. I apply it intelligently, but I also can tag it. And it has a role assignment where it says you are builder agent and your primary focus is implementing feature code. We want clean and maintainable code. Ideally, your naming is on point. It's a long descriptive variable name. And you've thought about accessibility from the start and sensibly thought about performance considerations. I've outlined some key responsibility, and the magic really is in the references, where you outline the workflow, the conventions it should be following for this particular role, best practices, definition of done. Now, building context and execution should be as simple as this. You tag your builder agent, you fetch your active task from your Jira board or whatever board you use, complete my active task. Don't just write that, but write the context that you believe as a developer based on the feature you're building and the unique context that you have thought through and already ideated with your favorite AI. But here's the problem. It's not enough. It's not enough, really, to give context to an agent. It goes off and does the task. And the problem then comes where you look at a typical sprint and the planning is now done by AI. Development is now done by AI. But when I go and meet with teams and I ask them, are you all using AI? They all put their hands up. But when I talk to engineering leaders and ask them, what's the biggest problem with your organization? They all say that everyone's using AI, but when I ask them for 50% more velocity, they can't deliver. But then I go to the development team, the same team that said, all put their hand up and said, we're using agents. I say, has your velocity increased? And they say, yes. Oh, could you commit to 50% more velocity? They all go, oh, I don't think so. Why? Everything's increased except for the QA. Reviews are still manual. And they should be, in a way. Your senior engineer should be reviewing your code, and you should be having intelligent conversations about the ways you potentially try to build the PR, the considerations that you've thought of, the different things that you've tried. Where code reviews don't really add a lot of value is when you aren't following the conventions. This is typical of a junior developer. They haven't named their file correctly. They haven't used a function that is in your utils folder. Typical things. So the second 10x workflow is the agent-powered QA. And this is an attempt to solve the problem of when your senior developer comes, reviews, suggests changes, and sometimes this review process can take hours at the best, but oftentimes it takes days to deliver a approval on a PR from a senior developer. This hopes to change that. What I hope to do with this 10x workflow is deliver a powerful QA process that goes through a few steps. First, you have a verifier agent. Your verifier agent does a very simple job. It verifies that the PR you have put up is actually the feature ticket that your product manager or engineering manager has set out. The requirements have been met. And if that verification agent fails that, it will flag to you or flag to the agent, and the agent should be able to intelligently iterate until it meets the requirements. Next is the tester agent. When I talk to developers, some of them write tests, but a lot of them don't. I've spent a long time preaching, if you will, about why you should be writing tests. Unit tests are your baseline. They allow you to know what your inputs are and your outputs. It gives you reliability that your code continues to work the way that you expect. End-to-end tests are my preferred method of testing. It actually gives me a safety net and a level of confidence that my actual application continues to work before we've pushed production. I want to know, does our user flows work? Are we able, if for example, we're an airline, we should be able to check in, we should be able to print boarding passes, and we should be able to know that before we push. We shouldn't require an entire QA process with QA engineers that manually test every single deployment before it goes in a testing environment. We shouldn't have to do that. I believe as developers, we should be writing our own end-to-end tests and having ownership over the code that we write and the user experience that we're delivering. That's not so easy. We should have preview deployments on every PR, so it's easy to be able to come in and break things. But in this case, the tester agent does it. In an ideal world, you would have a preview deployment, you would have your Figma design, and it would be married up through theming to be able to tell exactly what has changed and is it intentional. And if it's intentional, the tester can give the green light on that and start to write the tests to cover any gaps. The biggest problem that developers do, even if they write tests, is they don't cover all the edge cases. They don't try and actually break their feature in the UI. I did this relentlessly at Sky, and my team wasn't too happy with me because I'd always find bugs. But the problem was if they'd written their end-to-end tests more thoroughly, I wouldn't have found the bugs. And I don't believe in pushing bugs to production. I believe in getting the user experience right first time because it takes years to build trust with users, and it can take one bad experience to break it. So I've already started to go through this already, validating the PR against issue requirements, and in the verifier agent, you can also check, does it match? And if it has any issues, we flag to builder agent to fix. So how does this work in practice? With the verifier agent, when you open a PR, a GitHub workflow triggers. In my case, I use an N8N workflow, so I'm going to show you in a moment. And the N8N workflow goes through the process of giving the context to the verifier agent to allow it to look at the diff, look at the requirements, and make a concerted effort to make a decision on whether we should be approving it or not. Hopefully it works. Oh, good, we're doing it. Wonderful. Oh, wrong one. So this is our first workflow. I'm going to try, can I get rid of this? Yeah, wonderful. You can see here, after the GitHub workflow activates, we fetch a bunch of stuff. We fetch the verifier role, which sits inside of that knowledge base, so it's consistent, version controlled, and it can be updated at any time. We fetch conventions, we fetch best practices, we fetch the PR diff, and linear I'm going to get to, but effectively you can imagine this is your Jira task or whatever it is. You merge all of it, you flatten to an object to make it easy, and you come in here and you give it the verify. You can add whatever you want here. You can add the role, you can add the conventions, and after that, it will post an approval comment. The approval comment will look something like this. Doesn't take too much. Now, if we come back, oh, I pressed the wrong button. There we go. After we get the approval, it moves on. Tester agent. As I said, determine if the UI elements have changed. If it has, nothing's changed, it should just approve. If we're not changing UI elements, we don't necessarily need a tester. But we should ensure that we have strong test coverage for components, and the UI flows are covered using across-the-board tests, unit integration end-to-end. Again, a GitHub workflow. So when you actually see that the verifier agent has completed, you can look for the text inside of the PR comments and then trigger the next stage, which is the tester workflow. Let's actually go back to the N8N workflow and find our tester. This is a lot simpler. Webhook goes to the PR diff, we extract the diff, get the linear issue, an AI agent prepares, and then we post a subtask to linear. So I think it's time for us to jump into linear. So linear is what I would have built had it not already been created. This is not sponsored by them. Nothing that you see here. I'm not trying to sell you anything. All of this will be available on our GitHub, completely open sourced. Every single end-to-end workflow will be available to you, and we're going to do a workflow or walkthrough that will give you everything, and you should just be able to plug and play any part of this, whether you want the QA pipeline or you want the builder agent, and it should just work for you. Just change your credentials, and it should be able to immediately plug and play. So how do I use this? So you'll have a typical Kanban board. You have a template for a builder agent. You'll fill out your requirements. You'll add your Figma link. You'll add some acceptance criteria. The magic really happens here, though, where I assign my agent. You give it some instructions. I do this so it definitely applies my rule. That's a bit flaky at the best of times. But let's just do one together. Very simple one. Test. I prefer conventional commit, so I just think in that way. Add test for the tabs component. Super simple. And I'll just say what I scream to my team all the time, which is behavior over implementation. Acceptance criteria is coverage of core behaviors, I guess. Leave it like that. Wonderful. We've created our ticket. The magic here is you can assign it to yourself. There I am. But inside of linear, you can assign it straight away. Oh, I don't want Copilot. Go cursor. Ah, wonderful. Did it straight away. Amazing. You can see here already cursor is examining our issue. Might take a little while, so I'm just going to talk you through. So cursor will now spin up, and it's already assigned itself the role of a builder agent. It will look at your code base, and it will follow those best practices and conventions that I showed you earlier. It has a definition of done. I'm going to show you that now while it's building, so you have a good idea. So as I said, it starts, this is quite small. Start, rules, builder agent, inside here, best practices. This is where you outline exactly how your code base is built. TypeScript, whatever UI libraries, in this project it's Shad CN, whatever state management you use, whether it's Zustan or Redux in a bigger application, how you use hooks, thinking about how you do performance, and the types of testing that you like to do. Also good to be able to tag your templates here, and any workflow best practice. In every PR template, I always have a definition of done. So it's just a checklist that the agent can go through before it's actually put up PR to conclude, have you done everything that we want you to do? And you see after here, after the verification, I'm putting a PR description here because agents can't seem to add a PR description or a GitHub template themselves. They end up doing something that I don't want. So I ended up creating a workflow that updates the PR description as soon as this file is there, then creates a commit that removes that file. What you end up with is something like this, where the agent has filled out what does this PR do. It will add any screenshots. In this case, it's a test-only PR. They wouldn't do that. And the steps that a viewer can manually check this PR, the steps that a reviewer would go through to manually check this PR. I find this super useful, paired with a deployment link that you'll see here just through Vercel. It makes it easy for anyone to be able to find a feature and be able to run the test themselves manually. The definition of done. So you'll see here it's got a few different sections for each of our agents, and it will check off that we meet the requirements. This is why It's almost like a double check where it will go through the definition of done and then it will fill out the definition of done in the PR template. So we can double check it's covering the things that we want it to cover. Here we go, gone past this bit. So after we've done the testing, so the testing agent will then have written some tests and added that to the PR as well. The next part is the reviewer agent. The reviewer agent's job is to think like a senior developer. We're working on a model that ultimately fine-tunes. We will fine-tune a model that is a great coding model, sure, but we'll fine-tune it with the review comments of our best developers, our most senior developers. And we think by fine-tuning a model, we can get to the point where it would review like we would and give the same comments and feedback. So, let me just actually this. We review the code based on our sliding standards, and the magic really here is after it's given comments and reviews, you should be able to tag your builder agent and it just iterate for you. So you get to the point where you have a PR that follows your conventions, and anything that isn't done the first time, you're able to catch, iterate, and get to a place of true quality. So, with all of this, are we going to the beach? Yes, afterwards, after this talk, but I don't think you should. I'll tell you why. Well, not outside of React Goa, yes, but, inside of React Goa, yes, outside of React Goa, even if you have this full automation, I think you'd be doing yourself a disservice. Why? Because with this added time that you have back, you should really be leveling up. This is not the time to go, AI is going to take my job, I'm just going to let it do all of the thinking for me. Once you let AI do your critical thinking for you, you've ceased to be an engineer. Use this time to go and learn the things that really, really matter. This is just as important 5 years ago, before AI, than it is today. You should all know solid principles. Dry, kiss, you're not going to need it. Separation of concerns. These are the things that AI is not at the moment good at. These are the things that you need to teach AI and relentlessly be looking for this in your PR reviews. Just because the builder agent made your PR doesn't mean you should review it with any less rigor than you would a junior or mid-level developer. Your job is to get mid-level developers to first-time approvals and PRs. And senior developers should be making sure that all of these principles are being adhered to. This is what stops you from being taken by AI. And these are the things that I continue to learn myself and I continue to teach my team. And of course, this is not an exhaustive list. We could talk for hours about the greatest books, from Martin Fowler's Refactoring to Clean Code by Uncle Bob. And we could have real discussions about how software should be built. I personally believe we should be reaching for lower complexity and the simplest solution, and be refactoring relentlessly to remove tech debt. Because when you're doing, at the moment, this workflow will do simple tasks. It will do the small tasks and the medium tasks that a junior or mid-level would naturally do. This leaves you the time, yes, for learning, as I've mentioned before, but it also leaves you the time for the things you never seem to get the time to do, like refactoring, like improving your documentation, like doing code reviews and actually teaching in those code reviews. So I realize I'm run out of time, but what's next for the 10x workflow? We're going to be working, and hopefully alongside you guys, when we put it up for the world to see and use, we need to gather metrics. We need to measure every part of this workflow. Where is it taking the most time? How many iteration cycles is it taking from building to reviewing? And how many times is it going back and forth? We can get incredible insights from analyzing this. And Once we draw the insights, we can then use AI to help improve the systems that we build with AI. As I mentioned, we can improve. As I mentioned before, we can improve the model. We could use a bigger model for reviews. Because we only have a diff, we can actually use a better model that might cost us a little bit more to actually review the code of a smaller model that's a bit more agile for us. Inference costs are going down by 75% a year, and models are breaking benchmarks consistently and at record pace. So we're going to get to the point where everyone has incredible models, and then it's about designing systems to allow them to operate and us focus on higher and higher level tasks. That's what's happened throughout the development world, whereas we were punching code into punch cards, then we were writing DOS, then we were writing, we just keep adding the syntactic sugar that allow us to think like higher level. We should all be system design thinkers. We should all know the architecture patterns, and that allows us to direct AI effectively and let it get better with us. We should also be optimizing our knowledge base. The knowledge base is the best thinking from your entire team. When we put our knowledge base up, we hope you critique and help us improve it. I've run out of time, but thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the React India team, and thank you for Co-Walnut. Thank you. Let's go to the beach.
Well, that is going to be the mood today. Let's go to the beach indeed. Thank you, Ben. And we're back with me, guys. You're stuck with me again. You like me as the host, or do you want to change? Oh, they love me. Varsha. They love me, Varsha. Oh, my God. I mean, now's the chance. You can change me or you can keep me.
But switching on my mic also. Oh, they switched it on.
Ah. All right, so so now I bid adieu to you guys. We're going to be handing it over back to Varsha, who's going to be taking it forward. A big thank you from my side. Stay connected. Those are my socials. Stay connected, and we'll catch up in a bit in the after party.
Thank you, Rambo. And thank you, Ben. I think this was one of the most amazing closing talks we've heard. I think it was needed by all the points that you mentioned, especially around engineers doing things that they are already doing and not just delegating everything to the AI. There are still so many things that make you a good engineer, and I hope that all these talks, and including Ben's, have actually helped you, pushed you to move towards that path. With that note, I will be doing the closing ceremony. So we are at the end. I know you're kind of wishing to go to the beach and have some Goa fun in just a few moments. So first, I would like to play a little video. It's a recap of all the days that we've spent here. So can we have the first video, please? Okay, it's not ready. All right, let's talk about buzzwords again. I'm back with my buzzwords. How was React India overall, 2025? Awesome. Okay, that's good. Do I need to pull my mic closer? Is it okay? Okay, awesome. Apart from that, come on, it's the closing ceremony. Make some noise. Sorry? Amazing. Okay, amazing. What else? Insightful. I love that. What else? AI centric. Okay. Okay. I hope that's a good thing. You're laughing. Is it something funny? Oh, okay. Safe. What about others? No? Nothing? So we got amazing, we got insightful, we got what AI centric, and we got awesome. Is our closing video ready, or should I continue bringing people on the stage? Okay, let's do this thing. Let's talk about 5 things that you are going to take back from React India 2025. Whoever says, and the audience will be the judge of it, whoever says the nicest 5 words, not nicest in the sense that you don't have to sugarcoat anything, whoever says the best 5 words to wrap up React India 2025, including beach, Ben, including beach, stands a chance to win goodies. So who's going to volunteer first? No? Just 5 words. English words I'm asking. I see, I see some passing the baton. Would both of you like to come? Okay, come. Come, let's, where's the mic? Can I have a mic, please? A handheld. Go, Ranjan! 5 words to summarize React India 2025. That's on.
I would actually repeat the same things what they said.
Uh-huh. No. That's not going to win you goodies. Come on, you be the judge. That's not going to win him goodies, right? So he says a word, you raise a hand, okay? I'll see how the audience vibes with his words. And then, if all of you vibe with his words, he'll win the goodies. Go ahead.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Uh-huh. This side doesn't think so, by the way.
And
Is and a word? And. Okay?
amazing.
Amazing. This side will not agree anyway. Fantastic पे agree नहीं किया. What else?
Informative.
Informative. Oh, nice. Lovely. What else?
It was a pleasant experience.
Pleasant experience. Woo, nice.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. Okay, this side is mostly I don't know. Okay, they resonate now. Thank you, Ranjan.
Thank you.
I'll tell you if you win the goodies after I ask someone from this side to step up. Yes, please. This side has been totally silent. Please come. Woo! Can we give a round of cheers for our audience volunteers?
Yeah, I'm. Can
It's
you hear
on.
me?
Yes.
Yeah, Nattu from Code Walnut. So my takeaways, right? Not 5 words, but one thing that stuck in my head was cocktail architecture. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was like connecting architecture to cocktail, like.
He
really,
was in Goa mode. He actually
Yeah,
was
totally woke us up.
buzzed out.
Yeah, and then the Microsoft AI agents.
Thank you.
That was great. Then there was agent on the beach. Finally.
Nice. You're biased.
No,
for
I'm
that.
just telling what's interesting.
Okay.
What's interesting. And actually, the audio is amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, you feel really you can't be. If you want to listen, it's super clear.
Oh, that's a big
Audio,
round of
good
applause
audio,
to our
yes.
video and audio tech right over there.
Yeah, audio is amazing.
They've been doing so well all the 2 days. They've been through and through here. So yeah, thank you for calling them out.
Absolutely. And yeah, so we were excited because we brought a book tentatively about agentic AI, and a lot of people queued up and picked it up happily. So we felt satisfied that we brought something back to the community.
Wow, lovely.
Did you get the books? Awesome. No?
Maybe you should have more copies
We had a
printed.
few copies, yeah.
Okay, I would like to take some time and give a best dress award. We've been discussing it. There's a best dress award at this place. And the award goes to, and I know the name, so please can you shout out the name so that we can call him on stage. The best dress award goes to Vishnu! Vishnu, please come on stage. Please. A big round of applause for Vishnu.
Hi everyone.
You can thank your parents and
Yeah.
whoever. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I want to, because I say like, I'm going to a beach conference. My parents will like, no. You're going to a conference, you have to wear the suit.
Oh.
Mama, no. It's a beach conference. It's in Goa. I don't care. Just go with the suit. No next word. So, yeah, I'm here like this.
Big round of applause
Thank you,
for
Mummy,
Vishnu.
Daddy.
Thank you. Okay, let's do more awards. The best MC award goes to Rambo. Rambo, please come on stage.
Bro,
I'm like the raccoon in the first row. I'm always
I know,
there.
you're always here, wriggling around.
I'll always be in your memories also after this event.
Thank people.
Oh, who said that? Thank you guys. I mean, obviously, I loved you guys more. Thank you. You will catch me more.
Take this moment to call my other co-host, Yash.
Oh, yeah, Yash. Let's have Yash on stage as well.
We also did good. Although the best award goes to Rambo, the supporting actors were good too.
Couldn't have done it
Always.
without.
Yeah.
These guys are the better ones. Eh? Vash is the best. Yash is the
Thank
best.
you.
Always
Thank
the best.
you.
Oh, we can ask them to cheer.
We can share the award.
Yeah, we can share.
Yeah?
Okay. This is the award?
Yeah.
John?
Thank you.
John, she said it's the award, John, so I'm taking this with me.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
You split it into 3.
The mic?
Yeah.
I get the battery.
Okay.
No, but
I can reuse that. Okay.
But you only asked Rambo supporters. What about my
What
supporters?
about Yashraj supporters?
Yeah, come on.
Okay. Let's go with the next thing then. Are we ready with the video yet? Please tell me when we are. We are? Okay, let's have the video now.
React India is inspiring,
fantabulous,
empowering, power pack, future ready, enlightening,
vibrant,
awesome, emotion.
Welcome to React India 2025.
Hey everyone, I'm Ankit and I just gave a talk about the story of 2 World Cups.
This is my first tech gig on a large-scale tech gig like React India, and so far it has been one of the most exciting gigs I've ever done throughout my MC career.
Yeah, React India has been like really welcomed, all the teams, all the members, like it's really great.
I have been into multiple tech talks, but React India stands out. I already had so many enriching conversations with partners, sponsors, and the attendees who come from so many different backgrounds.
It's actually enlightening. I actually met a lot of people. I had a lot of discussion with people, which made me realize there are a lot of more things that I should learn.
And yeah, the experience so far has been great, and React India has been lovely.
It is pretty amazing. If you have never been in a React India conference, you should be there.
I would say React India is the people, the community coming together in this beautiful setting.
Oh, the organizers were really helpful, and shout out to Faizan and Sahil for helping us out to make our booth successful.
Firstly, Goa. Goa is an amazing location to have this conference in. It's beautiful, the weather is very nice. It can be unpredictable, but it's part of the fun.
Launched our Agentic AI with React book, and it was a sold out. All copies sold out. We're super excited. Thank you, React India.
It's not working. Anyway, I have the handheld. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, firstly, kudos to someone who has created this video. I think all these shots were taken just recently. So to compile all of that and create such a vibrant and amazing video, Kudos to the team. Now, this is a moment of thanking and gratitude, as we should always do, because to run a conference like this takes a mammoth effort, and a whole team of volunteers, a whole team of organizers, a whole team of audio and video setters. So we would like to first thank all of them personally, because this has been a very, very smooth experience, and I think one of you also spoke about it, right? So coming to my, I think I just want to thank our sponsors one more time. Can we have the sponsor slide? A big round of applause for all our sponsors. AWS, our platinum sponsor, I think their booth has been always occupied with people visiting them. So thank you, AWS, for sponsoring us. Our gold sponsors, Brevo, Firebase, and DE Shaw. A big shout out to all of you as well. And our silver sponsors, Talentship and Arcenium. Thank you, everyone, for sponsoring us. My next note of thanks, I have it in my phone so that I don't miss out anybody, and I don't want to miss out anybody. The first and foremost, our audiences. Thank you so much for coming, attending, spending time with us, being so motivated, being so energized, being so willing to learn. And I think that sets us apart from AI. It is also willing to learn, but we are more willing to learn and be creative about it. Our human brains can never ever be beaten by AI. So thank you so much for bringing in this energy, for bringing the intellect, for bringing this passion to learn and continue to have knowledge imbibed as part of your regular activities. Thank you for coming and making this a huge success. My next word of thanks is to our speakers, because without them, this conference would not have been so alive. There were so many great sessions, so many things that people spoke about, so many things resonated with you. So I would like to ask all our speakers to stand up in their place and thank each one of you for making this such a memorable experience. Can we have all speakers stand up, please? Thank you. If anybody wants to take a photograph of our beloved speakers. Thank you, thank you. OK, sure. The next one is, of course, our sponsors, and I've thanked them already. The next one is the venue itself. Thank you, Planet Hollywood, for consistently hosting React India for 6 consecutive years, for always having our back, for always accommodating our wishes. I think I say water, and water comes up. I say coffee, coffee comes up. They've been so kind. They've been so generous in accommodating and making this a pleasant experience. So thanking everyone at Planet Hollywood. A big round of applause for Planet Hollywood. The next one is ArtNest, which is our photography team. I think they're still busy clicking photographs. As I said, they've made this event so memorable with all the photos and the videos and everything that goes on. He's still clicking pictures. So thank you, everyone at ArtNest, for making this a huge success again. The other one is Reynolds, which is our production crew team. Thank you so much, Reynolds, for making this a huge success. Can we please stand up, the team at Reynolds? Then I would like to call out our volunteers who've happily agreed to do everything about organizing this conference, running from pillar to pole, creating these badges, talking to you, creating tidbits, and whatnot. Volunteers are the pillars of any conference, and a big shout out for all the React India volunteers for making this a huge success. Your continued efforts really surprises me, amazes me, because doing this continuously for 2 days is tiring, and we thank you for all the efforts. I would also like to thank my co-MCs, Rambo and Yashraj. Thank you for making this a huge success. I think people loved your energy, people loved your vibe. Thank you for bringing that sort of energy, that sort of fun at the place, because the hardest part of being an MC is keeping the audiences energized. And with the responses that I got today about what happened in the last 2 days, we all did amazing. So big shout out to the MCs. I think that's all the thanks that I wanted to give. Sorry? Live stream. Live stream team would be our volunteers again. So a big kudos to the volunteers for doing all-rounder thing everywhere. Yeah, those are my note of thanks. And can we have the end credit rolls, please? Wow, that was definitely bittersweet. I think thank you for playing this video. It was amazing. How many of you are excited for React India 2026? Woo! The final edition, let's make it a success, and the tickets are available now. Now, for the time, we are going to have a party. So all of you would have tickets. There will be some snacks and drinks provided to you at the party. Food will not be there. The dinner will not be served. It will be snacks and drinks. Also, if you have not purchased the tickets for the party, you're free to do so. The tickets are available. You can contact any of our volunteers for the same. And let's have a group selfie or a group photograph, please. I don't think we have space enough for a selfie, so you need to kind of accommodate everyone in that. Okay? Can you? Okay. Can you not come directly on the stage, but like align yourself somewhere near the stage. Everyone. Just come over so we can take a 2025 selfie. Yeah, all the speakers.
React India. React.